with the second day of panels, because yesterday was 2 panels and 2 keynotes and 2 workshops, and today we have 4 panels and 1 workshop. Another hard but very useful day in information. We will start with the first panel. I will make a short brief what will be discussed today, and after that I will invite Mihai Etscu to take the charge of this panel. He will be the moderator. And the first panel is entitled Startups, Entrepreneurship and Personal Development. We will have here 5 panelists. Then in the morning we will discuss about digitalization and challenges of Industry 4.0 cybersecurity. After a break, in the lunch, after the lunch break, we will discuss about future skills, the future of work, challenges, upskilling, reskilling, long life learning. And in the end of the day, we will discuss about innovation partnership and some help or potential news from European Commission. But in the same time, afternoon will take place the third workshop developed by Mark Ward today. Yesterday was developed by Continental, for especially for master students, but also for every people who want to participate, regarding innovation in triad, synergies between mechatronics, electronics, software, and others. So I hope you will also find the agenda on our website, and I hope to be an interesting day with a lot of knowledge. So, Mihai, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you, Adrian. And thank you for inviting me to moderate this workshop, and also thanks to my invites colleagues here in the session, because we try to design it as best as possible this workshop for you. So we'll have a lot of very interesting information here, but let me share my screen and present you the lineup of our workshop today. So also as recommendation for my keynote speakers in this session, when you will share your presentation, please select the option your entire screen. It will be much more easy for us to see, I don't know, everything you shared in a slideshow or stuff like that. Good, so I will share my screen now. And the lineup of our session today, it is the following. We have Monica Obogeanu. She is a startup program manager in Orange, Romania. She will present quite crispy stuff in regards of tech startups in Romania. Then we'll have, afterwards we'll have Tudor Gorcea. He's the CEO of TNT Computers. He will share with us his experience in regards of the journey from the graduation to entrepreneurship. Then Florin Păun. Florin is a doctor in innovation and also R&D director, and he will touch the topic regarding agility and the human factor. Then Cătălin Mihacea, managing director at Agile Networks Technologies. Have a nice presentation and also challenge for the mind, sand and salmon in entrepreneurship. We'll see the relation in between technology and construction field, let's say, somehow. And myself, that I will present I don't know, I will not say it's like a best practice, but more like our journey as organization and my journey as a project manager in regards of implementation of the EU funds, opportunities in the training area as source of budget for developing managers and people in the organization. And yeah, just to offer you some short highlights about me, I'm working in Continental Automotive System Sibiu, and there I'm in this position of talent and performance management, learning and training team leader. So that will be for today. As I mentioned, crispy presentations with a lot of insights, hopefully for you guys at the end of the session. So let's start then our session today. The setup will be like this. We'll have the speakers, they will present their topics, and I will kindly encourage you, all the people who are watching us, to post your question. And afterwards, at the end of the session, of the presentations, we'll have about 25-30 minutes for Q&As. And yes, our colleagues here in the panel will share their thoughts in regards of your questions. So let's start with Monica. Monica, she had more than 10 years experience in tech startups ecosystems. She facilitates Orange's relationship with innovative startups and the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Romania through the Orange Fab Acceleration Program. So Monica will share with us more details about her activity in this area of innovation, and I'm very curious to have more details on this topic. So Monica, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Mihai. I will start my setup as well. So you said you shared the entire screen.
Yes, please.
Yes. So you see my full screen, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. It's always good to get this, even though it's not pleasant to start conversations like this. So good morning. It's a pleasure for me, and thank you for having the honor to start today's panel on entrepreneurship, which is a topic I'm very passionate about. As Mihai mentioned, I have more than 10 years experience in the startups ecosystem. I would add to that 4 amazing years that I spent working in the Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu in the Communication Center with Professor Brad there. Hello, Professor. I miss you, and I'm sorry we didn't get the chance to talk in person today. So right now, indeed, I'm in Bucharest. I work with Orange, where I'm the Startup Programs Manager, where I'm in charge of the Orange Fab Acceleration Program. I'll tell you a bit about this. So Orange Fab, what is it? It's a corporate startup acceleration program, meaning that it's led by a corporation with the purpose of getting to work with startups in the best ways possible so that we create win-win partnerships for us and for the startups as well. And of course, for our users, our common users, who are the most important ones. Orange Fab is a program that has started in Romania in 2017. We have 4 years of running the program already in Romania, but it started in 2013 first in Silicon Valley as a flagship innovation initiative within the Orange Group. So right now it's present in 18 countries across the globe, as you can see in the nice map here. What we do in Romania, it is led by the technology department. So I'm inside I am as a startup programs manager, work in the development and innovation team inside engineering and technology. So what we do is look for people who are really innovative, who are working with top-notch technologies and future technologies as well to bring valuable products to customers that leverage these technologies. So this is why it's very important for us to be where the the conversation on research is happening, because we want people who are very talented within the technical department to know that there's a world of possibilities of really bringing these research results further to the market, and to actually build products on them that make a difference for the end user. So what we do in Romania, we are offering the latest technologies on communication and as well on cloud, on IoT, to these talented people, to support them to bring very good products. Then, of course, we are very in touch with people in the business departments, in the business-to-business department, which does sales, in the business-to-consumer department, which of course does a lot of marketing and a lot of sales strategies. And we support these people through mentorship, so that they really create valuable products that we can address together to the end clients. Then we also have a nice budget to help people further improve their products or deliver proof of concept projects to the end clients. And then, of course, we offer national and international exposure through, PR appearances at TV shows, of course, the written media and conferences and expositions when that is possible, ideally physically, because it makes the whole difference. So since 2017, we've worked already with 34 startups. You can see here cybersecurity. We're looking a lot on the 5G expansion and in other networks of the future, like LoRaWAN or LTE-M. Then we had some startups who developed in the smart city domain, and we delivered very interesting projects to municipalities together. I would name, for example, one that has them all. It's Urad Monitor. It's a startup that started in Timișoara, who deliver air quality sensors. And for example, we had a project in Iași where the municipality bought these sensors, and they work on top of the LoRaWAN network that we provide. So that's, for who doesn't know, that's a special type of network that is very useful for Internet of Things projects. There are a lot of startups who are very useful. We offer these startups to clients in the industry, like K Factory. Maybe you saw Vlad Kazan's intervention yesterday as well. Mobile Control does very interesting things in the IoT sector. Cybersecurity is a very important topic for us right now, as of course, everything is getting digitalized. This is what we are talking about, digitization, both for the end users and for the companies. And we need to make sure that everyone is safe while bringing more and more of their activity online, right? I didn't want the startups that I tell you about just to remain logos. These are the people. These are events we did in the past. And I'm, again, really looking forward to having events in person again. So why do we at Orange like startups? And why should you, as the audience of Sibiu Innovation Days, like startups too? First of all, startups are by nature problem solvers. They are people with the growth mindset who see problems and don't complain, but they start working and try to solve these problems. They are fast because usually they start in very small teams. Then they grow, but it takes them a while to become corporations and get a bit slower, like a big company, a multinational company like Orange is. So they are fast to implement. They are fast to adapt to whatever changes they observe in the market or in the user's needs. And they are caring, because for them, if the user is not happy, that means their company dies tomorrow. Okay, so they are caring, they want to understand, this is their nature, to ask questions, to understand problems and challenges, to build and to keep improving their products and services so that they best serve their end customer, right, and their end user. So then why do we like startups? again, maybe we need to make a clarification. When I talk about startups, I talk about people who develop technologies, and I talk about companies who create exponential value, so who have the potential to grow exponentially. This means creating products that can easily address the global market, right? As well as services that are available to people quite fast and that they can grow fast. And why I say they create exponential value, because they have the opportunity with limited resources to grow really fast. That means also that sometimes, and we'll talk about investments that they have outside investment, and they very quickly grow their teams in order to support their companies and products growth. So they are very valuable because compared to traditional companies, they have this growth factor that is really, really exponential. And that's useful, right? That's useful for the city because they will bring in taxes. That's useful for the university because they will hire the best students or the most passionate students. They will also give these students the opportunity to learn fast, because as a company who is growing fast, they are continuously changing. So the people inside the company keep having more and more challenges and more things to learn, so more and more opportunities to grow inside the startup. And of course, they're useful for their clients and for the people in the industry, in the local industry, because you can collaborate with them or you can use their products, who are usually very good, to grow your activity, to improve your activity, or I don't know, your profitability. You will see. I'll tell you a bit more about what we see as Orange in working with startups. So I was saying I have 10 years since I started working in the startup environment. I propose to you just a few big steps that I saw happening in the Romanian ecosystem. For sure, I'm missing some very important things. It's not easy to create a timeline, but these are some things that I think it's useful to know about when you're thinking of, I don't know, maybe starting a startup or starting a support program for startups. So I think the two most important entrepreneurs in the technological field in Romania are Radu Georgescu, who built RAV and in 2003 sold that to Microsoft, which was a really, really important thing for the ecosystem then, because he showed that you can grow a product out of Romania and actually have quite a global success with it. Then there's Florin Talpeș, who created the Bitdefender. I think Bitdefender is the most well-known product from Romania globally until UiPath came and took that from him. But he's still developing it from Romania, which is amazing. Then in 2008, we had Vladimir Oane, who created Uberview, which was the first startup from Romania to go into an international acceleration program. So a program that offers investment, offers educational materials, and offers investment opportunities to startups, so connections to potential investors and clients. So again, this was a moment when people in Romania started learning about acceleration programs. That was quite a new concept in Europe and mostly in Romania. In 2010, we had the How to Web conference that was first launched, and it was an event dedicated to creating products and to building startups, and that gathered a lot of momentum, gave the opportunity to meet to a lot of people who were quite interested in the same subjects, but maybe didn't have the inspiration, didn't know where to go and learn from. So they took speakers from the international scale, and then they started promoting local successes that grew momentum. In 2013, it was the first program dedicated to students who were encouraged to build startups. That was Innovation Labs. It's a program that is still active today. We, Orange Romania, are a main partner for Innovation Labs. They are present also in Sibiu and in Cluj, and as well in Iași, in Timișoara. So this is, again, a program that builds momentum and comes to the students to tell them about startups, to give them the opportunity to create some teams, to try out some projects. Some of them grow to be startups, some of them don't, but there's a lot of people, there are hundreds of people, I think thousands, that went through this program and now at least know about building startups and have an idea of what it's like to do that. Then in 2015, I think having the first publication that is fully dedicated to covering news and educational materials for startups. So startup.ro was launched then. It was launched by Vlad Andriescu, who was covering the tech section in Adevărul at that time. Again, a big step forward for the ecosystem, in my opinion. Orange Fab, as a first corporate acceleration program, was started in 2017. I was not involved at the time. I was quite busy being a new mom, but it was again an important show of attention from the private sector and from large corporations that there is value in working and supporting with startups. In 2018, through investment from the European Investment Fund, we had Gapminder and Early Game Ventures were the first VC funds, so venture capital funds, companies dedicated to investing in startups, money for shares. They were launched. They were not the first to be active through the ecosystem, but they were the first to focus and to be fully located in Romania. Then I hope you know about Daniel Dines, who launched UiPath, I think, in 2008. It took him a while to grow the momentum and to find the time when his product was ready, and that coincided very well with the time that the RPA market globally was growing. In 2018, they were the first unicorn born out of Romania. Of course, they had offices in US by then already, because you need to be where the client is as well. But they were very good, and again, it's a great success story for Romania, and it's an inspiration for people to start working on really technical things, and then don't give up while just writing some research papers or filing for some patents, but actually getting to sell these products to your customers. Make It in Oradea was launched at the beginning of this year, actually at the end of last year, 2020, that's correct there. It was supported by the Oradea municipality because, as I was saying, as a municipality, you want the local ecosystem to be healthy. You want to support startups there, and this is what they did. They didn't want the students to go to bigger universities. They want them to have a reason to stay in Oradea and to experiment different things. Now this year we had also the IPO of UiPath. These are outliers, so these are just the first that I identified in the ecosystem, and for sure I'm missing some, and I apologize to friends who should be on that list as well. But they are, again, just peaks. This is a way to measure the ecosystem by the number of investments that are done. As you can see, it's growing. In 2020, we had 59 investments in Romania, which accounted for about 30 million euros. I'm sure this year will be much higher. But these are just startups that are really on the high growth path, and they are getting external investment. But there are a lot of other startups, and I can tell you from my perspective, selecting startups for the Orange Fab program, I try to have a good overview on the market, and I view about 150 to 200 startups per year. So there are a lot of people who are active. Some of them grow bootstrap, meaning that they don't get external investment to grow their companies, but they are active and they are serving clients in the end, right? How to start your startup if you're a student or a researcher who is thinking about this. First of all, you need to be very good at what you specialize in. If you're a technical person, that needs to be top-notch. You need to find the problem you care about, and I would add that is worth solving, so that the customers are willing to pay for. then you can not build this by yourself. So you need to gather a great team, ideally with different skill sets, right? Because you also have to do sales, you also have to talk to a lot of customers, you have to do marketing. So make sure you have the most important skill sets there. You also have to design interfaces, etc. You need to always talk to your potential customers, and you need to start doing this fast so that you understand very well the problem that they are having and how you can address it. And then there's the lean methodology that says you build, you measure, you learn, and you start again, right? You build a prototype, you measure the impact that it has, you see how people are using it, if they have any problems, you learn from this, and then you continue improving. If you are part of Sibiu Innovation Days, you're probably one of these four. So as I was saying, it's useful for the government, for the local municipality to support startups because you help the academia to keep the talented people in your city, and you don't want to wander to other cities in Romania or even outside the country, right? And then with this exponential growth, you will have companies who are very valuable in a few years and who will bring back a lot for your city. For the academia, it's clear, and you have an opportunity to involve your students in activities that are closely related to what they are studying, but that also give them the opportunity to do something a bit different, right? For the industry, it's good to have people who are building products that can serve you. Us as Orange Romania buy from a lot of the startups in Orange Fab. We use their products internally. I can tell you, for example, about Nestor, who's a startup from Iași. We are using them for HR objective setting for the whole company in Romania. We also have startups like SciScale who are doing cybersecurity and IT ops for us internally. So we can use their platforms so that our colleagues can work better. And of course, for the community, I think everyone in Sibiu has seen Elrond growing, and I'm happy someone from Elrond will be speaking in this panel. It builds momentum. It makes people excited about a specific topic. It will be great to have more here. People will have opportunities. Okay, so Sibiu does very well on the industry side, but that's not for everybody, or not for everybody at the beginning of their careers. I wasn't ready to work in a corporation 14 years ago. I am now because I think I'm older, wiser, and I can make my own path inside the company as well. Yeah, but for the people who are not keen on going there, having these smaller companies that are creating value and that are growing fast is very useful. What we do in Orange Romania, just to show you a bit about an example of what we do, we partnered with startup communities in these cities. They have co-working spaces where startups go and work each day and have a lot of events. So we partner with them, we support them to support further the entrepreneurs in the city. That's useful for us because we get to know the ecosystem and we get to see the startups that are growing. We also support startup programs. There are a lot of them. There was a list done earlier this year by Impact Hub, which had 32 programs that entrepreneurs in Romania can go for. So there's a lot going on here. They focus on different verticals or different use cases. For example, Step Forward focuses on teams who are diverse. BAI goes on artificial intelligence. Of course, innovation labs for the students and for the researchers is very useful. And Make It in Oradea, we are happy to partner there, and we are working closely with the people running the program so that they create a good program and value for startups as well as for the municipality. We also this year started the 5G lab in collaboration with the Campus Research Institute in the Polytechnica University in Bucharest. This is an open lab which means researchers, startups, and companies can get access to come and use the latest network, 5G network. We have standalone there, which is a version that's not yet commercially available. But once it will be, the people who come into the lab with us can have their products ready to push to the market. And then we also collaborate in Horizon 2020 research programs, where we also involve startups alongside us, municipalities, academia. We have some universities who are partners in consortiums where we also are. And again, we develop technology, but always having in mind that we will build products on top of this technology that will serve users. We also have the Orange Educational Program, which was started in 1997 in Bucharest, but we are expanding it a lot in these past years. We will reach Sibiu, Cluj, Timișoara, and others this year as well, which is, so it starts at the educational level, then we hope to go through research, and the 5G lab comes there, and then on top of that comes Orange Fab to support actually commercialization of these technologies. So we have industry partners involved with us. We offer teaching courses and internship and some scholarships as well, as you see on the slide, accumulated with at about 60,000 euros per year. And of course, we come with support equipment and platforms and connectivity for laboratories working especially in the Internet of Things. So I think I went a bit over time, and I apologize for that. My conclusion would be, if you are in the audience of Sibiu Innovation Days, you should build startups if that's interesting for you personally. You should buy from startups if you are a company or a municipality, and you should support programs, support startups, so support programs that support startups, right? Because that builds momentum and is very good for the local community. That's it on my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica, for sharing this huge experience in supporting startups. And I will make the connection with the next speaker, who's Tudor Gorcea. He comes from the entrepreneurial area, being the founder of the company TNT Computers in 2001. And I'm pretty sure that in 2001, Tudor had this information in regards of supporting startups by Orange. He for sure applied to this program. So Tudor will be our next speaker. He will share with us his journey from the graduation to the entrepreneurship. Also will be an experience from a startup point of view, and also adding some maturity on the path overall. So Tudor will share with us this presentation. We'll be in Romania, Tudor, as I
yes.
Receive the information. Good. So switch to Romania. Guys who are from other countries, just look to the slides. Will be quite explicit for you also. So please, Tudor.
Bună dimineața tuturor! Mulțumesc mult pentru invitație. Mă bucur să fiu la acest eveniment. Sunt cumva copleșit că am fost ales să prezint acest eveniment. Sper ca informațiile care pot eu să le împărtășesc studenților și absolvenților să fie de valoare. Sunt doar informații din experiența mea. Cum mai spus și înainte, într-adevăr, acum 20 de ani nu erau atâtea posibilități și oportunități. Țin minte când am început eu, aveam o conexiune dial-up care funcționa de la ora 1 la ora 6 dimineața și stăteam nopți întregi pe dial-up, cârâiam într-una cu modemul și trezeam pe toți din casă când se conecta. Lucru pentru care astăzi țin și prezentarea în română, pentru că nu am fost un tip care să învețe ce se preda, învățam doar ce îmi plăcea mie sau făceam doar ce îmi place mie, de aceea nici limba engleză, nici limba română nu am fost foarte prezent la orele respective. Lucru pentru care atunci când mă conectam la internet noaptea eram cu dicționarul lângă mine, pentru că nu înțelegeam mare lucru, pentru că totul era în engleză. În România nu prea erau pagini de internet atunci. Ce vreau eu să spun acum sunt câteva idei, o să le schițez așa pentru că am făcut facultatea de inginerie și se știe că la inginerie inginerul are o asemănare cu cățelul, amândoi au priviri inteligente, dar nu se pot exprima. Și atunci eu am ales întotdeauna să mă exprim simplu, cu liniuță și să fiu ușor de notat și reținut pentru toată lumea. Când am început eu afacerile, chiar nu știam în ce mă bag. Cred că am fost printre cei mai tineri, să zic așa, patroni din Sibiu. Am pornit compania când am terminat liceul, împreună cu colegul meu de bancă din liceu. Chiar am fost felicitați atunci că am fost cei mai tineri patroni, să zic așa, sau antreprenori din Sibiu. Bineînțeles că am avut tot felul de activități, softulețe, chestii minore care le făceam, până prin anul 2006, când am găsit o direcție, o nișă pe care am insistat și am început să studiez mai mult pe acea zonă și să dezvolt mai mult în acea zonă. Față de acum pot să spun că oportunitățile sunt mult peste, adică obții foarte ușor finanțări astăzi și asta încurajez pe toată lumea și încă un aspect foarte important astăzi, nu mai există acele granițe care înainte, și cel puțin acum 20 de ani, nici nu mă gândeam că pot ieși cu un produs internațional, să ies de pe granițele țării. Eram cumva fericit dacă reușeam să ies din județul Sibiu cu business-ul meu. Pe când astăzi totul se gândește la nivel mondial, ceea ce e foarte interesant și foarte important. Gândiți-vă că poți să ai o piață de 20 de milioane de oameni sau una de 6-7 miliarde de oameni. Deci e o diferență enormă. Cum am spus, am să încerc să povestesc experiența mea, cum am început. Sunt niște sfaturi care nu trebuie neapărat să le urmeze lumea, sunt doar ce cred eu că ar fi bine să țină cont lumea, de ce idei ar trebui să țină cont un antreprenor tânăr și fiecare ar trebui să decidă pentru el, pentru că vedem în zilele noastre că foarte multă lume nu mai trece informația prin filtrul propriu. Foarte multă lume se lasă influențată, ăla a spus, ăla a arătat, ăla a dovedit, dar nimeni nu gândește pentru el. Și asta este foarte important ca antreprenor, să nu te lași dus de ideile și de vorbele altora, să gândești tu, să filtrezi prin inteligența ta, în așa fel încât să-ți iei deciziile și să ți le asumi. Pentru că, ca și antreprenor, toate deciziile se vor întoarce asupra ta, dacă sunt bune și dacă sunt rele. Și atunci e bine ca tu să iei deciziile, nu altcineva. Ca un prim sfat care, să zic așa, îl dau tinerilor antreprenori, este să citească, să studieze. Scuze-mă un pic să dau drumul și la următorul slide. Este un lucru care eu nu l-am făcut la începuturi. Cum am spus, nu-mi plăcea să studiez nimica din ceea ce se preda la școală. Totdeauna citeam romane SF, extraterestri, nebunii de genul ăsta, chestii tehnice, nici de cum ce se preda la școală. Și ca un exemplu, în liceu, la limba și literatura română, eu din clasa 11-a n-am mai fost la nicio oră de limba română. Profesorul și-a dat seama că n-are nicio șansă cu mine, a văzut că am note bune la fizică, matematică, informatică, a zis, nici n-are rost să mai vii la ore, mă chinui pe mine și tu te chinui, du-te și fă ce-ți place. Și aceea a fost un moment important. Mi-a spus, du-te, fă ce-ți place. Și într-adevăr, când faci ceea ce-ți place, rezultatele sunt remarcabile. Nu mai simți oboseala, nu simți eșecul, pentru că întotdeauna vei avea puterea să te ridici și să începi din nou și să cauți o altă soluție, pentru că ceea ce faci îți place. Asta e cel mai important pentru un antreprenor când se apucă de zona aceasta de antreprenoriat, să facă ceea ce îi place. Dacă nu face ceea ce îi place, nu va reuși acel business, din punctul meu de vedere. Pentru că e un efort foarte mare la început când pornești o afacere. Nu e așa cum vedem la televizor, că umbli numai la cafele cu prietenii, chestii, mașini. Nu-i deloc așa. E de fapt mult mai multă muncă decât ca angajat, mult mai puțin bani decât ca angajat. Însă satisfacția asta a muncii și a faptului că faci ceva tu faci ceea ce îți place și creezi un produs, asta e priceless, să zic așa, face toți banii. Bun, revenind la partea aceasta cu cititul, cum ziceam, nu mi-a plăcut să citesc, nu mi-a plăcut să urmez anumite reguli și din cauza asta am dedus o chestie din nou la BAC, unde când a trebuit să dau BAC-ul am avut de 2 ori proba pe limba română, oral și scris, unde bineînțeles n-am obținut niște note remarcabile, lucru care a trebuit să trag apoi la proba de sport, să alerg ca un ogar ca să iau 10 să suplinesc notele slabe de la limba română. De unde am dedus eu că dacă nu înveți și nu te dezvolți, muncești mult mai mult și alergi mult mai mult. Și asta este foarte important de ținut cont, pentru că ecuația asta a câștigului, să zic așa, e destul de simplă. E valoarea ta per oră ori timp egal cât vei câștiga tu. Timpul cumva este o constantă, pentru că, hai să zicem, nu lucrezi 8 ore, lucrezi 10 ore, 12 ore, dar nu vei putea lucra 100 de ore pe zi. Deci timpul va deveni o constantă la un moment dat și este de fapt. Și singura variabilă pe care o putem noi modifica este cea a valorii noastre pe oră. Da, această valoare pe oră nu o putem modifica decât citind, investind în noi și învățând. Degeaba avem pretenții să câștigăm mai mult, pentru că nu se poate dacă nu aducem valoare mai mare companiei și clienților noștri. Eu, de exemplu, până pe la 35 de ani credeam că le știu pe toate. Aveam impresia cum fac eu, așa trebuie să se întâmple, așa e cel mai bine. Însă la un moment dat am ajuns la un palier în care business-ul meu nu mai creștea. Simțeam că rămâne constant, cifra de afaceri rămâne aceeași, aveam un flux așa de personal destul de mare și simțeam că ceva nu fac bine. Și am început să merg pe la, tot vedeam reclame de la speakeri din ăștia motivaționali, coacheri, și am început să umblu la seminarele lor, gen Laurent Soares, pe care îl recomand. Sincer, pentru startup-uri este foarte ok. De la el am învățat destul de multe chestii, dar până la un anumit nivel. Dar el mi-a deschis calea cititului. Pentru că la un moment dat, mergând la tot felul de seminarii de ale lui, primeam tot felul de informații, însă nu toate reușeam să le mapez pe nevoile mele și pe problemele mele. Și atunci, la un moment dat, mi-a luat inima în dinți și am scris: bună, Laurent, tot trec pe la seminariile tale și uite, am o problemă. Nu știu cum să fac business-ul, să trec mai departe, am problemele astea. Și el mi-a trimis o carte. Nu, nimic altceva. Mi-a trimis-o pe poștă, o carte serocopiată. Mitul antreprenorului. Chiar recomand să citească tuturor, pentru că la un moment dat toată lumea ajunge în situația aceea. Când tu, ca om tehnic, pornești un business, firma crește și tu trebuie să te transformi dintr-un om tehnic într-un lider, într-un manager și trebuie să te debarasezi de zona tehnică și aia e foarte greu pentru un antreprenor. Să treci la nivelul următor, să devii de fapt antreprenor și nu doar un om tehnic cu câțiva colegi lângă el. Un alt lucru important este că atunci când citești ceva, să găsești acele idei care se potrivesc ție și după ce citești să le și pui în practică. Degeaba tot citești și nu pui nimic în practică din ceea ce citești. De exemplu, citeam la un moment dat o carte, trebuia să învăț vorbitul în public. Nu sunt un foarte bun vorbitor în public și prin maniera creșterii firmei a fost tot timpul invitat la tot felul de seminarii, webinarii unde trebuia să prezint. Și mi-era foarte greu. La început nu puteam să zic mai mult decât mulțumesc și bună ziua. Foarte ori. Țin minte, primul speech trebuia să-l țin în fața tuturor primarilor din județul Sibiu. N-am putut decât să le zic bună ziua și mulțumesc. Tot ce mi-am pregătit de acasă s-a uitat, blank. Și atunci am zis că trebuie să fac ceva și m-am apucat să citesc despre vorbitul în public. Și că am citit câteva cărți, bineînțeles nu se prindea mai nimica de mine. La un moment dat, într-o carte, și nu glumesc, scria așa: încă mai citești această carte? Asta era pe la pagina 300. Și citesc și nu-mi dădeam seama ce vrea să zică. Și zice, dacă mai citești mult cărți din astea, nu o să vorbești niciodată în public. Du-te și vorbește în public. Pe cuvânt, așa scria în carte. Și atunci m-am dus la un curs de vorbit în public și, într-adevăr, după câteva ședințe, am reușit să trec de bariera asta și să pot să vorbesc în public. Și pentru vorbit în public chiar îl recomand pe Ovidiu Oltean, care e un tip senzațional, vicecampion european la vorbit în public, care el mi-a apăsat acel buton, să zic, care m-a făcut să depășesc acea barieră, temere de a vorbi în public. El mi-a spus foarte simplu, când vorbești în public, trebuie să vorbești despre tine, despre experiența ta. Dacă nu ai ce împărtăși din experiența ta, mai bine nu vorbi. Experiența ta îi va face pe oameni să fie atenți și să te urmărească. Dacă vorbești despre ideile altora, vei plictisi public. Și într-adevăr, așa este și de astăzi și astăzi am ales să vă povestesc despre experiența mea și cu exemple concrete, reale. Bun. Cum am zis,
te întrerup doar puțin. Apropo de vorbit și experiența de vorbit, pare că ai însușit foarte bine tehnicile din workshop-uri și cărți, doar awareness, 5-6 minute, da? În continuare.
Da, ok,
mersi. Stai liniștit, dai bătaie mai departe, faci foarte bine.
Da, înseamnă că trebuie să o iau așa pe repede înainte. Inginerește, da. Un alt lucru foarte important, care zic eu că trebuie să-l conștientizeze antreprenorii, este să ceară ajutor. Niciodată să nu se chinuie singuri, totdeauna să ceară ajutor pentru că îl vor primi. De totdeauna când am cerut ajutor, am primit. Și când am început afacerea, de fapt am început de la ideea unor oameni din primării care mă cunoșteau și ziceau că au nevoie de niște soluții software care să-i ajute. Și ei efectiv m-au plătit câteva luni în avans, au avut încredere în mine, m-au ajutat ca să le dezvolt softurile de care aveau ei nevoie. Și așa am început eu, cu o Dacia 1300 și cu 200 de euro împrumutați și 1000 de euro împrumutați de la cumnatul pentru un laptop și cam asta a fost. Și apoi 2 ani de muncă non-stop. Dar oamenii aceștia m-au ajutat, au avut încredere în mine, mi-au dat experiența lor în așa fel încât eu să o transpun în aplicații software și am reușit să ajung unde sunt acum. Deci fără ei cumva nu puteam. Bineînțeles că au fost mulți oameni pe parcurs care m-au ajutat, dar întotdeauna am cerut ajutorul, am prins curajul ăsta de a cere ajutor și să știți că e foarte important, pentru că îl vei primi. Și plus de asta, omului îi place să se audă vorbind și să ajute, să împărtășească din experiența lui. Dacă știi cum să-i cere ajutorul, îl vei primi. Și legat și de partea asta de citit, e mai bine să primești informații de la oameni care au trecut deja, să înveți cumva din experiențele lor. Adică sunt atâția oameni și care au scris cărți, gen Bill Gates sau eu știu, de ce să nu luăm câteva idei de la ei? Adică ei au ajuns undeva. Hai să luăm ideile de la oamenii care sunt dispuși să ni le ofere. Pentru că putem scurt-circuita anumite trasee și să ne fie mult mai ușor. Așa, pe repede înainte. Networking-ul. Eu zic că networking-ul este o chestiune foarte importantă într-un business. Degeaba ai produsul dacă lumea nu știe de tine. Degeaba existi dacă lumea nu știe despre tine și nu îți face alte conexiuni. Fără o rețea de networking va fi foarte greu să faci afaceri, pentru că afacerile se fac între oameni, nu se fac între logo-uri, între branduri, între corporații. Și eu, dacă nu am încredere în cineva sau cineva nu îmi inspiră încredere, nu voi face afaceri cu acea persoană, chiar dacă ea vine de la o companie de, miliarde de dolari. Nu mă interesează acest lucru. E foarte important să cunoști oameni, să ajungi în zonele unde ei sunt, bineînțeles, oameni de calitate, e bine să setezi niște repere umane, niște oameni care ți-e plac și care ai vrea să fii ca ei, dar bine, să fie și realiști. Aceste repere să fie realiste, nu Microsoft, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, adică oameni cu care tu poți intra în contact și de la care poți să ceri ajutor, de la care poți să ceri informații. Și alegând astfel de oameni te ajută pe tine să crești un pic mai ușor. pentru că meseria se fură, cum se știe. Tot prin networking îți vei găsi și parteneri de afaceri. Țin minte că fiind invitat la tot felul de evenimente de networking, odată am avut șansa de a prezenta o soluție de-a noastră. Era vorba de o soluție care digitaliza complet o primărie și toate fluxurile, adică un cetățean nu trebuia să mai meargă deloc la primărie. Țin minte că atunci, prezentând soluția asta, fiind acum 5 sau 6 ani, la un moment dat în sală erau și câțiva investitori. Și efectiv, după eveniment, au venit la mine și au început să se certe care să-mi ofere mai mulți bani ca să îi accept în business-ul meu. Deci, despre asta e vorba în networking. Dacă nu apuci să povestești ideile tale undeva, va fi destul de greu, o să mergi cu pași foarte mărunți. Astea sunt chestii care te vor ajuta să crești mai repede. Bineînțeles, există și incubatoarele de afaceri care funcționează cumva tot cam pe același principiu. Din nou, pentru un alt business am găsit, aveam o idee brevetată de câțiva ani, dar n-aveam timp să mă ocup de ea, să zic așa. Implementasem un proiect pilot, totul ok, ceva revoluționar de acum 4 ani și acum este încă revoluționar pe piață, dar nu aveam timp de el și nici banii să dezvolt produsul mai mult. Și la o bere, discutând cu cineva despre alte idei și alte chestii, cineva m-a sunat după o săptămână, care eram la bere cu o săptămână în urmă și îmi zice, uite, dacă eu ți-aduc banii necesari pentru business-ul tău, să-i dăm drumul la idee și eu vin și mă ocup de tot, tu numai să fii cu partea tehnică, ne dai 40% din compania ta. Păi, cum să nu? Vedeți? Deci din networking și discutând cu lumea ideile tale, dar bineînțeles nu foarte adânc, adică doar cât să le trezești interesul, poți să crești mult mai ușor și să dai de oameni care au bani și care sunt dispuși să investească în tine. Bun. Așa. Ferește-te de Oceanul Roșu. Ideea asta vine dintr-o carte, din Strategia Oceanului Albastru. O recomand tuturor să o citească. Este o carte care îți schimbă total viziunea despre business. Aș vrea să definesc un pic ce înseamnă Ocean Roșu, Ocean Albastru. Oceanul Roșu este, sau nu, mai bine zis, începem cu Oceanul Albastru. Oceanul Albastru este acea zonă sau acea piață care o creezi tu când vii cu ceva inovativ. Ești singurul pe piață, produsul tău este unicat, nimeni nu are ce ai tu și tu poți dicta prețurile, poți dicta condițiile și lumea cere acel produs. Bineînțeles că în timp concurența te va copia, pentru că e mai ușor să copiezi decât să inovezi. Și atunci concurența, depinde de domeniu, va reuși într-un scurt timp. Ne uităm și la iPhone, cât de repede a venit Samsung și a copiat iPhone-ul și poate l-a făcut și mai bun Samsung Galaxy. În toate domeniile se copiază și când zona aceasta devine aglomerată, să zic așa, sunt mulți concurenți care oferă ce oferi și tu, oceanul devine roșu, adică însângerat, devine un măcel și acolo nu mai dictează produsul și inovația și asta dictează doar prețul. Și e bine să te ferești de astfel de zone, pentru că tu ca startup nu vei putea face față unei companii foarte mari care intră și are o politică de prețuri agresivă. De asta este foarte bine ca tu tot timpul să inovezi, să dezvolți produse noi, să te diferențiezi. De exemplu, cum am avut noi succes pe piață, creând acelea softuri pentru primării. La un moment dat, studiind ce fac oamenii în primărie, am văzut, de exemplu, la contabilitate, ei făceau aceleași operațiuni repetitive, cont debit, cont credit și scriau de mână o droaie de operațiuni de nu le ajungea luna ca să termine situațiile pe o lună. Și am zis, măi, hai să creez un sistem, un soft, prin care să-i ajut pe oamenii ăștia, chestiile repetitive, să le transform în ceva mult mai simplu de operat. Și am zis, ce se schimbă de la o lună la alta la operațiunile voastre? Păi sumele și data, atâta. Și atunci am reușit să integrez în softul meu un algoritm și o idee prin care contabilul venea și spunea, avem o factură de la Electrica cu data și cu suma. Ok. Și softul făcea toate documentele pentru finanțe, pentru trezorerie, toate documentele interne, note contabile, totul în așa fel încât contabilul nu avea nimic de lucru. Atunci am creat practic un ocean albastru. Țin minte că era o contabilă în județul Sibiu care tot timpul toată lumea știa că este ultima la raportat la finanțe. Și dintr-o dată acea persoană cu softul nostru s-a dus și a predat prima. Tot județul a aflat. Cum de a predat acea persoană prima înaintea tuturor? Bineînțeles că au întrebat ce a făcut și ea a spus am folosit softul lui Tudor. Că așa mă știa lumea, nu știa TNT, știa Tudor. Și dintr-o dată lumea a început, toți primarii mă sunau pe mine, hai te rog, ia-ne și pe noi. Eu cu toate că eram un singur om, nu aveam departament de vânzări, nimic, creasem un produs care se cerea, o nevoie, am acoperit o nevoie. Și atunci aveam o vânzare foarte ușoară. Dacă clienții veneau la mine, nu eu trebuia să mă duc la ei. Deci asta este un ocean albastru și recomand tuturor să își creeze un astfel de ocean. Adică să nu încerce să copieze ceva și doar atât cu un startup. Bun. Un alt aspect foarte important în afaceri este să fii cinstit. Dacă nu ești cinstit, foarte repede vei fi dat deoparte, pentru că, cum am spus, networking-ul funcționează în toate direcțiile. Adică și dacă ești bun, se află repede de tine și dacă ești țepar, se află la fel de repede despre tine și nu vei putea rezista. Dacă odată ți-ai făcut un renume prost, nu vei mai rezista. Și plus de asta, ce ție nu-ți place, nu fă altuia. Adică dacă ție nu-ți place să iei o țeapă și cred că nimănui nu-i place să ia o țeapă, atunci nu o da nici tu mai departe. Și ca un exemplu pentru chestii de genul ăsta, la un moment dat discutam cu un investitor care vrea să investească într-o soluție de-a mea. Discutasem deja de câteva ori și la un moment dat a spus, uite, mă interesează și soluția cealaltă ta. La care i-am spus, da, pe soluția asta mai am un investitor și trebuie să discut cu el. La care el îmi propune, hai să trecem pe linie moartă firma respectivă și să facem cumva pe alta și asta e. Atunci le-am zis, nu fac așa ceva, nu pot să fac chestia asta, nu mă simt eu bine și nu e cinstit. Vă spun, atunci au ieșit oamenii toți din birou, au stat 5 minute pe hol, au povestit, s-au întors înapoi și au zis, de săptămâna viitoare vrem să creăm compania cu tine. Acela a fost un test, de fapt. Au vrut să vadă cum tratez eu parteneriatele cu alte entități, să zic așa. Deci, dacă nu ești cinstit, nu o să faci afaceri cu multă lume. Așa.
Tudor, o să te invit ca să te îndrepți ușor către finalul prezentării și poate să sintetizezi un pic, să sumarizezi următoarele slide-uri. Te rog. Mersi.
Ok. Întotdeauna când... Asta e o vorbă o frază care am văzut-o într-o sală de sport și mi s-a părut genială. O idee fără un plan e doar un vis. Dacă nu ai un plan, niciodată nu o să poți să ajungi la obiectivul setat. Și e foarte important ca obiectivul, planul care ți-l dezvolți să fie spart în bucățele atât de mici, în așa fel încât fiecare bucățică să fie foarte clară pentru tine. Adică să știi ce ai de făcut, cum ai de făcut și cine poate face acel lucru. Pentru că astfel vei putea ajunge la obiectivul mare. Dacă una din acțiunile mici nu ți este clară și nu poate fi făcută, tot planul se năruiește pentru că este o verigă din lanț care nu poți închide. Nu am să mai dau aici exemple și altele, am să trec mai departe la partea de aveți încredere în voi. Aveți încredere în voi, afaceri nu o să fie totul grozav, nu o să meargă întotdeauna bine. O să aveți și momente când lucrurile nu o să meargă deloc bine, dar trebuie să aveți încredere în voi că o scoateți la capăt și o scoateți la capăt. Cât timp suntem sănătoși, soluții se găsesc la orice problemă. Așa că nu disperați, nu vă fie frică de eșec și nu ascultați ce zic alții. Că era o vorbă, știți că oamenii slabi discută despre oameni, oamenii mediocri despre evenimente și oamenii isteți despre idei. Vorbiți numai cu oamenii isteți, ignorați pe ceilalți pentru că vă consumă timpul. Bun. Asta este cea mai importantă chestiune care trebuie să o atingeți, pentru că un business nu poate crește cât timp ești un șef. Asta mi-a fost mie cel mai greu, să ajung în faza în care să pot să deleg lucrurile în companie, să am încredere în oamenii de lângă mine și să nu fac micromanagement, adică să nu-i verific întotdeauna ce fac și cum fac. Și plus de asta să nu încerc să găsesc vinovați în cazul în care cineva greșește, ci să găsim soluții. Dacă ești orientat pe soluții, atunci întotdeauna vei avea o echipă orientată spre soluții. Dacă nu, dacă tu dai exemplu și cauți vinovați tot timpul în echipa ta, așa vor face și oamenii tăi și vor încerca tot timpul să se acopere și doar să găsească vinovați la problemele care vor apărea. Și acesta nu este un mediu sănătos, să zic așa, ca să dezvolți. Gândește că tu nu ești o mare companie, ești doar un startup cu 10 oameni, poate. Un om plecat din companie e 10% din companie, ceea ce poate dezechilibra compania. E foarte important să ai o echipă unită, o echipă fantastică care să fie cu tine, nu doar o echipă de mercenari care sunt acolo doar când e bine și când le e lor bine. De asta e bine ca să ai grijă de oamenii tăi, e bine să asculți de ei, să-i dezvolți și pe ei în egală măsură cum te dezvolți pe tine, să găsești locul potrivit fiecărui angajat, pentru că fiecare om e bun în felul lui și are un loc, doar că tu trebuie să-i găsești ca și lider, trebuie să-i găsești locul potrivit fiecărui angajat pentru ca el să-ți dea randamentul maxim și totodată el să facă ceea ce îi place. Că atunci când omul face ceea ce îi place, o va face fără niciun efort. Bun. Ajută și pe alții. La fel cum alții te ajută pe tine, ajută și tu pe alții. E o chestie ca și atunci când dai cadouri de Crăciun. Te simți foarte bine când îi ajuți pe alții, îți dau un sentiment așa de satisfacție. Să știți că de multe ori faptul că ai ajutat pe cineva îți dă o satisfacție mult mai mare decât o sumă încasată în cont. Cel puțin așa o simt eu și totdeauna încurajez pe oameni să nu muncească doar pentru bani și să muncească și pentru cei din jur, să-i ajute pe ei, să se simte și ei bine, să creeze un mediu sănătos și, bineînțeles, ajutându-i pe alții să creeze un mediu de afaceri sănătos și cinstit, corect și inovativ, va duce ca noi să avem o societate mult mai echilibrată și mai bună în viitor. Pentru că la un moment dat noi vom depinde de urmașii noștri. Cam asta ar fi prezentarea mea, cam astea ar fi ideile, sper că m-am încadrat.
Îți mulțumesc mult, Tudor, îți mulțumim pentru prezentare. O să continuăm și, evident, întrebările care ți sunt adresate ție le preluăm și le adresăm la finalul prezentărilor celorlalți colegi. Mersi încă o dată. So, switch in English again. We will continue our panel with the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Florin Păun. He's an innovation director, entrepreneurship coach, and theoretician of the evolution of the innovation models and tools for practice. So he will share with us some of his scientific researches. So Dr. Păun in this moment teaches his own innovation methods in international MBAs and master programs, and today he will present the link in between agility and human factor in entrepreneurship. So Dr. Păun, please start the presentation, and also I will kindly asking you to stay in time, so 20 minutes. I will be more than happy to see the presentation and all the information that you have there. I know there is a lot of complexity there, but using the agility concepts, for sure you will make it smooth and timeline, as I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mihai. Hello, everybody. I'm glad and honored to be here. It's the first Sibiu Innovation Day, so I really wished with all my guts to participate in this. It's Adrian Flora who corrupt me to be part, because he seen me last year at Cluj Innovation Days. First of all, I'm very impressed about the first two presentations, and my mind is going to a discussion I have with a friend of mine about what means life. And well, we acknowledge that life it's a game, and we are the lucky guys because we have a ticket to participate into the game. And then we say, well, okay, now we are in the game, what do we have to do? And first temptation is take advantage. Okay, benefit about being part of the game. And that's why I like mathematics, because they have a method to solve problems, which is the method to reduce everything to something which could be absurd. So let's make the hypothesis that everybody in the game will take advantage about the game, so then everything will collapse, which is easy to understand. Well, so this means that this is not a solution. So you cannot take advantage by being part in the game, or you cannot take only advantage. So then, well, 10% of the people still remain focused in this approach about life. 90%, the huge majority, try to be a good citizen of the society, so respect the rules, build a house, put a tree, made a well, have a kid, and so on. Respect the society, the rule, the laws, legal, and so the moral one. And only 1% of us are trying to, let's say, make better the game. So coming back, this was inspiring my thoughts. So Monica and Tudor. So Tudor, I will try to understand. Well, I'm very happy with the definition and the analogy between engineer and dogs. Now I understood why I like dogs so much. Indeed, as engineers, we cannot express so easy, but seemingly we have an intelligent look, I do hope, about. And I'm here to share in the most honest manner, cinstit, my experience and not the others. So I was looking on my slides, and only one of them are containing a definition related to innovation given by one of my teachers. All the others are my findings. So I'm going, and I will still stick in the 20 minutes presentation, Mihai. Agilizing innovation is my brand. Now it appears that I'm R&D director for SECAPEM, SECAPEM being a world leader in scoring and targeting system for jet fighter pilots. It's only one of my heads. I have multiple heads because 4 years ago I resigned from National Aerospace Research Center in France, where I've been innovation director, and I launched all the activities related to tech transfer, licensing, IP, and so on. Also, I launched the discussion probably of the panel. From the numbers that Monica presented, I've seen that we have 30 million euro per year in investment in startups. Well, if I'm comparing this with 1.4 billion in France, 11 billions in UK, and 7-8 billions in Israel, and 39 in States, we are far away. Monica spoke only about startup in IT. I wish to acknowledge the merit of Florin Șerban with Terrasinia, which is the European leader in space data applications, and he launched a company in Romania and developing Romania. Also, OGOR is doing, it's a spin-off from the Center of Earth Observation in University Politehnica. So what I want to highlight, we also need other startups in Romania, not only IT. So this is a long job to be done, but at least we could take an example from what happened in IT, and remember what I was discussing with Dacian Cioloș when he was prime minister at that moment and visiting France and École Polytechnique, where I've been invited as VIP alumni, and we discussed about the fiscalizing all the research in Romania. Well, at that moment, he lost his prime minister, so if you want somebody to shake hands with a prime minister and to fall down the prime minister, call me, because each minister I shook hand in Romania with him, 3 months after he was not in job anymore, so just a warning. I will skip very fast because some of the slides you've seen yesterday, but I will also introduce for the guys which were not there. So it's very important to understand that innovation is not invention. It's creativity plus value get it on. Value have 4 aspects: commercial, capital, access to resources, human capital. The last 3 are building the so-called dynamic capabilities, Amartya Sen, a Nobel Prize, which let you become value creator. Value could be material as so intangible, like IP, like information, like even stress avoidance. Value means everything what you do to make better the life of the others. So to ameliorate the game. Never forget this. As soon the game you are participating in, you are living, you are a lucky one, you have a ticket in this game, well, try to make better the game. And you win your day, your months, your years, your life. One important dimension while measuring innovation is the technology readiness level. So very fast, it's coming from space, and it was, let's say, as a compulsory instrument to measure advancing of the maturity of the technology, including for IT, including for biomedicine, and so on. So level 1, fundamental research, level 2, applied research, 3, proof of concept, 4, laboratory prototype, 5, robust design, 6, technological demonstration in operational condition, 7, industrial prototype, 8, setting the production in order to be able to build 10,000 times the same stuff with the same characteristics, and you are able to demonstrate in TRL 9 that all your products are respecting the norms, so thus you could be certified and have the right to sell. These are the numbers of ideas which led you on a potential product. Then the investment curve is going directly in the what is called Death Valley. So this is the paradigm of the innovator. We are all living in a valley of death. So the only problem we face is stage after stage, we need to take decisions in order to continue to invest. The major steps are here when something is getting out from laboratories. So it's not more an idea, it's already a proof of concept, okay? And you need to invest here the so-called seed money from the venture capital that Monica mentioned. I will say that Gapminder, it's a very interesting experimentation because they are venture capital, so they are normally investing after that the MVP was achieved, and even after you have had the first sales. But the European Bank of Investment obliged them to put a pocket of their investment fund in the so-called seed money, where the business angel normally are investing here. So with no technological proof, no technological demonstration, but a technological proof that something could work. This is very interesting, and they also have to set up an accelerator here, which is operating much more as let's say, an incubator. So the Techcelerator as a name it's a little bit tricky because it's not an accelerator, it is an incubator, but it's belonging to Gapminder in a way. And Christina Tonku, she's doing a very good job here with the accelerator. It is not for sure a competitor to Orange incubator, which is definitely something, a pearl in Romania, I will say. We need entrepreneur here. I highlight yesterday this very important role of being entrepreneurially minded. And when I was thinking to Tudor, what he present, his story, I remember what a professor in École des Mines in France who's teaching entrepreneurship, Thierry Veil, said that pour innover, il te faut des cancres, which means to innovate, you need the bad, between brackets, the bad students, the one who is in the back of the hall and he's only interested on some topics and some domains. He's not the best student. Generally, the best student, which 10 online at all the domains, well, he's not entrepreneur. He's a very good CTO, maybe. Okay. Now I put the TRL level down in order to understand who are the actors playing here. Until the proof of concept, you have public laboratories generally, or private laboratories for large corporations, and there they shook hands, they have common labs, and they are able to innovate from the idea to the market because they are covering all the technology readiness level chain. The best large industrials and corporations practicing the so-called open innovation model, they have technology scouting global, worldwide. They are looking for disruptions for other domains. It's what Orange Fab is doing, including in Romania with the startups locally here. And their mission here is to build technological demonstration in order to put them in competition with what is getting out from their own research laboratories, and the best will win, and they could inject it into the market. This is the job of a startup. He's taking an idea, eventually from a laboratory, and is making the technological demonstration. Then it is going by his own on a niche market, or may they make a venture with the big fellows on big markets, or they are acquired on big markets, like RAB. Okay, the example Monica mentioned, RAB was bought by Microsoft at that moment for $10 million, if I well remember. Everybody was satisfied, and then you understood that 10 million probably it was not enough. Well, it was the pioneering times in Romania related to startups and entrepreneurship. SMEs, we don't have to forget SMEs. The growth reservoir for economic growth in a country based on market economy, not planned centralized economy, are the SMEs, because they are going international. They are very local, so they could hire people here, but definitely they need R&D capacities. Again, in the same hall here, you have a problem of lacking the money for SID. The equity gap here is the famous business angel ticket, which is around 500,000 euro or dollars in average. For the .com, for IT, is less. It's around 100,000. For biomed, it's more. It's 2 million euro here. But definitely we need dedicated structures here to fill this gap between laboratories and industrials, including for large industrials. I will not speak about small and medium enterprise. These dedicated structures have to compensate these existing asymmetries related to information, to technological positioning, to risk culture. They are very risky here. They are not risky at all here. They have salary paid. They need to win money here on the right. And culture, really culture. This is workshipman, creator, and this is more predator, seizing all the opportunities. Now, if I'm contracting this, I will explain that these are the revenue curves, these are the expenditure curves, and these are the cash flow you will get from the revenue minus the expenditures, and you hope that the plus here is bigger than the minus in order to create the return on investment. Here we need tech transfer offices, incubators, business angels. Here we need venture capital in Serie A, so the Gapminder and the early game ventures introduced by Monica, and there are 3 others. And Monica, I wonder when we will convince the brothers Pavel from Dedeman that the investment fund, which is even bigger than the 2 other mentioned, could go not only for services, because they are investing in services because they know this market, but they could go for hardly, I would say, investing in technology, and not only in IT. Not only in IT. IT is very localized, of course, but it could go worldwide. We could lose the jobs created by startups here in Romania. See the UiPath and compare UiPath, the value and the number of jobs in Romania with Bitdefender. Florin Talpech is a good friend of mine. I know his fight for Romania. I know he also has offices all over in the world, but I know how many researchers he has in Romania. I know how good they are in artificial intelligence here, and so on. I'm much more looking on keeping the jobs in Romania and high added value jobs. And startup is not necessarily the best vector for economic growth. They are developing a lot, but in the worldwide economy, the dot-com startups are not localized at the end of the day. I know, as for example, UiPath has a massive amount of jobs in France, as for example. Maybe in Romania they still have more, but in the United States I even don't speak about how many jobs they have there. Well, that's life. He's not a critic. Daniel Dinesh is doing a very great job. He's developing the company. Small and medium enterprise are localizing the jobs here, like TNT, as for example. Scale-up accelerators, we don't have this in Romania. How to help them to scale up, to go from 10 guys to 100 guys in 2 years. This is very difficult. The only scalerator I know very good in the world are based in Israel, even not in the United States. And by the way, speaking about scale-up accelerator, I was wondering why SciScale could not join the Space Endeavor program I was launching together with the IoT Tribe for the acceleration program of the IoT Tribe. It's a tribe in IoT in Europe with more than 300 members in alumni. And SciScale, they were very interesting. Ovidiu was, okay, I'm coming. And then he told me that no, because the Orange is really hardly soliciting him. So now I understand why they could not join the IoT Tribe Acceleration Program. Congratulations, but I was ready to help them to go for more than 100 jobs in less than 2 years. Cross fingers for them that they will work. Suggested tool to compensate these asymmetries. I create the demand readiness level. I'm sorry, I'm one of the guys which are a knowledge about, let's say, his power to transform concepts in practice and reality, and also being inspired about practice and reality in order to create concepts. This was coming like this. The demand readiness level is completing the technology readiness level by introducing the occurrence of a feeling, something is missing. Then I identify my specific need. Then I am able to identify the expected functionalities which will answer, which will fulfill this need. Then I quantify and prioritize the expected functionalities. I identify the entrepreneur who could translate functionalities into needed capabilities. When I break down the capabilities and competencies and resources, identifying the expert, possessing the competencies. Hey, I'm happy, they are inside in Orange or not. They are in Bitdefender, no problem. We could make a partnership, or they are in a startup, as Monica said, good. Or they are in a laboratory in University Lucian Blaga, so on, okay? And then we build an adapted answer to the market. And as soon you have this sum bigger than 9, you could go, I would say, blind eyes, because it will gonna work, okay? This become a tool to investment for a lot of venture capital funds in Europe, across Europe, I would say, Germany, England, France. And this became also a kind of tool which was generalized and amplified in innovation readiness diagram by the European Innovation Council. If I'm putting this in 2 dimensions and I'm putting only, you see lab demo, state here, field demo, and then certification, and here functionalities, capabilities, you could have a diagram on action plans, how to continue. Okay, so here suppose that you are at a higher level of demand readiness level, so your need is mature enough, you understood what you need, and there you discover that you don't have technology existing. Well, this is for the internal R&D to be carried, or you outsource the R&D, but you will take control of the IP that you pay for. On the opposite, you have a very good maturity in technology, but you don't have demand. Well, just to ask you, what the hell are you doing here? Who invest until there with no application? So it could happen. At Onera, we had this problem because we developed something for Airbus, and when we reached the tech demonstration, Airbus said, well, you know what, I'm not interested anymore. So there I had to search for cross application, and I also I did the marketing for the IP we created, and finally we sold the patents to a patent wall by promoting them on a tech platform. Again, here it's a little bit downer. There you need to build your business plan and the model and the business model for your product or service. And you also have to do a SWOT analysis with the technology you are creating for the market you are envisaging. Again, here this is the place for collaborative R&D. What is red, it's for laboratory. What is blue, it's for industry. Search for application sales partners, identifying application, and so on and so on. Here it's a miraculous innovation because you don't have functionalities, you don't have a need, you don't have technology, so it's simple salary to be paid to your researcher, but I don't believe too much in an innovative product or service. Here is the place to buy a license, okay, and here is to invest in tech demonstration, but you need to already negotiate an exclusive license or to own the IP, which was already demonstrated in laboratory, not on field. And again, this could lead you to first sales, okay? And of course, here on the left upper corner, you are in a market pool-driven innovation process. On the right down corner of the diagram, you are in a technology push process. On the right upper corner, you are not alone. You are at least 2 partners. And on the left down corner, you could be alone, okay? This diagonal from left upper corner to down right corner is a limit, a diagonal between the transactional-based innovation, you are 2, and the self-innovation. Well, concomitancy and innovation occurrence.
Sorry,
now,
I
yes.
will just raise the awareness that you have 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay,
so,
in 2 minutes I'm finishing.
Thanks so much.
you are not more in a value chain distribution, you are distributing value in a tree. This is related for aircraft, operation, airline, so 4% is going for the airport, 7% is going for the Airbus, 10% for services, 15% for maintenance. I was keeping 2 cents here for the National Aerospace Research Center in France. Then this is connected with automotive, with agriculture, with energy, with financial service. And of course here, as orange it is in telecommunication and data and informatics, this is a tsunami, the digital tsunami impacting all the economy. And this is a mango forest which is distributing value, so the money is getting like a rain upper level and is going to feed everybody with some water, with my 2 cents here. And why it's an enchanted forest, I will say, as soon you turn the head and you look again, you could see that something moved here. Somebody become a supplier for somebody else in another tree. Why? Because this is the open innovation model. So at the right, it's you put idea into a funnel and you advance on TRL in order to reach a market. Okay? This was the funnel 10 years ago in Airbus program management. Now the funnel is not more like this. It's full with holes. Everybody could get into an existing program to help you to reach the target faster, or even your own research teams could get outside to make a startup in another domain, which will help you to reduce the time of development, the cycle of development for your product to reach the target, or they could get out, okay? I have some examples of impacting. So the most easy to understand is you take Amadeus, which is selling tickets with 2.5, when Airbus is waiving only 7. Onboard connected parts for cars, okay? You don't have an onboard connected pad, tactile. You don't sell any more car. Quan Kubit's a friend of mine. He's the king of prediction. Life in mango forest, you need to become agile. Production is like a rowing team, perfect jesters, Olympic champions. Demonstration, it's a rafting team. Exploration, treasure hunters. Fast environment and tools learners. Fail fast, fail cheap, try again for the demonstration team. And how big is the speed to adopt another technology. Thank you for your attention. I was finishing my presentation.
Thank you so much, Florin. It was, wow, a lot of concepts. I like this idea of scale-up accelerators, which is linked with the other presentations with of our colleagues. Innovation in a push-up, in a fast-forward scaling from an idea to a business, complex business. And we'll go further with the other speaker, and I will invite the people who is in this meeting to put their question. And as I mentioned already, at the end of the session, we will hopefully cover all the questions here in the panel with the colleagues that are speakers here. So next colleague in the list, next speaker, Cătălin Mihacha. He's senior executive in engineering, delivery and IT compliance, experience in project management, delivery management, process management, and strategy. So Cătălin will share with us the difference between SAND and SAM. And I'm very curious to see this difference in the entrepreneurship environment. So Cătălin, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mihai. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, let me know if you see it.
Yeah, it's fine, it's good.
Okay, super. So thank you a lot for the introduction. Thank you a lot to all the colleagues. I believe that we have a lot of very good learnings, and what actually it's quite nice to see that we are seeing the same message from all the speakers. So the directions are identical in terms of entrepreneurship, in terms of the tools, methods, books, in terms of how the startup community in Romania should be and so forth. So what I would like to share is a little bit my experience in terms of the difference between SID and semantic entrepreneurship. And I came up with this idea, with this point actually, and this name of the presentation to the conference, because I was actually thinking about a question which I was put by a professor when I was attending an executive MBA, and asked me, why do I want to go there? And what I realized is that even if I have 17 years of experience to IT area, there was a lot of knowledge which I ramped up and I learned, but there was just sand between those bricks, when I was developing myself. And I was thinking, okay, how I could put more cement between the bricks in order to have the house standing to the winds, to the business domain, to the situations which are currently happening into the last 2 years. And of course, with that said, I would like to share my experience, especially into the last 2 years, starting a new business in 2019. Actually, 2020 was the first time when we started the business. We had the first employees, and then we are growing together. So a little bit about me again. A lot of functions, a lot of areas, some knowledge. I also graduated to the computer science. Professor Adi Florea was one of my professors, together with Professor Brad. So I was actually learning a lot from them from the university, and I thank you for that. And yeah, that's just my professional experience. But some more thoughts about me. So again, what I realized within my experience is that actually one of the things which is essential, not just in business, but for each one of us, is actually to be focused on continual learning and development. So to learn a lot. And I was thinking about what other people are actually saying about learning, and I just found some good quotes which are very relevant, like wisdom is not a product for schooling, but a lifelong attempt to acquire it. So to learn, to develop the passion for learning, if you do that, you will never cease to grow. So the final point, and of course, Peter Drucker, we now accept the fact that learning is a lifelong process and keeping abreast of change. And the most pressing task is to teach people how to learn. And I believe that this is there is a time, like all of the participants to the panels, what we are doing right now, we are sharing our knowledge. And we are sharing our knowledge through our experience. And I believe that that's very important. And I'm very glad that we have such an event in Sibiu, the Sibiu Innovation Day, where we actually could share the knowledge, our experience to the community. Moving forward, I was just thinking again, what is an entrepreneur, right? So and thinking about me, what is an entrepreneur? And yeah, the definition which I found is, again, a person who organizes and operates a business, taking on greater than normal financial risk in order to do so. So there is one point which I was actually thinking about me becoming an entrepreneur, and realized that actually I was reaching an age where I had the right financial stability in order to do some risk. But going a little bit in the past, I was thinking, what if I would start a business when I had 20 years old, when I actually graduated in the university, where at the moment in time, you do not care about too much financials. So again, what you care is to have a good computer, to have a good place, and to start doing some coding, start to doing some development. And I believe that this is what is important to support, especially the universities, to develop entrepreneurship. And that's actually a key topic, which I would say that it's something where we shall invest in the future. Of course, the word entrepreneurship carries with ambition to change something, like thinking a little bit about Elon Musk, right? He wanted to buy a Porsche. Nobody wanted to sell the Porsche and wanted to get a better car than a Porsche. So he did it. So again, solving an ambition, having an ambition, do a change, and so forth. And yeah, in order to help a little bit the students and also the community, I was thinking, okay, let's start to ask some questions, and ask some of my youngest colleagues, actually, what do they think in terms of the, starting a business? How do they could start thinking globally? How they could actually start acting locally? And they came up actually with a set of challenges for me. And I was doing this exercise, and what they came up with some interesting points. So they started to say, okay, when starting a business, they have the following questions. What is next out there? You know, I'm young. What is next out there? What should I be doing everything in order to collaborate with people? How should I develop a network? How should I create some more traction? Yeah. From where should I start? What should I be looking for? Do I need help actually in order to start the business? Should I do it? Should I start the business by myself? You know, should I get in touch with more experienced people? Should I go to Orange? Should I go to GetMind in order to get some more expertise? And yeah, how can I develop my business? You know, is it enough to just have an idea, start something? And what about developing the business? How about scaling the business, especially into this, you know, situation? The pandemic situation was actually discussing with other executive colleagues. You know, all the businesses were actually focusing in 2020 for resiliency. You know, just few business folks started to focus and to develop to actually focus on starting a business, being agile, adapting themselves to the context and so forth. And of course, one of the final points is that, is there any formula to do that? How you could do that? So starting from this idea, you know, I came up with some points, you know, some points where you are developing yourself and you are putting some cement, and then you are continuing to learn until you're going to reach a level where I would say that you are mature enough and you have that wisdom that Albert Einstein was actually talking about. The first step is actually, you know, all these questions to be put down into a sum up into some bricks. And the first brick is, again, you are young and you are at work. So yeah, from where should I start? How should I start? What should I be looking for? What should I do next? And these are the challenges where many times when you want to start a business, you have, right? So, and I came up with some solutions, some key points. And of course, there is a lot of text on the presentation, but I was thinking that why not sharing this presentation with the students, right? So to get some tools, to get some models, to get some different thinking in terms of developing the idea. So the first point is, when we are talking about where should I start, just put your creativity in practice, define your idea, you know, or other ideas, you know. But one important point is, when we are thinking about idea, is to use different tools, right? So like the divergent thinking, when we are using our imagination, you know, asking great questions. Again, a great book, because we talked about books at some point, you know, in order to get great answers. So in order to receive an answer. Also, another point is, when we're thinking about ideas, to have convergent thinking, starting from the logic. So using the logic, you know, having some facts put down on the table, and then getting some answers. Working on the table. So many times we are having some talks, but we never work, you know, like going into a meeting room or going somewhere and start to draw on the table and put your ideas down in order to see things in perspective. Another important point is do an ideation exercise, you know, with some friends, you know, by doing brainstorming techniques, brain dumping, brain writing, you know, brain walking techniques, just move around. I learned from one of my managers at some point that after each meetings, I should have 50 minutes of work just to think about what was discussed into that meeting, you know, to get some important points. And asking some important questions, you know, what problems are we solving? What are the needs on the market? You know, how do I co-create new needs? Thinking about what is happening in terms of technology, a lot of good, successful startups are actually ones which co-created a new need, right? And see what you came up with. Is it a product? Is it a service? Do a market research, you know, to see, is there already a product on the market? What are my differentiators? Start to do a prototyping, build an MVP, build a minimum viable product. And the most important thing is, do not stop and continue to developing the idea. Good ideas are not coming from the beginning. There is no magic sorcerer there which has an idea, you know, and thinking about even the agile networks technologies, it came up in time. So we worked with the idea for almost 1 year. and developing the idea and things, finding solution, and finding how we're gonna, you know, sustain from the financial perspective our idea. And one of the most important things which I believe it's essential into the Romanian market is actually how you change your mindset. Right now, our mindset is somehow more like programmed to think in terms of risks and what is not working first, rather than to thinking in terms of what are the opportunities there. When you have this mindset change, you know, thinking about what are the opportunities which I could find on the market, then that's a point where you start to come up with good ideas because you see the opportunities rather than the risks all the time. But then, okay, you are young, you are tutor, you know, you came and you put some cement, you ask some questions. So it's not like you came up with the idea and just let's do it, you know. You start to ask the questions. Asking questions is very important all the time to whatever thing you are doing. And asking the right question is another important point. Now, when we talk about you have the courage to start your business, what does it mean, you know? What does it mean? I have the idea, what next? Do I need help? Should I get in touch with people with more experience? What should I do? And I like what Professor Poon actually put down, and the idea is the same, you know, understand first that innovation is not just new ideas. It's not just having a new idea. It's also a lot of internal resources, external network. So identify your team, right? Identify what you require in terms of resources. What skills do I need? What software do I need? What hardware, if you are talking about the IT business? And start doing the implementation, which is the hardest. I saw a lot of businesses which have a good idea, but you know, from the idea to the results is a long path, and it's bumpy. So it's going to be bumpy. The point is, how much time do you like to spend? And there is a statement which I received by someone, I believe 4 or 5 years ago, and I was asking, okay, what does it mean to be an entrepreneur? And actually it was from Bogdan Iordake. So, and Bogdan actually said, you could work whatever 24 hours you want. You know, it's up to you. So it's a little bit more than just I have a new idea and you know. So it's putting in practice, finding your internal resources, external network. Also using some good tools like a business model canvas. It's a very good tool where you could identify good questions, right? So what is your value proposition? What are your key partners? You know, and we're talking about what is the value proposition. What value do you deliver for your customers? You know, what customers' problems are you resolving? What products are we actually offering? And more important, to what customer segments? What is your customer segment? You know, also think about key partners. You know, Tudor said at some point that he had a good idea, and at the beer he found a friend who said, I could invest the money if you give me 40% from the company. Find your partners. What are your key partners? You know, what are the key suppliers which you are having? You know, what are the key resources that you would like to acquire from the customers? You know, what are the key activities that for your value proposition, for your idea, for your value to the market? What are the distribution channels? You know, you have a good idea, perfect, but how are you going to distribute that to the customers? Are those customers already established? You know, what are the customer segments? Also, the customer relationship is very important, you know, especially at the beginning of the business, you know, and establishing a trust level environment, which everyone was talking about, it's key to set up a very good customer relationship. I saw actually a good startup from Sibiu where one of the founders actually sent the email, but to all the people which are using the service, which is great, which means that they actually care about their business. Then looking about the channels, what channels you're going to use in terms of the customer segment, how you're going to reach to the customer segment and customers which you want, and what channels you are using, how you are reaching them. You know, is it face-to-face communication, which is not happening right now? Are you using digital channels? Are you doing digital marketing? So good questions to ask actually, but most of very important, which a lot of young entrepreneurs do not put, is what is your cost structure? You know, What are the most important costs in your business model? Are the cost of the people? Are the cost of the licenses? Is the cost of the software which you're going to develop? Is the cost of other equipment which you might buy? So those are important things to consider. And finally, it's actually the revenue stream. You know, you're going to build a good product, good service. The question is, how are the customers willing to pay? You know, what they are currently paying for. How they are currently paying, you know, is that something which I could see different? Like there was a good startup 10 years ago, Stripe in the States, where actually they did not do magic, but that just changed the way how they were billing their clients. Rather than take money for each transaction, they say, let's put the transaction into a batch and then just bill the clients based on the batch. And they were making a very good profit from that margin, just because they changed the way how they bill the customers. So all these questions are things which you should consider at the moment when you are starting your business, not just go with the idea. Now, of course, by putting these questions, you are adding more cement, right? And then the question is, okay, you have the energy to develop the business, but what next? You know, how can I develop my business more? What does it take? Is there a formula? Well, one important point from my experience, actually, and I believe everyone's, is that the people are the core of the company. Business is done with people and for people, as also mentioned by some of my colleagues. So develop, understand that they are the core of the company, they are the core of the business, and develop the business with that. Of course, define your company vision, mission, cultural values. That's very important because you're going to start hiring people. And if you start hiring people, based on what values you're going to hire those people, you know? Another important point is define your brand. Be different and go for uniqueness. And I was searching a little bit and say, okay, how was Apple actually looking initially when they started the business? How is actually their brand changing in time? How is Microsoft? How is Xerox actually changing their business? So they changed the business a lot. They changed the way how they do the business. They changed the way, and that way was actually reflected into their logo, into their brand, you know? Because many times you are seeing the brand rather than the people behind that. And of course, another important point is start preparing for the future. And by that, it's not just it's good to read books and so forth, but just thinking about what training could I get, what programs. I saw very good entrepreneurs from Sibiu where I was meeting with them, and some point they say, I have this consultancy team coming to help me develop my business. Go and search for help, you know, and think about how you could lead the people into the organization, you know, because that's one important point is to understand your colleagues, yeah, to have rational thinking when you are taking that decision, to be agile, especially into the current context. Agility is one of the key important elements identified by all the executive guys. More understanding the business and like macroeconomics. Is macroeconomics important? Yes, it is. If I want to do business with China, could I do it? Are there any taxes? What are the relations between that? Understanding what are competitive advantage. Mona was saying at some point, do good, actually, what you are good at. Continue that. Continue to do and invest a lot in what you are good at. And that's one important factor. Also start to learn a little bit about accounting and financial management principles. You know, is accounting important? Yes, it is. Because the accounting information is giving you a good view in terms of where your business stands at a certain point in time, you know. And take a look over your revenue, take a look over your variable cost, you know, and take a look over your contribution margin, fixed costs. Start to learn some concepts in accounting, but also in financial management, because it's not enough just to have, I have an accountant, I provide the bills, and she will do something or he will do something and so forth. No, it's not enough, because one of the important things into business is also the revenues. Yeah. What are the revenues which business is actually developing? but also be open to change. That's another point. It's many times we saw businesses which failed, and I believe Kodak is the perfect example. Well, Kodak was the good example, right? Where they did not accept it, the digitalization of the photo industry, right? I say, yeah, we are good at. Learn from these mistakes, learn from this example, and be all the time open to do change. And also understand the marketing, how marketing works. Right now, if you are thinking to start a new business without digital marketing skills, we're going to be very hard, because it's not just going and, I meet with some people, but it's more. It's build your brand, build your digital marketing channel, establish your digital marketing channel. And there are very good tools, right? LinkedIn right now is very good. LinkedIn Sales Navigator is a very good tool for developing your business into the digital era. And also important, learn how to use your intuition. If you have a feeling, then just go for it. And of course, as previously mentioned, never forget that it's a lot of hard work. 24 hours you could work, and you could start at 9, you could end at 9, you could end at 10, you could end at 11. So that's going to be a lot of hard work. Now, is that enough to develop your business? No, I would say that not, right? And another important point is, again, you are starting to develop your business, but right now it's more about stabilization of business, because you could not go to the same piece. It's you are starting the business, you are getting some contacts. The point is right now to trust and to collaborate with the people as well. So to start building a trusting relation. So you have a client. After 1 year, you should start thinking more about how you could develop more business with that client. And focus about farming activities. That's key, that's important. This is what we are doing. So focusing on farming activities. So develop your own network, it's a key important thing, right? Because business is done with and for people. Hire professionals. Another important point is, I do not want to hire that person because it's very expensive. Well, let's be honest, you are an entrepreneur, you have your own company, you're going to hire people which could be more expensive than you. Get used to that, right? So hire more people which are better than you, and just learn from them, learn from them. Because it's good to have good people from which you could learn. Understand the importance of each department into the company, and thinking a little bit, discussing with different people, colleagues, and so forth. How important is marketing into a company? Is it important? Yeah, very important, because it's about your brand, your employee brand, your company brand, about your business brand. All that is very important. So marketing is an important tool, and more important, how you're going to do it into this context. Continue your preparation. So do not stop preparing yourself, because you never know. You could go, you will need a lot of skills into the operational management. You have a client, and we have a client, we said, well, guys, to do business with you, we need you to be ISO 9001 certified. Perfect. What about ISO 27001, which is security? Perfect. That's a lot of operational management. That's a lot of understanding how you could put down your processes part, what tools you could use. Many times into startups and companies is, well, but I do not know what my responsibilities are. Did you build a RACI there? Do you have a RACI? Do you have a skill matrix there? To know what you are good at? So those are some important things which you should consider. Also, capacity management is important. Could I go to that client? Do I have the right capacity? Do I have the right skills? Where should I look for for those skills? Another important point is all the time think, if you're a technology company or not a technology company, digitalization is key, right? So it's put that COVID actually forced company to move to the digital era, right? I was hearing somebody even about the education, some good things, like everyone was thinking from 2011 about digitalization of education. Another important point is the change management. So, an organization which is not willing to change all the time and to develop and look at the development yearly, and if you do not want to change yourself and to invest in yourself, then that's pity. Another important point is developing your business and stabilizing is, what is the base for which you are taking decisions? From where do I get the facts? I was participating to a meeting yesterday, and somebody said, yeah, guys, but in order to take the decision, I need facts, I need data. So data analysis skills, BI systems are key for the future. Take decisions based on the data. And of course, because we are talking about clients and we're talking about people, negotiation, conflict management, it's key. But also another important point is that to define your key performance indicators, monitor the companies through numbers, look at employee satisfaction. Look at employee satisfaction all the time, not just, okay, one-to-one meetings is good, but look over, get different methods to understand how the employees are standing in your company. Look at your revenues or your client base. How many clients do you have? Look at your cash flow all the time. Cash flow is an important aspect. It's a good idea to go with the new accelerator, but the point is, what is more important for me? Revenues, cash flow to sustain the business, right? Look at your customer satisfaction all the time. And another important point, which I saw a lot of managers and also entrepreneurs, is that they have an internal sparring partner. They have internal sparring partners, to develop their business. Have somebody with you which you could show your thoughts, show your ideas, have a different view, right? Have a different view. Moving a little bit forward to stabilizing the business, another important point of a leader is actually that you should emphasize about the community, right? So what is important?
I will just make you aware that
I'm just finishing.
another 2-3 minutes, please.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So another important point is actually that do not forget about having an innovation mindset in terms of business, experience, technology. Change your mindset. Continuous adapting your business. Be all the time open to change. But also one important thing is be resilient. And this statement, do well what we know how to do well, improve it, and then do it over again. It's an important statement. And also think about the following. We have all two great gifts, our mind and our time. It depends on us what to do with them, right? So that's an important point. And here it's actually, you are building up, these are the steps to develop yourselves. These are the steps to develop yourselves. And when this is how actually you could put some cement between the sand which you have. But another point which I want to emphasize, actually, all the time take a look over a mentor. Find the mentor of your business, right? Find the mentor which will help you share his experience, show you how to delegate, show what hard work means, to offer you guidance. And there are very good examples of big entrepreneurs which had a good mentor, right? And Richard Branson had a very good mentor, also Steve Jobs, it was Mark Zuckerberg which was having Steve Jobs as a good mentor, right? So the second, there is one statement, important one, the hidden secret of a young entrepreneur is seeking out great mentors. Just to conclude to my presentation in few points. So first point is be creative and never forget to innovate. Never stop learning, not just developing your soft skills, but also hard skills. And when you start, do not stop. I like what Mr. Florin Pon said, fail fast, start again, experience a lot, right? Look for people smarter than you and have no fear that they're going to take your business. Learn from them. Embrace agility. Agility is the future. Be like a bamboo. See the opportunities rather than the risks. Seek for guidance, a sparring partner, seek for mentorship. All the big leaders and all the big successful people had a mentor. And, as one of my mentors actually said, think that first you are a manager and you are developing later as a leader. Because I see a lot of people saying, yeah, I'm a leader. Develop on that. And of course, another point is never forget to have the blinders off. Look in perspective. Do not look narrow. Look in perspective. Develop yourself and get the blinders off. With all that, I conclude my presentation and my points. Thank you for this. And yeah, I also thank you to all my mentors. There are just few: Mircea, Luci, Vali, Christy, Jürgen, Cătă, Simon. Thank you for all the mentors. And yeah, I hope that my sharing was good for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Cătălin. Inspiring. And a lesson of entrepreneurship, how to be in this, how to say, with this hat in a nutshell somehow. And now it's my turn. I will hopefully use only 10 minutes from the time that I have in upfront. So since all my colleagues here in the session, they are presenting about entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship it's linked mainly with the private companies, with one guy that had an idea and tried to get on board some other guys in this process in order to see the idea in practice. I'm representing the perspective of a company that it's linked with the corporation field. So I will speak in the perspective of Continental Automotive Systems, a large company in Sibiu with 4,000 employees, and at Romanian level with almost 20,000 employees. And yeah, our experience here in a large-scale organization, it is quite the same. We need creativity. We need to how to say, emerge ourselves in developing new things and also being careful with the final product in order to deliver the best product that can be designed for the clients at the end. And to do so, for sure, we need skills. And to cover the skills and grow the skills that are needed in order to provide all these things, you need money. And when we talk about money, for sure, anytime you need to put all the priorities on the table and decide. And sure, skills are very important, and time to time you need to be creative and find resources to cover the needs, even though maybe inside your organization you didn't find the all you needed for covering this in terms of budget. So our experience and what I will share with you is our journey in regards of working with EU funds, and somehow was like great matching in between our need and the context that arrived in 2020. I will share also my screen to see what I am talking about. Okay, so our experience was quite simple. In 2019, summer was end of summer, we tackle a little bit this area of founding the training area in the company here in Sibiu location, and at that point we see this opportunity for us to access some new funds and to cover the needs of growing the skills and competencies, and not only skills and competencies, but also the awareness and knowledge of our colleagues in the leading roles in the organization. And at that point, we see that there it is an opportunity in the market for us, and the next step was to design our business case. And with this business case, based on figures, needs, and also partnerships that we need in order to deliver this project, I start searching for internal sponsors, since I had the idea and I was the project manager for this implementation. And by finding internal sponsors, I mean presenting the business case to the top management and GM of our organization here in Sibiu, and to have the buy-in of these guys in the decision level management positions in order to go further with this idea. And then the next step was to not stopping, as my colleagues in the previous speeches invites you to not stop. So I was go further after a few ping pong sessions, let's say, with my colleagues in the top management area. I convinced them that there is an opportunity, there will be some cost in terms of money and work related, let's say, consumptions, but at the end of the day will be a gain for all of us. And then I go further, we apply, and we luckily win the grant for this project, and we start the implementation. And the process was, let's say, was not simple. Was like any founding project. You need to have a lot of bureaucratic stuff in the back, but at the end, with a good plan, do, check, act, you can manage the things. And lucky me, beside the ideas, I also have great colleagues near me, and with my colleagues in the training team, we manage everything as we planned, and we how to say, manage the implementation of the project. On the other hand, another point that was very important for us in this project was not only to plan and do the stuff, but also to communicate the things in many directions. Upper level in the organization to the internal sponsors in regards of how the process was going. Let's say horizontally, communicate the status of the projects. We were very closely in touch with the finance department, and spread the information in the location in order to create awareness about the project and attract subscribers in the sessions, in the training sessions that we have managed at the location level. And not in the last part of the stakeholders, also to get in touch with the government agency that provide us money. So we are very in a close relation with these colleagues from the government area, administrative area, to share our needs and understand their needs in order to have a very smooth implementation of the project. And for sure, at the end, the follow-up meaning follow up with the organization, provide them information with the implementation and stuff like that, and also follow up with the government institution in regards of documentation, bureaucracy aspects, and diverse audits on different topics. The project was implemented for 12 months. We started in 2020, 14th of June, and ended this year, June 2021. We started with this purpose to have in target 235 employees and to provide training on different topics like project management, entrepreneurship training, diverse trainings on different areas like emotional intelligence with this Blue EQ, healthy leadership, public speaking, stuff like that. And also we want to get out from our silo and to have a leadership conference customized for our leaders with different speakers from different areas outside Conti, outside Continental, in order to understand different views and gain different perspective in regards of how to lead, how to manage the things inside our organization. And what we achieved at the end was stuff like that. So we covered 21 training topics on leadership area. We had more than 460 participants in our sessions. We received from the budget we spent in this period of 7 months of implementation almost 300,000 euro as a total investment, from which half we received back from the government. And overall, we managed these investments in 312 days of training with more than 760 participations in different sessions. So that was the perspective, and that was the KPIs of this project. And for sure, one thing that we want for quite some time and was in our needs for a few years in the back was to have this leadership conference for our leaders with different speakers, as I already mentioned, from different industry. And with this project, we also find a resource in speaking in terms of money to manage this, and was quite a huge event for our location, and also for our colleagues from different other locations that were invited to participate. We had a panel of 5 participants, speakers in this conference, like the country manager from Google. We have the rector of Babes-Bolyai University. We have an international speaker in leadership. We have an expert in management 3.0 and agility, and also senior manager in Formula One. So I will let the last part of my presentation with some images, and let's start. Good. So thank you for assisting my presentation. And we still have, I guess, 10 minutes. And I will use this time for inviting my colleagues, my previous speakers in this session to offer their perspective in regards to some of the questions that we have here. So for the next 10 minutes, let's say, I will invite for each of the speakers up front of me for respond to one question for around 2 minutes each. And I will start for sure with Monica. Monica, hope you can hear me.
I'm here, yes, Mihai.
Great. So you talk about this innovation environment, and I will have a question here, and that question is: what are the human factors that can lead an innovative startups from success to fail? Because you said that you see hundreds or thousands of businesses that today are in the race level, and tomorrow will be down.
Yeah, so I think this happens if you don't build on a strong structure. If what you're doing has success out of luck, out of being lucky to be on the right time in the market with a decent enough product, you may go up and then start going down. As Tudor, I think, was mentioning the blue ocean strategy. You can start with a blue ocean, but then you don't get to build the product iteration by iteration to keep it top of the market once competitors start to attack you. But what I think you should do to fight this is to build on a strong foundation, right? Always keep your clients in focus. And I liked a lot what Cătălin was talking about, and other speakers as well, as being very, very in touch with your own personal development and supporting your team to learn. At some point, I was leaving the room to get some books. You all spoke about books and what you should learn. And I brought here just to show you one nice book that I like is Disciplined Entrepreneurship, which was written by Bill Olet, who's the director of Martin Trust for Entrepreneurship at MIT, which is basically a methodology of how to build your startup piece by piece in the correct way, so that once you reach success, you know how to evolve it and to keep being on top, right? For companies, about what you described, Mihai, a lot, about open innovation. In the end, being innovative and bringing new products to market is something of a mindset, not of being a startup or a company. You can be an intrapreneur in a big corporation, and this is something you do. And this is a nice and it's a valuable book for me because it talks also about corporate incubation. And then for everyone at the university and in the municipality, maybe, this is a book about how they created the startup ecosystem in Boulder, which gave Techstars one of the 2 best startup accelerators in the world. So it's about how you support people, how you create momentum, build programs and events to inspire and to give people the opportunity to share their knowledge further. And just one further comment, Florin, you were talking about different impacts that companies have. Bitdefender, who keeps the main development team in Romania and have a good impact here. UiPath, on the other hand, has delivered some millionaires, some people who gained a lot of experience on building a global product, who in turn now will become mentors, maybe entrepreneurs for new products and investors for the startups tomorrow, right? So you want to keep these people who gain experience, then to give them the opportunity to come back and to share that experience with the people who are coming from behind. So creativity and being successful is a matter of continuously improving, and of course always talking to your customers and serving their needs as well evolve, right?
Thank you, Monica. So I will go now to Dr. Florin Păun, since you already mentioned him. And from a single guy to an organization, what will be the main gains as an agile organization, since agile can help you a lot in this process of growing and developing the products, and not only taking care of the customers at the end of the day?
Well, it's not an easy question. The problem, Mihai, is that in the last 10 years, since the open innovation model was generalized and applied everywhere, as you have seen, it's like we were living in tubes, value distribution channels, you know, and these tubes start to be connected and start to be connected so fast as an example yesterday I put that a critical workpiece in an airplane is the cockpit. Well, the most trendiest business jet in the world, the Dassault Falcon 6X, the cockpit was created by BMW Design Office, not by Thales, not by Raytheon. It was made by someone from automotive, okay? These connections are possible due to the open innovation strategies, and this put us in front of the problem that we are living in a jungle. You don't have any more the choice. You must be agile. If not, you are dying. If not, you will be Kodak. Doesn't matter if you are Continental today or Orange. If you take Orange, the first paying solution with smartphones, it was not in UK or in France. The base, it was in Kenya. Okay, so they prove that they are agile enough to adapt. Okay, so first you need to understand where is the mango forest and where is your place in the mango forest. To whom you sell, from whom you are buying. This is essentials. What is your place in the forest? Then, are you a monkey? Are you an elephant? Because if you are an elephant in a jungle, you will die killed by lions. Despite the fact that you are the strongest guy, elephants are killed in jungle. Okay, so you need to be a monkey or a panther. You need to become agile, and this is not me who said it. This is Darwin. Okay, so first understand what is your jungle around you, and then connect to the first, to the third, to the fourth level of trees. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I was thinking also to be agile. I was thinking on what Orange is doing here. And I was thinking that Continental is starting very well, and I really appreciate your presentation. As I mentioned to you, I know Ciprian, I know Andre Sean, and I think I will say, through analogy, what I perceive in France, the large corporations have a responsibility. You don't need only to make common laboratories with Sibiu, with Cluj, with Timișoara, okay? You also need to make an ecosystem like Orange is doing, but of course they were world champions in a way, and it's much more easy for them because they are in IT, data and telecommunication. Continental, it's in solid hardware, I'm aerospace engineer in background, so I could not to appreciate this, but we need to build an ecosystem for startups in deep tech, not only in IT. And there is place for this in Romania. We start to have business angels. We start to have investment funds. They don't know how to invest in this deep tech because they don't know the job linked to the front office, called in financial slang, we could do the front office for them. We could help them to do the front office, and namely Continental. Why not? I cross fingers because it's probably the right time window. Additional to this, the large corporation also have another responsibility. The responsibility of lobbying at the ministerial level. Okay? I know Technosant from Renault is doing a lot of this. Okay? But just for as an example, since 15 years, all the ministry in Romania call me, Dr. Pon, could you help us for la la la? Well, I'm an expert. I'm not a decider and acting in this market, whereas Romania, you know what I mean? When I think that Dragoș Ciuparu, he even don't aggregate the R&D budget from Continental, from Renault, from Orange, to report it as R&D national budget, you know, we cannot discuss anymore, you know, but they need help from you guys. Not only from me coming outside from Romania, you know, because unfortunately I admire you because you fought in this country. I feel myself like a coward, you know, in a way, because I was built aerospace engineer from this country, and other countries are using me.
Yeah, we'll be, like you mentioned, using the metaphor with the first agilist. Darwin, for sure, will be a break-even point for all of us to make the switch in our minds. So, thank you a lot, guys. I'm sorry for the other colleagues that I cannot express the questions that received here, but since we are out of time now with 1 minute, I will thank you a lot for your contribution and sharing ideas and inspiration that you provide us.
We could answer to the question at the dinner.
Great, yeah, very good.
Just to conclude and also to ask a little bit, in order to create such ecosystem, as Dr. Pon said, we need this kind of panel, but not necessary panel, but lectures in front of our students. Our students don't have your mind or your experience, are in the beginning. They know that like computer science, but they don't know about the human needs necessary. They don't know about the viability of the project, about the sharks in the red or blue oceans. So in order to know many of issues and hints that we discussed today, to know when they will go tomorrow, to adapt, to choose a large enterprise, to choose a startup, but everybody to know the road, and as we discussed with some of you, to shortage a little bit the road, to reduce the distance in time that you pass until you arrive here where you are as an expert. Thank you very much, and this is an invitation. Anytime you can come in Sibiu, at least to my students, to my master students or in the bachelor, I will take part of my classes to offer the occasion, the opportunity to enlighten our students regarding these aspects. Also, thank you very much for our former students, from me and Professor Brad, and we are happy that we're here, and invite you to stay with the rest of the meetings, of the lectures, because we will have also interesting approaches about digitalization, about challenges in Industry 4.0, about Smart Factory Romania, an initiative of Digital Innovation Hub from Sibiu, and also issues about cybersecurity in large company like Continental or Visma, but also interesting things that happen in Marquardt, Shell System, another automotive important employer from Sibiu. So we will meet at 11:50 with the new panelist, Mr. Alin David, and we will discuss about digitalization and Industry 4.0 challenges. Thank you very much for your participation, and see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye.
In Sibiu. reduce your time. Suppose just to enter in the session and then to pass the whole leading of the panel to Mr. Alin David. Welcome again to Sibiu Innovation Days. Just a moment. We will start with the digitalization panel, and we have guests from Marquardt Systeme, from Spectro, from Continental, from Visma, and I hope will be very useful and helpful session. Please, Mr. David.
Thank you, Professor Florea. Let me share my screen. So, hello and warm welcome to everyone on behalf of all our panel speakers, and I wish all of the attendees a great, interesting, and why not informative time spent during our panel discussions. First of all, I want to relax a little bit the atmosphere by telling you something about me. I am a proud engineer, but before studying engineering, if someone asked me what is 1 + 1, I would have said 2. Now, after so many years in the engineering area, I would say I'm pretty sure that the answer is 2, but we should be better. But we should better make it 3 just to be safe. So, to be in tolerance. Now, let's get back to our panel: digitalization and Industry 4.0 challenges. I have a question. What does digitalization mean? A professor at North Carolina University said that digitalization is the way in which many domains of life are structured around digital communication and media infrastructures. The Brookings Institute defined the digitalization as the process of employing digital technologies and information to transform business operations. Quite interesting. On this panel, we will try to find answers to quite interesting questions and define challenges and how to deal with them for creating a predictable and sustainable future. Some remarkable speakers and great professionals have accepted the invitation to add great value to this panel. Therefore, I want to thank all of them in advance for that, and I think all the attendees are looking forward to the presentations. Well, the first speaker is a system engineer at Marco, Romania, with an experience of more than 8.5 years in automotive research and development, and a person who is eager to define concepts and discover technologies that can grasp the essence of the future in the present. But enough about me. Let me tell you more about the digital automotive era and how I'm working every day with innovative technologies of the future and for the future. At Marquardt, we are experts in interactive mechatronics and provide user-friendly interfaces between man and machine, and on the various areas of life. Whether you open your car or drive it, whether you start your power tool or control your heating, every day you are in contact with us. Additionally, we already developed many innovations today that will be available on the global market in the next few years. This is how we put the future at your fingertips. We do admit that we are still working on the solutions for a few challenges, but we have made one definite commitment for the benefit of all people. If it's controllable in the future, it's by Marquardt. Nowadays, questions in technology are everyday challenges. Let's think about, can cars sense and respond to how the driver is feeling at a specific moment in time? Can warning systems perceive how dangerous a situation really is and make autonomous driving safe? Can dishwashers think for themselves and thereby achieve better results? Well, whether it's in the field of e-mobility, the smart home, or the Internet of Things, Marquardt connects man and machine with intelligent electronic and electromechanical systems and components. That's how we make life easier. We At Marquardt, the best of three worlds, namely mechanics, electronics, and information technology, merged to form a holistic solution. Every innovation begins with a good idea and ends in a perfect trio. At least, that is the case at Marquardt, because our core competence is to create a perfect synergy of mechanics, electronics, and software. We do understand the development process as a complete structures of these three components, and we adjust the interfaces of them to an optimal fit. This way, the trio is in perfect harmony. Let me introduce you to the intelligent lighting. Well, when is the lighting intelligent? Which are the main characteristics of a dynamic light? Let's think about it. Controllable LEDs, which can be controlled individually. These LEDs should be able to display almost any color. What if the light is also a function for intelligent comfort, or maybe a safety function? What if the ambient lighting, even if it's static or dynamic, can have running lights, can have the function of the running lights, or dynamic adaptation in several areas of the car interior? We even went more into the future with further development of the lighting element into a control panel. Imagine that integration of ambient lighting, functional lighting, and the human-machine interface operation is only in one module. This module has touch sensor technology with direct illumination and provides new operating and functional concept. This goes to intuitive and flexible products with different color contents and very easy operation. Let me tell you something about the drive authorization systems. Driving authorization systems can have simple switches with highly integrated system solutions like start-stop systems, can have control devices and antennas with coordinated components to the perfect system, highly integrated functions, thus smaller assembly space. What about the electronic steering column locks, which they are very good products for theft protection at the highest level, and they include higher security standards according all the actual standards, automotive standards. Last but not the least, we have door handle sensors with innovative capacities and proximity sensors, which are highly integrated in space-saving technologies in any door handle. These door handle sensors can have NFC antennas or interfaces, and also they are very well renowned for dust and water protection IP67. Related to the driver authorization systems, we are proud with our smart keys, which are highly integrated electronics, and for those we have self-developed chipsets. They have excellent interference immunity and innovative RF radio frequency multi-channel technology to improve reliability. The keyless success via near-field communication, it's quite important nowadays because they can be included in the wearables or in smart cards, which can also be car keys. We are also partners of the Digital Smart Key, Digital Key 2.0 consortium. Contactless communication for easy connection to smartphones or similar devices. But smart access is not only smartphones. Imagine that you can have a booking of the car via computer. Imagine that you have a secure communication for equivalent financial transactions. And what is quite interesting that we provide support and also availability to self-developed smartphone connection modules and applications for use in vehicles. But what about security? On everybody's lips, security is very important nowadays. But I want to tell you something interesting. We have the smallest but smartest technology to interfere with the car burglars. measuring only 4 square millimeters in size. This tiny chip makes 1 cent piece look like a manhole cover. When integrated into a car featuring keyless technology, it becomes the Marquardt Intelligent Drive Authorization System, MIDAS. The MIDAS system offers a great and simple solution. It no longer measures the radio signal level, but rather measures the propagation delay in the air of the wavelength. The system uses the characteristics of radio waves to do so. They propagate at the speed of light. Therefore, no attacker can transmit radio waves faster than the speed of light. Batteries. We are very good. I want to say we are very good in the batteries range. With a high range, durable and safe. This is an expectation for batteries of latest generation. Nowadays, the lithium-ion cells enable high energy densities on a small space. However, despite their high performance, lithium batteries react very sensitive to misuse. Needed are the solutions that guarantee the long-term, safe and efficient use of the cells. With our innovative battery management systems, cells are continuously monitored. Their charge levels measured, data reported to the vehicle or equipment system, and reliable protection provided in the event of an emergency. Whether it's 12 volts, 24 volts, or up to 800 volts, with our technological know-how, we are present in hybrid vehicles, electrical vehicles, and plug-in hybrids. But that's not all. We also have e-locks for electric vehicles and charging stations, which are very durable, long-lasting system, up to 100,000 locking cycles. And mobile energy, which is very important nowadays because we can include them in different applications, such as electric scooters, or why not photovoltaic accumulators. What they have specifically is that this battery usage, they have an exchange system which is very easy to use in different systems. Human-machine interface. Basically, I said at the beginning, at your technology at your fingertips. Marquardt offers a wide range of components to suit different applications, whether installed in automobiles, off-road vehicles, trucks, cleaning application, or in building technology. All components have one thing in common. They are tailored to the needs of their users and the demands of their environment. The quality of our operating controls can be seen at first glance and with the first touch, because only what feels good is good. That is why we place special emphasis on high-quality design and ergonomic feel, but also on durability and reliability. Which should the main characteristics of a human-machine interface product be in future? Let's think about it. I mentioned some of them here. Haptic feedback, capacitive chrome capability, we have it available on our products already. Animated images, optical finger navigation, flexible capacitive solutions, test recognition, or I don't know, even gesture recognition, water protection. So all of them are already present in our products. But when looking to buy a technical device, not only do you expect it to be fully functional and secure, it should have an appealing design too. Whether it's a car cockpit or the front of a washing machine, generously sized, closed surfaces with any recognizable functions are totally on trend. But surfaces can do a great deal more. These new control panels are suitable for in-car applications that are not constantly used while driving, such as the start-stop button, adjusting the exterior mirrors or seats, and opening the fuel cap or even the glove compartment. This technology can be projected outside of a vehicle as well, such as a symbol appearing on the road, the trunk opens when touched with the foot, or a garage door that uses a GPS system to detect when a car is approaching. The control element in the cockpit could also be connected to a garage via Bluetooth and only light up when the car moves towards it. There are also a wide range of possible applications for this technology in home appliances, including the fume extraction hood above the stove, or refrigerator, the washing machine, a boiler in the basement, or the control station in the lounge. But I want to introduce to you the knob. Say hello to a next level haptic user experience. The knob offers virtually infinite configurability, creating unique human-machine interfaces for diverse home appliances brands globally. High standards for which the knob is a complete, cost-effective and easily deployed solution suited to any home appliance, small or large. Finer control, alphanumeric and graphical elements present, a human touch due to a programmable user interface animations. Well, that's all for now from my point of view. I do have the Martex law, which I want to bring to your attention, which was defined by Scott Brinker. Technology changes exponential. Organizations change logarithmically. Well, this is all from my side. Thank you for being attention. If you have any questions, now is the moment. Well, it's nice. I hope everybody had a great overview of technology in Marquardt, future technology in Marquardt, which is present nowadays. And if there are no questions for me, I want to go to the next speaker of our panel, which is specialized in applied electronics and working since 2011 in automotive industry. Mr. Marian Marin is responsible for communication system activities within Continental Vehicle Network and infrastructure business area. Please, Mr. Marin, share your keynote with us. We are looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the introduction. Then let me start my speech. I'll share my screen. I hope you can all see my slide set. Okay, so for today, what I would like to discuss, it's about the cybersecurity topic and how the cybersecurity topic influenced activities in Continental. Before, let's say, jumping to the cybersecurity topic, I would like to say some words about why this cybersecurity is now such a buzzword in automotive industry. There are several drivers. Most important of the drivers for sure are the technological context drivers. So what changed now in the technology in such a way that cybersecurity became a critical aspect of the automotive industry? We had automotive and electronics and electronic control units in the automotive industry since years now, but cybersecurity recently became very in focus, a topic very in focus. So we have now these autonomous driving and electrification trends that are manifesting themselves, let's say, a lot in the automotive industry. Electrification, as you can see, it's, let's say, on a very steep curve ramp up. And because of this autonomous driving and electrification, there are several aspects that will lead then to an increased importance of the cybersecurity. One of, let's say, the consequences of autonomous driving and electrification is the fact that computing power needs increased a lot, let's say, tremendously compared with the computing power needs in the past when we had classical cars. Because of this computing power, for sure, we will also need the possibility to vehiculate high amount of data over the car buses. And I think all of us know already that Ethernet penetrated practically the automotive industry. Let's say I had the first contacts with Ethernet in automotive industry somewhere 2011, 2012. But let's say the way Ethernet penetrated automotive industry back then was a limited one. It was mainly for the diagnostic purposes. So practically, in order to diagnose a car via Ethernet, it was this diagnostic over IP protocol that was practically the initial step of the Ethernet penetration, let's say, in automotive industry. But since then, things changed a lot. Why Ethernet is now widespread and tends to be more and more used in automotive industry is because in the meantime, let's say since 2012 until now, the physical layer implementation of the Ethernet is suitable for automotive industry. You can imagine that, let's say, using standard physical layer implementation and, I don't know, standard UTP cables in automotive industry is a no-go due to either fragility, let's say, the fact that the emissions are not meeting the automotive industry standards and so on. But this change once the T1 standard, so Ethernet over 2 wires, penetrated, so practically was developed and penetrated the automotive industry. Now we have, let's say, over a single twisted pair cable, similar maybe with a cable needed in order to communicate via CAN, the possibility to put 100 megabit per second, 1000 megabit per second, and in the future 10 gigabit. Okay, now moving forward, the cars that we are driving are more and more connected. Practically right now, the cars are already part of the Internet of Things. Because of all the above topics that I mentioned, there came the need that the vehicle architecture should be optimized. Practically, the paradigm, the way the architecture of the vehicle in terms of electronic control units was structured was not fitting now the needs of autonomous driving or electrification. Another driver is the fact that we need practically to be able to upgrade our car software in an easy and professional way, practically something similar with what the, let's say, smartphone industry already applies, the over-the-air updates. So practically upgrading the software of an issue in the car should be a simple over-the-air procedure. By this, practically, we are able to keep up to date, to enhance the functionality of the car that was already sold without the need of the let's say, owner to go to the workshop. And also, worst nightmare in automotive industry, we can avoid recalls if, let's say, the recall should be caused by a software issue. Now, another driver, let's say, it's related to the part that, let's say, desktop operating systems and namely Linux penetrated also the automotive industry. I will show maybe later something. Another, let's say, driver is the fact that the hardware that we are deploying in the cars should be usable for a longer time frame, and this semiconductor shortage, it's another driver in this direction. So practically we would like to have an architecture and a hardware capable of ensuring that we have an up-to-date car for several years in a row, and not to have to update every, let's say, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 years the car in order to cope, let's say, with the challenges. Okay, now I would like to say some words about the evolution of the vehicle architecture, or maybe even revolution. So we are now leaving the, let's say, era where we had distributed electronic control units. So practically we had intelligence spread everywhere in the car, and all the ECUs with their piece of or grain of intelligence were interconnected via, I don't know, CAN, LIN, FlexRay, most buses. This setup, because as you know, in, let's say, very complex car, we can have even 200 ECUs, this, let's say, distributed architecture is not suitable anymore. It's clear. First of all, like I said, we need computing power concentrated in several nodes in the car, and also we need, let's say, a cleaned up setup and a better control of the zones of the car in order also to increase, to ensure the cybersecurity related aspects. And we are now slowly moving towards the server-based vehicle architecture, where we have, as you can see, several nodes fitted with, let's say, powerful microcontrollers, microprocessors, and then these nodes are connected to the rest of the ECUs in the car. Let's say, but the ECUs, the rest of the ECUs are not at the same level of intelligence as in the past. So practically, step by step, we are moving to an era where we have, let's say, high-performance computers. So we have strong computing units. We have some domain controller ECUs that are, let's say, the intermediate level of intelligence in the car, and then we will move towards let's say, the lowest level of intelligence in the car, namely the sensor and the actuator modules, or the sensor and actuator modules. So practically, we will have high-performance computers, we have zone controllers, domain controllers, and we will have, I would say, pretty much dumb ECUs that are either collecting information or executing instructions as instructed by other higher level computers in the car. And last, we will go in the direction probably where we will have the possibility to have a standard set of devices, or practically the same hardware devices that we can practically and with them we can practically reach the plug and play options. Practically, we will have a sensor that we just plug on one of the car networks. It will be automatically recognized. It will be able to practically consume some existing services in the car or provide new services in the car and publish them. This, only few words because time is short, leads to another challenge in the car communication. Until now, we were relying on the signal-based communication, on designing practically communication in such a way that each ECU needing some information was included in a communication matrix, and there were a lot of gateway, practically a lot of routing, moving signals from one of the car buses to the other in order for all the ECUs to reach them. Now we are moving towards a service-oriented approach, where practically we have consumer and provider entities, and practically by this we are decentralizing somehow the communication in the car. We are greatly enhancing the flexibility. Imagine that you plug a new device that just has to advertise the services that it can provide, and the other devices in the car needed that services can subscribe and consume them without needing to, I don't know, redesign the communication matrix of the car and redeploy these metrics in all the ECUs in the car. Okay, this is, let's say, an intermediate step of the architecture, what I already discussed. Practically, here you can see one or more high-performance computer in the middle, and 4 zone controllers, domain controllers, controlling, I don't know, the front and the rear part of the car, and the left and the right side. And here, as I said, this is practically an intermediate step, moving then forward to the last step where we will have everything standardized. Here, we will move practically now from the server-based architecture to a mobility ecosystem. And I put this picture here because I really like an idea that I saw in some articles available online, where the car can become even a participant to the intelligent transportation systems. And I really like an idea. As you know, there are now intelligent traffic light systems that are, let's say, adjusting the behavior of the traffic light based on information related to the car flow at a specific intersection, crossroad. This, in the past, practically these traffic light systems were communicating with the backend. The backend processed the information and then instructed the traffic light on how to adjust the traffic light cycles. Now, in order to reduce the latency of the system and in order to be more flexible and to conserve bandwidth, practically fog computing systems are now applied. And what I really liked is the fact that there is an idea that a car that has computing power available can support these traffic light systems by taking part of the processing of the raw data received by the traffic light inside the car. So practically the car are part of the fog computing system and support the traffic light system. This is just one example. The possibilities are endless. Okay, now I would like to move to the regulatory context drivers. And what I would like to say is the fact that, of course, we saw the technological drivers that I explained, but for instance, the authorities didn't remain, let's say, silent to these challenges. And United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNEC, published a document that made cybersecurity, let's say, a must for each of the vehicle manufacturers in order for the vehicle to be allowed to be sold, let's say, inside, let's say, Europe, for instance. And this WP29 document states several things. One of these is the fact that each supplier that is active in automotive industry should have a cybersecurity management system established, that the cybersecurity should focus, let's say, from the development phase to the post-production phase. So the complete life cycle of a product should be covered by cybersecurity process. And you need to get a formal approval in order to be able to sell the cars. Practically, there will be a new mark on the cars, an E with specific numbers described in this WP29 document, mandatory to be shown somewhere near the characteristic plates of the car. All the informations can be found easily on the internet, just looking for the UNEC. Okay, moving forward, these are several vehicle categories that are affected. Mostly all of the vehicles are affected by these UNEC regulations. I will say some things about what happens in Continental in terms of cybersecurity. Practically, we already have a cybersecurity management defined and deployed. We are leaving it by, let's say, having some security gates, quality gates that are coordinated with the product development lifecycle. And now, practically speaking, what we are doing after this, let's say, cybersecurity management system is applied and deployed, we are also testing, let's say, prior to releasing our products to the market. We are testing our products in terms of cybersecurity and robustness. Practically, we are applying vulnerability scanning. So we are applying the attacks that are already known in order to check that our products are compliant and not, let's say, causing issues afterwards. We, for sure, have in focus penetration testing, ethical hacking. We are applying also this dynamic application security testing. For us, this means fuzzing. So practically, we are bombarding the device under test with a lot of nonsense information in order to check for abnormal behavior. Abnormal behavior might mean maybe increase of some reset counters or some DTCs that should not be being set, or even information that should be encrypted to be sent maybe not encrypted, or and so on. So practically, we are trying to make the device under test not behaving as expected by bombarding it with gibberish communication. And we are also having security audits that we apply, because what I want to say that this security is not only in terms of apply not only in terms of operational aspects, but also in terms of the process deployed at Continental. We are practically instructing each and every employee in terms of security and privacy. We have regular updates we have regular checks of how security and privacy it's applied. Now, moving fast, because there are only a few seconds left. What are the cybersecurity related challenges? What I want to say is this. We practically, by adopting the Ethernet inside the automotive industry, we took it with all the vulnerabilities already known, and there is a huge community, let's say, that can discover new vulnerabilities, so we have to be careful. We have also Ethernet-based protocol, some IP protocol, for instance, some IP. So we have automotive-specific Ethernet protocols that are, of course, vulnerable to attacks. And on top of this, we have communication protocols not specific only to automotive industry, like CAN, CAN-FD, that are also susceptible. So practically, there are also can be also speculated in order to alter the security of a car. I will stop my presentation here. Mainly, this is what I would like to discuss. I had also some practical examples, but I don't think it's case to discuss about them. But I hope that at least you are able to, let's say, grab at least the big picture related to why cybersecurity became such a buzzword now in automotive industry. I say, if any questions, please address them to me now.
Well, thank you, Mr. Marin. Your presentation was quite interesting and very informative. I do have one question for you.
Yes.
How is the semiconductor industry reacting to the significant changes in the vehicle architecture? As I noticed, you did said a lot of cybersecurity in the vehicle. So.
Yes. Yes. So we were in collaboration with of course, with the semiconductor suppliers, and the reaction of the semiconductors was very fast. The suppliers were very fast. So practically right now, there are new generations of, let's call them microcontrollers. For instance, I will give some examples. One is, for instance, NXP supplier has now a new vehicle network controller called generation, is the F32 generation. And let's say the computing power inside this device, it's quite significant. Practically, they have 4 ARM A53 cores and 3 M7 real-time cores. And also, what I would like to say is that hardware security modules, hardware security engines, are integrated in the device. Let's say, doing the cryptographic calculations and storing, securing in a secure way the keys needed in order to authenticate the car and so on. On top of this, there are also hardware acceleration features offered now that in the past were not offered. Some kind of TCP offloading for the ones familiar with this feature in the past from the standard networking procedure. So also ST stellar. So practically the computing power was tremendously increased and very strong controllers are now available on the market in order to satisfy the needs.
Yes, I do confirm that because thank you for your answer. We also use the S32 family, so they are very versatile and very good. So yeah, thanks a lot for your answer and for your keynote. It was really nice. Let me share my screen again to go to our next speaker. So, is it visible? I think so, yeah, okay. So, one of the 2 founders of Spectro, Mr. Marius Patroi, graduated from Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu, and he is constantly aspiring to become an international player on the digital signage market platform. I want to invite now Mr. Patroi to share his presentation and let us know more about the interesting world of the digital signage.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I hope everybody sees my screen. my presentation. My name is Marius Cotroi, as Alin David told me, and we have met each other in one trip in Paris, long time ago.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm glad to be here, joining so many specialists in digitalization, being able to talk with you and present our vision regarding smart devices for digital signage systems. Did you know that the first known use of sign was during the Paleolithic age around 18,000 before Christ, where signs were not only used to communicate, but were also ritualistic and spiritual in nature symbolism? The word signs derivates from the ancient Latin signum, and it means mark or token. First of all, what do we understand by signage? It's obviously that all of us recognize the images from this presentation, and almost every day we are facing all kinds of signs around us. To resume it, signage is the design or use of signs and symbols to communicate a message. Now, what is digital signage? Digital signage is the most effective tool nowadays that you can use to communicate digitally with your target audience in a physical world. The most common use for it is out-of-home advertising, but it can be really helpful in factories, universities, clinics for communicating with your audience. The global pandemic situation puts pressure on medical systems to treat patients, and within seconds of attention or by getting the right guidance in medical campuses, lives could be saved. With digital signage, you can communicate relevant information at the right time to both to staff and patients to engage the wanted behavior. Moreover, digital signage is everywhere, in supermarkets, hospitals, restaurants, factories, and even in churches. They are stepping in to adopt digital signage. The most common use of digital signage are commercial ones, but the most relevant purpose is the behavior that you can impact by using it to generate specific actions. We could tell that nowadays digital signage is like TikTok and much more. Why? Beyond the similarities that both are using short-form video messages to grab attention and influence the audience, TikTok entertains, while digital signage aims to drive action because it's a targeted information that is delivered to a specific group of people, having a big visual impact at the proper place and time. Let's imagine that each organization could use a private mobile app for digital communication. A simple and effective mobile app with 4 possible screens, for example, from where you can send digital media content to a specific group of people and keep it relevant. Let's imagine that University Lucian Blaga could use a private mobile app for digital communication. The opportunities could be relevant to deliver dynamic content, hyper-targeted, in an easy way, and have real-time measurements. Of course, real needs for teachers, faculties, and partners, such as companies, are to communicate study, programs, courses, projects, timetables to a specific group of people. Regarding smart devices for digital signage systems, they are everywhere around us, starting with our phones, tablets, computers, even our home TVs. Every device delivers personalized content to the end user and is or could be AI-powered by management software. In the end, I would like to ask you if anybody remembers the movie Minority Reports with Tom Cruise that was launched in 2002. That movie presents some of today's innovation regarding digital signage. I invite you to allocate your attention for 1 minute to review the future from the past.
Hello, Mr. Yakamoto. Welcome back to the Gap. How does assorted tank tops work out for you? Mr. Yakamoto. Hey, Miss Belfort, did you come back for another pair of those chamois laces?
A road diverges. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, it was a very nice ending of your keynote. And I do remember one of my favorite movies, this, and the digital signage was the future of the digital, of the commercial, of the advertisement, was even from the past. So yeah, interesting ending. I do have a question. I noticed on the movie, and I think it's very easy to have mistakes or I don't know errors in this type of advertising. Did you have a situation in which you applied this concept or something? I noticed you have some contracts already ongoing about the digital signage. Did you have a situation with an error? How did you handle it? Can you connect remotely to the machines?
Yes, you can
fix on the spot?
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, we have a lot of customers in the Romanian market, and we have also customers outside our country. Few of them, but hope we are growing more and more every day. We manage any device that is connected to our platform directly. We have this infrastructure ready to be managed, and any type of error is solved by our team that is managed by my other co-founder. And regarding the example of implementation from the movie, yes, we had the proof of concept delivered to a big pharmaceutical network in Romania, but the project didn't go forward for the moment because of the GDPR regulatory. But yes, we can deliver personalized ad based on face detection and so on. So yes, the future from the past is happening right now.
And Marius, do you have your own products, equipments for that, or you only have the platform?
The platform and some components from the hardware devices are built by us. Yes.
Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you, Marius, for your keynote. It was interesting, and the future is present, as you said. And I would like to
thank you.
Ask our next speaker. I'm sharing the screen. I hope it's visible. One moment. Our next speaker is a former researcher for DFKI, German Research Center of Artificial Intelligence in Kaiserslautern. Now he is a distinguished professor at Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu and president of Smart Factory Nonprofit Association. I'm inviting Professor Bogdan Pârvu to share his screen and present his presentation with all the attendees.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Alin, for the kind introduction. I will share my screen. Could you confirm that you can see my screen?
Now it's visible, yes.
Okay, good. So, my name is Bogdan Constantin Pârvu, Associate Professor at the Engineering Faculty, and today I'm going to give you an overview about Smart Factory Romania and how can we boost the digital transformation through collaboration. Before going to topic, I think all of us are familiar with the intelligent things which are penetrating our daily lives, not only our daily lives, but different domains such as manufacturing, transportation, healthcare, and so on. Having this in mind, in 2016, coming back from the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, and with my colleague Constantin Zanfrescu, we said, okay, let's try and build the capacities back home and to tackle this topic into the manufacturing domain. And we started small from setting up a new research center within the engineering faculty. And we followed an accelerated process of applying to research projects, which in 2018 meant that we were recognized like a local digital innovation hub, having attracted research projects and provide the services to the SMEs. And let's say our latest initiatives are Smart Factory Romania, which I'll give more details in the next minutes, but also our regional digital innovation hub, which is Lab4Com, which was selected nationally to be part of the European network, and we will follow up on this on the European level and apply for funding so that ULBS and its ecosystem can be part of the larger European network that supports the digital transformation of Europe. I will go into more details about Smart Factory Romania. So Smart Factory Romania, its concept is to be a neutral collaboration platform. It's the idea is to be like a collaboration ecosystem. Right now, you can see here in the picture the 5 founders, the 5 organizations which founded in 2020 Smart Factory Romania. But we envision in the future to have several other organizations, not only technology users, technology providers, and academia, but also competence centers, incubators, accelerators, regional development agencies, so that we could have this triple helix concept implemented and that there is a real discussion between all parties and we can all move together forward in this digital transformation journey. You might ask why Smart Factory? Because in the Smart Factory area, myself, Konstantin, and the team has experience. We have managed to attract within 5 years horizon projects as well as national funded projects, around 2.5 million euros in the last 5 years. And we, as planned, we try to build up capacities here, not only technological, but also resource-wise. I'll go more deeper now into our existing infrastructure. So we build from ground up, let's say 2 main prototypes, which are available for the community. On the one side, we have a so-called adaptive production system. Here, after 2 years of studying what are the trends in manufacturing, we constructed a prototype that basically assembles customizable tablets. The assembly process takes place, let's say, by using automation technologies. We have collaborative robots. We have automated guided vehicles. And this way, an order from the client gets executed on this prototype system. On the right side, we have another prototype. The main idea behind it is to have a system which can train unexperienced workers on how to correctly assemble a product without human intervention. So basically, the system is to figure out what the user is doing and provide the right instructions at the right time. Having this state-of-the-art infrastructure available, we envision the following topics, research and innovation topics, and I structured them on the 2 prototypes to be more clear. So basically, with the community, we try to address these topics through bilateral collaboration through projects. One level will be easy and fast reconfiguration. Here's the question: how you make systems that can be put into production or adapted for a new production or product family really fast. Here is the topic of distributed control and let's say mechatronic standards so that everything comes in place. Our system, for example, allows a flexible topology. The other topic which we are interested in is the digital twin topic. As I mentioned, we have AGVs. We try to make the processing and the navigation locally, but now we go to a digital twin approach and try to do the processing in the cloud and the AGV to execute what is processed in the cloud. Last but not least, the topic of collaboration production system. The idea is how can we have a decentralized control. We have implemented, for example, a multi-agent system in this regard. How we make sure that all production resources speak with the same meaning, not necessarily with the same language. Coming to the next prototype which we have available, Also, we can see here three main topics from a research and innovation perspective. In order to have this training station to be adaptive to different user needs, so we first need to know how the user feels. And one topic is the topic of fusioning data from biosensors so that we are at least capable of knowing 6 main states like happy, angry, neutral, and so on, so that we take this into account for our instruction system. The other topic would be to know what kind of content is suitable for each, let's say, for group or for different users. And here it's very important to do experiments to see which kind of aspects, I don't know, animation, details, when you show different different colors, how these affect the user, so that you get his attention, his or her attention. And then last but not least, how can you predict the next step, the next best step in the training? This is also in respect to which kind of module you need to take, but also in respect to what kind of instruction you offer to the user. And I'll give you more details in the next slides about what we have executed so far. So besides this, which are, let's say, more long-term goals, we also have some programs which we have defined for the next 3 years. We want to collaborate even closer with the academia, and we have an ongoing internal project about a student competition, a team-based student competition to develop such an intelligent artifact, in our case, an autonomous weather station. The idea is to have teams with industry mentors to develop the system and to compete against each other and to have significant prizes. Due to resource shortage, we also have in the drawer an idea about an artificial intelligence competition, but if there will be interest from the community, we can also set this up. Moreover, also topics relevant for both academic and industry organization are foreseen, and we try to advertise these topics so that students pursue topics which are state-of-the-art, interesting for both academia and manufacturing as well. And last but not least, I think attracting projects to move further with our partners and with the community. We need to attract funds to support all these research and innovation actions. For the interaction with the outside community, we have 4 types of services which we can provide. They are structured based on the European Digital Innovation Hubs clusters. That's before invest. If somebody has an idea and wants to test it before putting it into its own organization, they can use our infrastructure and validate their idea. If they have some requests for training, for example, in model-based design or artificial intelligence, through smart factories, such classes can be offered. In respect to the third service typology innovation ecosystem, if somebody has a problem and they don't find a partner, they can address it to us and we can find it within our ecosystem, that is national or European. And also if investments are relevant for them, we can disseminate information about research funding, about costs, but also we can engage in writing proposals if they are relevant for the partners of the association. To have a better understanding of this kind of services, I will provide some examples. So if we are thinking about skills and training, we were present at events such as Researchers' Night, where the general public had the opportunity to get in touch with collaborative robots, virtual reality, etc. Another event, which we call Demo Day, targeted the students of the engineering faculty in our efforts to attract or lure students into really innovative topics for their bachelor and master theses. For Test Before Invest, I could mention a topic which involved a collaboration between ELBS and Ropardo. Here, there was a collaboration and we developed a multi-agent system, which is responsible for the optimal planning of the customer orders based on the resource availability. Another example for test before invest, I would say at IFM. So here we went with the training station, and basically almost all employees, around 211 participants, went through our experiment. And here, from a research standpoint, we want to find out what kind of content or what kind of instruction content provides the best outcomes when it comes to learning experience and learning outcomes. And the second experiment, we wanted to know which is the natural way of assembling a tablet so that we can develop our predictors for the assembly. Moreover, going from test before invest to the innovation ecosystem, we involved, for example, in this experiment, several volunteers, students from our faculty, and linked with this experiment, there was a bachelor thesis, which was actually one of the best in this year's session. And actually, Maria, she analyzed which impact would such a training station would have at IFM, and measure the impact of such a system economically, but also as efficiency in their training process. When it comes to innovation ecosystem, I could highlight an example, another collaboration with Ropardo at the Industrial Association Artemis. We had a project pitch in January 2021 about a project involving digital twin for system of systems, Industry 4.0. The idea really catch the audience, and this would be a first step to apply for specific funding from the European Union. So these are some examples of what we're doing. Although we're young, we try to bring the community together to collaborate and to move this digital transformation topic in manufacturing further. As I said, we want to have like a neutral collaboration platform where everybody comes to the table and we can do whatever it takes to make this triple helix work, and so that everybody benefits from this collaboration. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. You can check out more on our website, or if you have more specific questions which cannot be tackled now, please drop in an email. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bogdan Pârvu. It was great. For me, at least I do appreciate your keynote and your presence here in Romania, since we noticed that you changed the research in Germany to research in Romania, which I'm really happy about it. Not so many persons are doing this change back to Romania, but I think it's a really real gain to our country, and not only to our country, but also to our university here, which we all represent, and we are having this conference. So thank you again. For me, it was interesting. I know this concept of the smart factory from Marquardt. I know we are also present in it. I don't have any other questions. I just wanted to appreciate your keynote. If nobody else has any other questions, I propose to move to our next speaker. I'm sharing it to present a passionate researcher with the goal of simplifying the use of security services within agile development. The leader of the security development team in Visma, Monica Evan, conducts research on security in agile software development. I want to invite Monica to present her keynote. Please, Monica. I noticed that Monica is connected. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So please share your presentation with us.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
So, hello everybody. I am Monica Jovan, head of security development in Visma. And to start a little bit with myself, I can tell you that everything I do is connected to my mission, which is about simplifying the use of security. And the reason I am so passionate about this topic is because I used to be scared of security, and I know how frightened this is. And this led me to do research in this field. And finally, I found the perfect place to do that in Visma, which allows to do research and security together. So I would like to start with some of the security challenges that we see around us. You might see that these stories that I selected are more like movie scenarios, but unfortunately they are reality and they are connected with the previous discussions that you heard before. So the first story that I selected, it's about cars. And I would like you to imagine that you are driving on a highway and suddenly your car stops responding. And then you realize that somebody else has control over it. And in fact, this is reality. What these two cars have in common is they were affected by the same vulnerability. And the hackers were able to take over commands on Tesla and Jeep because of this vulnerability. So then what happened next? The idea is that these two cars had different designs on how to do patching. Tesla decided to do everything online, so they created in their design the possibility to patch through internet, so they can push every fix through internet, while Jeep decided to do this patching using USB drives, so they need somebody to be able to connect to the car and to apply these patches. So you can imagine that in the case of Tesla, this was fixed the second day, but in the case of Jeep, this is still present. And probably they will still remain present till the last car goes out of market. The next story that I would like you to see is about online patching. So you saw that in the first case, online patching seems to be better. But let's see Maria's story, and maybe we can reconsider that. She is a security researcher, and she had some heart problems, and she had to put a pacemaker on her heart. But she was very concerned about the security of her pacemaker and the lack of information and transparency about this. So she decided that she would like to try to see if she can hack the pacemaker that she has on her heart. And she was able to do that. And her words was like this: when you add software to a device, you make it hackable. But when you connect it to the internet, you make it exposed. So then how can we make good decisions? It's so difficult, right? And we realize that this is very common in new technologies. So every time a new technology comes to the market, it's not really considering security from the beginning. And we saw this in automotive, we saw this in IoT, we see this in machine learning, and in any new technology that appears. Security is considered a little bit later. And of course, in time, many good requirements are created, or maybe best practices or policies are created to reduce these security issues. But many times these are ignored. And why is this? And usually this is because the developer and the engineers that are working on these technologies are drowning in tasks. They don't have time for reading policies and doing good security, or at least this is what they said. And of course, then security just blows up. So what you can do to prevent all this? I'm not sure if this is the best decision, but I can present what we did. So we adopted a model that is called 4Es, and this comes from the medical systems. And this model tries to balance the top-down with a bottom-up approach in how you take security decisions. So which security decision needs to be from the top down and which one can be taken from the bottom up? And these 4 E's are empowered, enabled, embedded, and ensured. I will not go through all this because of lack of time, but the most important part in this context of this presentation is how can we use the power of the crowd. So this brings us to diversity and inclusion. Diversity refers to the traits and characteristics that make people unique, while inclusion refers to behavior and social norms that ensure people feel welcome to do something. And probably you notice there is a lot of focus on these two words, like inclusion and diversity. And it's not only because it's the right thing to do, it's the right thing to give equality to everybody, but it's also because it was proven that increased productivity and ability to innovate. So in groups that are more diverse and where they feel that they are included as part of the group, you see much more innovative solutions. And for example, if you look to McKinsey report, they said that gender brings approximately 24 more likelihood to outperform your competition, while ethnically diversity brings more than 33% likelihood that your company will outperform the other ones. But I would not like to speak only about gender and ethnical diversity. I know this is a big problem in security. I know that many studies show that security is for white men, and now more and more girls are trying to enter the field, and more from other ethnical societies or groups are trying to enter more into security. But I would like to bring another aspect of it. It's about roles and age. So in the beginning, what we did, we started to look on how to extend the security, because Visma has over 40,000 employees and over 300 products that they develop and they sell and they build in their own context. So we have all the programming languages that exist in the world, and we use a lot of different hosting environments. So everything is very, very diverse. So how do you secure that? So we started looking on the developers, and we started to ensure and embed a safe environment for them to learn and to share their concerns in regards with security. In the beginning was hard because they were shy, they were scared about security, but we saw they become more engaged and empowered. And this is a lot for what they did. They transformed our company. They start even to use or suggest to their managers that security can be a selling point, which brings, of course, more customers for the products they are developing. So we were so happy with seeing that, and we decided to extend this to all our employees. We are not there yet, so we are still a work in progress, but we started to look on other roles, and we start to look on how each role or each person can have an influence on the security of our products and to make sure that our customers' data is kept safe. And you can think that different roles and different ages bring complementary competencies. And all of this is required when you try to secure something. And it's very crucial to think of empowerment and to embed and to ensure that these groups feel that they can contribute to security. It's very important to let them know that they are welcome and to try to guide them through security. Because we notice, for example, that many times the security colleagues think, well, if I was able to learn security, anybody can do that. But people that are not coming from such an area, they feel that they need a little bit more guidance. And we need to be empathic, and we need to be caring with them, and we need to show them how they can do this and how can they enter in the world of security. Because you need to keep in mind the security of a company is equal with the weakest link that you have in the company. So it's always the target. It's maybe a marketing girl or a financial people or maybe the secretary. So when they try to hack your company, they will not go for the high technical skill person. They will go for the weakest link. And if you don't make them understand how they can use security and what it means and what's their responsibility, then you will not have a good security in your company and in your products. But then let's discuss a little bit about the age. There were studies that showed that, for example, if you are using millennials that doesn't have expertise in the domain, they can come with unbiased view, and this could increase or even create something very innovative, because they don't know the rules, they don't know the guidance, they don't know everything. So they just brainstorm on ideas. They are fresh eyes for you that you can use. And people might think that using some non-experts will cut on your productivity. And it's proven by studies that it's not. It's in fact increasing the productivity of the teams. So don't be afraid to include non-technical employees into your very technical projects. They will come up with fresh ideas. I am really sure of that. But of course, this doesn't come without challenges. It's like always. One of the challenges that I see is unconscious bias. Like I mentioned before, people working in security would not really help the other ones because they think that everybody can learn security and it's accessible on internet. And I really have a nice story about that. A colleague from security told me that anybody can learn security because you have all the information on Google. And after some days, he came to me and asked for help with Python. And I told him, you have all the information on Google, just go and search for it and handle yourself. And then he realized what this means. And then he proposed a mentoring program for the other roles. So this is how you discover, for example, unconscious bias. Of course, there is need for a lot of trainings and a lot of awareness to bring these people on board with security. And one of the most difficult things that you need to do is leadership. Because when you bring diverse employees into projects and when you try to create inclusion, it's very difficult. For example, you might notice when you work with employees from different countries that some of them speak more freely and others are simply doesn't say anything. It doesn't matter how much you tell him it's okay, it's safe, you can express your opinions. They are just quiet. And we realize that, for example, Romania is such a country where employees from Romania don't share their opinion, and they have really good opinions and they are really smart. So they should talk more. But because of the culture we grew up, it's difficult to share your opinion. Of course, with new employees, with millennials, this will change. And we see this in our group, that they are more willing to speak and share. But leading a group of people that are coming with different culture, with different values, it's not easy. And this means that you as a leader will need to adapt to each culture with each value that they have, and to try to show them and to engage them to do something and to bring up ideas and to work together very well. Another challenge that I see is silos. And what this means is usually that people tend to group with the ones that are like them. So you'll see, for example, the ones that are a little bit more quiet will make their own silo, while the others that are very talkative will make their own silos. And you need to destroy that, because that will not help anybody. So silos are really bad for innovation and for security decisions. In the end, I would like to tell you about quokkas. And I'm not sure if you know it, but quokkas are the world's happiest animal. And this is even if they are living in Australia, where everybody wants to kill you. It's the continent with most deadly animals. So quokkas are not territorial. They are very happy to share space, food, and shelter. So I think we need to be more like them. We need to be more like quokkas, because even if they are hunted by predators, which in our context will be hackers, they have a chill view on it, and they are happy to share information in our context, and they together make a stronger group, which is safer. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Quite interesting presentation. And if I may, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Have you seen a situation where diversity and inclusion really made a difference?
Yes, I think we see this almost every day. We have, for example, situations when colleagues from human resource department came to us and tell us, I think this might be a security issue. So nobody was thinking that that could be a security issue, but the human resource girl noticed it and bring it up to us to solve it. Or another example is when we try to introduce a tool in the company, not as a security team, but the company itself, and we receive a lot of concerns about security. So people started to ask, is this safe? Are the data well protected? How is it encrypted? Where is it stored? So we noticed that they are more aware of the risk and challenges.
Thank you. And which is your biggest challenge you faced regarding this topic?
I think is that you need to adapt to each category. So we try to use, for example, diffusion of innovation and to create different groupings of employees and to adjust our message based on these categories of grouping. Because some are more focused on technology, so we need to give them more details regarding technology, while others are more focused on business, so we need to give them more details about how they can use security in a business environment, while others just follow up what the rest are doing. So we try to create different types of messages for different kinds of categories of employees.
Well, thanks a lot for your answers, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you also.
Our last but not the least keynote on our panel is presented by Mr. Vlad Tomcean from Marfa, Romania. With a strong R&D background and more than 5 years experience in industrialization, the skill stack acquired by Vlad allowed him to efficiently develop concepts and assure a cohesive and stable interface between software development and automatic industrial equipment development designed specifically for embedded automotive products. So I want to invite Vlad to present his keynote.
Hello, Aline. Hello, dear audience. Thank you for this warm welcome. First of all, let's start screen sharing. Okay. Thank you again for your time and for attending this presentation. 1 second, technical issues. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, so back in action. Sorry for the small technical delays. and issues. So hello Aline, hello dear audience, thank you very much for this warm welcome. And yeah, during the following minutes, I will propose to have a dialogue with you regarding Industry X and what this concept represents to our society. A short overview about our agenda. Let's say we have 3 sections defined as follows. At the end, I will kindly ask you to address any questions that come upon your mind. And yeah, without further ado, let's begin. Yeah, a throwback to the language of X. What with the X? Let's remember a little bit together when we first encountered this mysterious symbol outside of the context of learning the alphabet. I'm pretty sure for most of us the X was the mysterious symbol used in mathematical equations to mark the undefined value, which actually represented the goal of our operation. X is a symbol of discovery, waiting to be made, and it's in this case is the discovery that can be done through algorithms. But how many X's are there in this industry? To answer this, we can look together at a Best Buy commercial, which I saw a long time ago on YouTube. It's a Super Bowl commercial for the Best Buy company. What about this commercial? It's with Ozzy Osbourne and Justin Bieber. What we can see there is that Ozzy is having a hard time keeping up with the G's, and he asks at the moment, what's up with all these Gs and how many Gs are there? Of course, regarding the telecommunication industry with 5G and so on. At a certain point in time, Justin Bieber comes and saves the day by taking over the commercial, and he presents effortlessly 5G and also 6G. Of course, 6G is a joke, but it emphasizes the fact that during the time they filmed the commercial, which could be 1 week or 2 weeks, I don't know, already a new G, an incrementation of the G appeared on the market. So this tech commercial, let's say, besides the commercial aspect of it, emphasizes the fast pace in which industry is evolving. So what is the X? The X from the industry X represents the same undefined value toward each of us must evolve. Okay, let's see, a throwback to the history of industry and industrialization. If we can see this infographic here, by the end of the 18th century, we started to have some workshops, some undefined processes, and not a very streamlined operation. But progressing through the centuries and to the decades, you can see that step by step the incrementation pace of the X increased tenfold. From the 70s, for example, until today, we had already an incrementation, today being the fourth industrial revolution. And what is interesting and what it's the goal of all of us, it's to think about the future X in industry. Is it the quantum age? Is it the AI age? It's an open question that maybe we can answer in the next decades, maybe not. More or less in the future, it might be possible that the so-called buzzwords like quantum computing and quantum scientist could become more than just this. Maybe there will be actual professions, and why not whole companies that specialize in these areas. And we as a humanity, what we can say about ourselves? Can we be in humanity 2.0 in the next decades, or will be humanity X, mirroring the evolution of the industry? We will see. Regarding the automotive industry, the IBM Institute for Business Value conveyed a survey, I think 2 years ago, for predicting the evolution of this industry by 2030. In the following slides, I will propose to go over some of the most interesting key facts resulted after this survey. So by 2030, the organizations will have to revigorate their brand. because both consumers and the automotive executives put less emphasis on the brand in an autonomous era. Brands needs to prioritize in-vehicle digital experience in order to stand out from the crowd. What also has to be done is to reinvent the experience for both consumers and employees. Because applying digital technologies to optimize the process and reduce cost isn't enough. We have to use these technologies to reinvent the whole experience, focusing in ways that will be essential for bringing previously unattainable value. What can also be said about 2030? We have to reinforce the expertise. I'm pretty sure that everybody knows the shortage of experts in automotive industry, and not only. So we have to find the right skills in-house, but also have to access new skills through the ecosystem in an ever-changing environment. These points will be absolutely critical for assuring a company success. Moreover, you can see in these small infographics here that 48% of consumers say that vehicle brand wouldn't matter them so much in an autonomous mobility as a service paradigm. Also, 50% of automotive executives say that they have to succeed in digitalizing their infrastructure, or they expect not even to survive if they don't digitally reinvent themselves. And it is estimated that over $33 billion will be spent to research and reskill their employees by 2030. Okay, some more predictions of the automotive industry for 2030 taken from the same source consists of the following data. Estimation is that every person will own at least 15 connected devices. Up to 15% of new cars sold could be fully autonomous by 2030, which is, in my point of view, it's something quite interesting because, as we know, the laws in several countries or in most of the countries are not 100% defined yet for the autonomous, fully autonomous vehicles. Software will account for 90% of innovations in the in-vehicle, and lines of code will be 100-fold from what they are today. This is also interesting because it suggests that maybe from a mechanical point of view, meaning from the mechanical and physical point of view, the vehicles might not evolve so much in the near future, but of course software, the embedded software will account for more than 9% of new implementations or new revolutionizing things. Okay, and car sharing could make up to 26% of global miles traveled, which is also an interesting concept given the fact that we all know nowadays everybody is owning at least one vehicle, or most of us. So maybe a paradigm shift will happen in the next years to reach this percentage. Okay. What's more to be said about this data provided by IBM? It's that we see that for customers, configuring their vehicles in a personalized manner and having quote-unquote healing functions for the vehicle represent one of the most highest levels of interest. Of course, vehicles will have to have learning capabilities to adapt themselves on the go according to the current situation in which they will be. But other topics of interest, of course, was socializing and integrating. What's interesting, as we can see here, the most interesting aspect for the consumer would be to configure their vehicle as much as they want or as much as they need. But okay, let's see what can we say about product of the future, because the industry, as is suggested by the title, it's an X for the moment. We cannot say anything for sure. We just speak about the predictions. How about what products of the future can we maybe create now? I would invite you to take a small step back and see what you can learn from the fiction, and more specifically from the sci-fi movies of the past. Even though we heard it again, there's the future in the past for these movies because they were considered sci-fi some time ago. We think that there are many interesting aspects that can be learned from what the movie directors placed and thought about some decades ago. Metropolis, maybe. I don't know if anyone else who could see it, but I never saw it. It's an early movie with which showed the humanoid robot prototypes. Of course, the cult classic Star Trek, where we saw mobile phones, a sci-fi item by that time, but nowadays, let's be honest, I think we all have one of them at least. Another cult classic is 2001: A Space Odyssey, where we have the self-conscious AI, which I don't want to give any spoilers, but it turns out against its creators. We also have video phone calls, and what do you know? Now we are on a video phone call. Blade Runner with digital billboards, of course. Self-driving cars, again, in Demolition Man and Total Recall. As we said, self-driving cars are a thing of the present, but let's say not fully legalized yet, or not fully integrated into the legal systems. Enemy of the state, some let's say some more negative aspects of the sci-fi movies which are now a present situation. It's from Enemy of the State with mass surveillance, and the Minority Report with targeted advertising. Why is this a little bit of a negative impact? Because this involves human human and citizen surveillance. Okay, how can we make these concepts for the future, giving the sci-fi its credit, but also back to reality? How can we make these concepts, this concept of the products for the future? We can framework them with some few key questions. First of all, I would invite you and all of us to look at today's youth, which represent tomorrow's experts, but also consumers, how they view the gadgets that they were called sci-fi in the movies that we mentioned. Do they see those sci-fi gadgets as novelties, as mundane, or do they don't understand why this movie or those movies were considered sci-fi? On a funny note, maybe I think you're familiar with an internet meme where a young child asked an adult why did he 3D print the save icon. I think little do this child knows that the so-called save icon is in fact the representation of a now defunct floppy disk, which could store up to 1.44 megabytes of data, which is less than any picture made today with any device which is handheld, like a phone. I think that this youth is more familiar with the 3D printing device and with the 3D printer than with a forgotten storage device. But what can this tell us about the products of the future? Well, we can future-proof our devices and our concepts by analyzing today's success stories and pushing them in the next level, by learning from the past mistakes and having comprehensive lesson learned processes, and by innovating continuously in a scalable manner which keeping the industry environmentally conscious. Maybe not such an advisable point, but one that could help any organization is to use market studies and trends in the human behavioral psychology to predict what the society will need from us. By the next slides, I would like to invite you to show or to see together with me how we can put the future at your fingertips, we as a Marquardt company. So we have the driver authorization systems in the form of remote controls or key fobs. We have customer-specific design, as you can see in the pictures. Each client has basically its own design of the key fob resembling their car. We have highly integrated electronics with self-developed ASICs. We have excellent interference immunity with our proven Marquardt systems. Multi-RF channel emission, fully integrated 3D transponder, and many capabilities of radio emission. I won't get further into the details. If you are interested in these technologies, you can find them at our websites. Okay, maybe we have another product that can resemble the future, or it's projecting how the future will look like. We have the touchpad for various customers. Even if it looks maybe as a basic device, it's with a lot of technology embedded in it. It's a scratch-resistant surface with capacitive sensors. We have a text and gesture recognition, haptic feedback, and multiple simultaneous inputs that can be detected over the touchpad. If you allow me, I think this is one of the products that resembles more and more a mobile phone screen, even though, of course, the surface is not fully glass, but the reaction time and the sensitivity of the touchpad is resembling a lot with the smartphone screen. One other interesting product that we would like to show you is the display switch. For me, this is a highly interesting product because it's incorporating display technology and also switches technology in the same package. It's a high resolution display integrated in the smallest intention space possible with just a few millimeters of it. We have animated sequences when the button is activated or when the function is switched, black panel effect, and a very high quality surface of the product. Of course, this is one of the products that is specifically for a premium brand of vehicles. Looking a little bit further to the 21st century, our future car concept offers state-of-the-art integration of technology and environment with fully integrated capacitive display and intelligent spotlight, which could and will transform every surface in a functional area. What I mean by that is that by projecting some light fields over the surfaces and by evaluating the light changes over that surface, this module can react to inputs given by the end user. Even though maybe if the car is powered off, that surface is just a panel. What also we have, it's the application light with the ambient lighting functional and human-machine interface operation in the same module. And it's a new operating functional concept through touch sensor technology. If you want to see this car, I think it will be showcased next year somewhere in the city again for an exhibition. So I highly recommend it to you to visit it. You will find out from it probably from the media. Okay, regarding the future-proofing of organizations, apart from being a buzzword nowadays, according to some analytics companies, the following points will be a must-have in order to ensure the success of our organization in the 21st century. We have to watch the ever-changing dynamics of our customer expectations because behind every digital device is a human today and tomorrow also. Studying the human nature is hidden behind these gates of glass, let's say, and finding the target audience is the best of future-proofing any digital strategy. We have to rethink past strategies to anticipate future strategies. We have to leverage data and information in our advantage because we have data anywhere. We have to incorporate the latest mobile technologies because, as we've seen from the predictions of IBM, users will want to have more personalization of their cars. We have to increase scalability and flexibility, streamline operations, and we have to make strategic innovation. Shortly, we approach the end of our presentation here. What we see is, what we consider to be a key point of future-proofing our organization. It's to have a continuous collaboration from the professional institutions and with the educational institutions within our ecosystem, being that locally or nationally or even at a European level. What I mean by this is to have we have to try to create this lifelong continuum of learning and improving, which involves, as I said, the professional world and also the educational institutions. That's the key for our, let's say, for our idea of future-proofing the organization. Communication and a constant collaboration with the educational institutions could be a key for solving the X. Thank you very much for attending this presentation. Then please let us know if you have any questions.
Yes, interesting presentation, Vlad. And I do have a question for you. It's related to the two worlds. Can you provide us an example from maybe your company related to the continuous improvement of and the collaboration between these very nicely defined two worlds?
Yes, so actually our company, Marquardt, is having various experiences and various programs for collaborating with also the university from Sibiu and also with several high schools from the area. We have some internship programs, we have some knowledge exchange projects, and yeah, I think we have a solid base for communicating and collaborating with our local educational institutions.
Mr. David, if you allow me, I want to ask something, Vlad. First, just a nice remark that looking to the picture in our age, let's say, we saw some science fiction images regarding smartphone, but now if we show to our students like floppy disk or other old-fashioned gadget, let's say, for them is science fiction. But that was just a remark that science fiction could be seen in future, but also in the past. What I want to ask to Vlad, but more seriously, is I saw, first of all, was a very nice and very speedy presentation. I need to take also a look before, and maybe a connection with the presentation of Mr. Marin. Also, I want to ask, but it was somewhere statistics regarding 58% of self-healing of the cars or robots, no matter. But how could be this integrated, or how could be interfaced, or how could block each other, the self-healing with the cybersecurity? Because you need to provide a level of, how to say, a trust in the machine, but how important this degree will be in order to self-healing, but not to take the whole charge. I don't know. This is, in my opinion, is a trade-off, or please.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Mr. Professor Florea, and yeah, thank you for remarking these things. In my point of view, yeah, of course, self-healing capabilities of vehicle should be a priority or a need for the customers or for the end users. But ensuring a cybersecurity, the cybersecurity level needed for that kind of self-healing could be a whole research field altogether. It's not only cybersecurity on a local level, like on a computer or a network of computers. It's cybersecurity on a whole different level, or like ensuring a connection and a cryptographic connection, or how to call it, an encryption between maybe the manufacturer's warehouse or servers and each vehicle individually which is on the streets. And maybe one of the technologies developed here by us, the MIDAS, could help that. That's, for the moment, that's an encryption only for local activities within the car or around the car, but who knows, maybe it can be extended to have it on a wider range. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Marin can continue from here.
Yeah, I also invite Mr. Marin, and for him I have an additional question because I wanted to put then. You said that we need to design ECUs, processors, let's say, to be secured from the beginning. How do you think this issue from the ISA of the processor, including some instruction, or how it is does in this moment?
So yes, as I said, we have to be very careful. Let's say from the beginning when we design. As I said, in the cybersecurity management system, we have some quality gates, some security gates that enforce specific rules to be respected in order to be able to, let's say, pass to the next towards the next security gate. And in this security, so practically we are starting from when we are designing the system architecture level, we are designing in a safe way. We are thinking practically if we have some critical functionalities, we are designing it, I don't know how to call it, in an onion-like approach. So practically we are covering with several layers of security. So practically the most exposed zone prone to cybersecurity attacks is very far away from the, let's say, safety critical functions. And there is not, practically we are not allowing direct communication of the functions exposed to cybersecurity to the functions in, let's say, in the core that are practically safety critical. And communication is only done through some security gate, through some firewalls, and through proxies. We are taking advantage practically of the VLAN concept, separation, let's say at the network level. We have now Ethernet standards that are fully deployable in the automotive industry, fully deployed, and we can practically use the experience gained in the IT industry for years. And practically from this is only one aspect. But then when we are designing, we are taking care to close all the back doors, let's say, using, used at the end of line production. As you know, there are some specific processes during the production that have to be completely disabled when the product is released, let's say. And all these aspects are considered from the system design level to the software architecture level, and then in the end to, let's say, having a secure product developed.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very difficult problem, and also as like an interruption with the operating system, don't allow you to write in the memory or in a different vulnerable area.
Yes.
Thank you for my side for the moment.
I want to say something right now. I received a question from one of our live stream viewers, Eugen Gena. It's for Mr. Marian Marin again, because I think it is the cybersecurity. It's on everybody's lips right now. So the question is if you at Continental are doing the tests related to cybersecurity. Are they developed and executed in your company? Like, you know, the type of tests like vulnerability, fuzz, penetration, and all type of test cases.
Yes, thank you for the question. So yes, we are taking care internally of, let's say, the testing activity, or internally and externally, but we have internally available solutions in order to assess the security of the products we develop. We have, let's say, specialized teams, let's say, doing penetration test activities, and we also have teams involving vulnerability testing, and we were in collaboration, let's say, with software developers, software tool developers for automotive industry, in order for them to design and to extend the capability of their tool chain, in order, for instance, to be able to apply the fuzzing attack, the attack that I mentioned related to, okay, trying to make the device under test fuzzy in order to, let's say, react unexpectedly. So yes, we have internal capabilities of testing the robustness of our products.
Thank you a lot for your answer. And I do want, if we still have some more minutes, I do want to pass the subject and the idea of the cybersecurity also to the other speakers, because we spoke about cybersecurity only in automotive area. What about cybersecurity in the digital signage? What about cybersecurity, I don't know, in agile development? Maybe also Monica can help us with this topic. And why not the cybersecurity in the smart factory? If anyone can raise the hand and just think about this topic. Go ahead, Monica.
I can speak about cybersecurity in Agile and how it is done. For example, in our company, we have all the tools that Mr. Marian mentioned, and we also have extra to that bug bounty programs, for example, where we invite hackers from all the world to hack our application, and we pay for that. We also have responsible disclosure program, which I encourage everybody to have. And that's just a webpage where you say that you will not do any legal action or if somebody is testing your application, and inform you about it without disclosing it first. So they inform you, you fix it, and after that they can disclose that they found it. We receive a lot of information from that responsible disclosure, including a very huge hack that was a hacker tried to get 2 million euros from some of our customers, and we were able to catch that hacker because of responsible disclosure program. So I really encourage you all to use it. For code, we have everything. Static analysis, we have third-party components verification for vulnerability. We notice that more and more threats are coming from this area. So they try more to hack libraries that are spreadly used in the world. And with that, you can see the SolarWind attack, for example, or the Kaseya ransomware was using the same thing. So it's important for you to verify the third-party components that you are using. There is a research saying that around 80% of those are not security proof. And it's also a big part of the code that we have, because usually we use a lot of third-party libraries in these days. So I think that's very important. And regarding specific to Agile, we have a program for security champions or engineers, which means that each team, each product team has a person, a developer usually, or an infrastructure engineer that is facilitating the security in the team. So they receive knowledge and information from the security group, and then they spread this information into their team, and also they try to fix vulnerabilities with their group and to help prioritization and go through security technical depth and do security code reviews and things like that. So that also help a lot in our case. And I think we have like 500 security engineers, which will be quite a lot, comparing that you are not allowed to hire so many security experts in a company usually. So it will be really difficult to scale in other
Why
ways.
aren't you not allowed to hire so many security engineers?
Well, imagine that usually the security personnel is quite expensive, and try to imagine how much the budget will be. And that will be probably the whole IT budget of the company, maybe even more.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. What about, sorry, excuse me, go ahead.
So I think we took the idea, like in blockchain, instead of centralized security to decentralized security. So bring the security to the lower level possible. The developers and the teams should do the security decision as more as they can.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. But you said to hire so many security engineers or security personnel is not okay because of the budget. But I want to hear the opinion of Professor Pârvu. What about a security engineer in a smart factory? Or at least in his association? Or
Yeah, so we don't have this topic because we don't have many specialists within our association right now, and they're also very expensive because there are a lot of them. What I can say, working in Germany, I think cybersecurity is a big issue for adopting digital technologies. Also, when we're thinking, so going beyond the examples with the Jeep Cherokee, but maybe you heard about Stuxnet and let's say intelligent attacks. And when people hear about this, they tend not to connect their infrastructure to the internet and so on. And if I take Mark Goodman's notes from his book, Future Crimes, I think it's very important for somebody to define its crown jewels from security perspective and protect them. But if we're thinking about a system which is unhackable, I think it's not the case if somebody with real power can have the means to do it. And I advise you to search for Stuxnet and check out that documentary to see how a nuclear plant was attacked with a very intelligent virus, which showed the engineers that everything was okay, but on the shop floor, everything was exploding. So I think there is a lot of effort that needs to go into this, into standardization and so on. And I think from a manufacturing point of view, it's a key topic, and it's maybe a break into adopting digital technologies until they don't see the standards that can ensure, let's say, good security. And I advise you all to read this book, Future Crimes, because it gives an historic report on what happened and how he sees these future crimes going on. So it's a really nice book.
Yeah, thank you for your advice and for your indication to this book. I will look for it, and I think one of our speakers should also answer. One of our remaining speakers should also answer this cybersecurity question. Marius, what about cybersecurity in the digital signage? As you mentioned in your presentation, you had some issues regarding the GDPR.
Yes, but it's from a regulatory perspective, not from the cybersecurity perspective.
Okay. And from the cybersecurity perspective?
Until now, we didn't pay hackers. We paid external audit companies to make security audit to our application, also client and server side, and all the bugs, all the vulnerabilities that we found, we fixed them, and for now we are agreed from the bigger customers and have the application in their infrastructures like Carrefour and Catena, with our big customers in Romania with a lot of infrastructures.
Well, thank you. I think it's quite interesting. All your point of views regarding this topic. We basically with investment, with specialists and with audits, with lots of money or maybe not so much money. Cybersecurity it's a handled topic. I don't have any other things. From my point of view, I wish to thank everybody for joining this panel. I just want to conclude with one definition of digitalization. The definition which is written in the IT glossary of Gartner. Digitalization is the use of digital technologies to change a business model and provide new revenue and value-producing opportunities. It is the process of moving to a digital business. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. David. Thank you very much for all speakers. We learned a lot today. We have also an open doors for research for everybody, I think, and a lot of work also for teachers to improve their skills to know to teach the students for the next jobs in the smart factory or in a smart environments to adapt to all challenges. Thank you very much, and I hope you will participate or at least you will follow our next panels afternoon. One is about future skills and the need for upskilling and long life learning. Also, few environment where we see how it tackles this solution. And afternoon, some innovative partnership and how could apply for funding in innovation or for innovative projects, lesson learned or hints from European Commission. Thank you very much for all. We will meet again at 3:30, 15:30 Romanian hour. Thank you very much.
And before closing, one more little advertisement. Starting 5 o'clock, we have a live stream, a workshop regarding the innovation in Triad. We want to show you how we use nowadays technologies, to create future products.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
No problem.
I said in the morning, but now we lose and forget the most important. Yes, and afternoon. Also, this session that Marco Ard will develop will be live on the internet. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day, everybody.
Bye.
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 Și eu mă bucur să vă cunosc pe dumneavoastră.
Salut, Cătălin.
Salut, Mihai. A trecut ceva timp de când am mai stat de vorbă.
E adevărat, da. Iată cum se interferează din nou drumurile.
Da, foarte interesant. Foarte faină prezentarea ta din panelul de dimineață.
Îți mulțumesc mult, mersi.
Salut! Ne auzim?
Salutare!
Salut la toți!
Hello, everybody. Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
Hello.
Fine, thank you.
Hi, Claudiu. Also, Wilfried was in the call.
We are hearing with a little bit of recall.
Yeah, it's an echo.
It's either that, either the volume is too high. So if you set the volume to something like 80%, all of us, it should be fine.
This is why I'm using a headset, because I have such kind of problems.
Might be.
Poate e ceva din sală, Adrian? Între
Eu acum
device-urile pe care le ai pe acolo?
Eu acum nu mai am pornit microfonul, de exemplu.
Acum apare în regulă, Adrian.
Acum e bine. You're so kind. Welcome.
Okay, everybody, it is 1 minute before 15:30, but I saw on your faces that you are eager to start discussion about the future of work. Actually, the future of work started with COVID, so we are in the work adapting our skills or behavior or making analysis to see which is the best solution to work from home or work from office. Thank you very much for all of you. Just to tell that after this panel, we will have also another interesting panel from 1750 about European challenges, solution for funding from European Commission with guests from there, and also innovative partnership from different companies. So I invite Mihai Etscu to continue and have the floors with the special guest to this panel. Thank you very much, Mihai. Thank you very much, all of you. Enjoy.
Thank you, Adrian, and welcome all of you into this panel, into this session. Today we'll have a very consistent session with some new stuff here. So we will discuss about the future of work, which is quite new in the present. And we'll have 5 panels today, but since we discuss about things that are unpredictable and unseen yet, we have 6 speakers. So 5 topics for 6 guys. We have the colleagues in the panel here, and I will share my screen to provide you an overview. And with this, I will make an exercise and an awareness for the colleagues in the panel. So, dear presenters, when you share your screen, please use the option your entire screen. It will be much more easy to see the presentation in the slideshow option. Good. So, as I already mentioned, we'll have in this panel, we'll cover this topic, the future of work, upskilling, reskilling, the long life learning, new jobs, new skills. And we'll have today 6 experts in various topics that will cover this main area called the future of work. And in the beginning, we'll start with Professor Claudiu Vasile Chifor and Sergiu Nicolaescu. They will cover a topic, very interesting topic in regards of some analytics for the workforce or the people who are working in this kind of new style of working, teleworking. There are very interesting data there, and I'm keen to see the more details about this. Then we'll have Wilfried Utz. He's managing director for OmniLab in Germany, and we'll see the OmniLabs in action. Interesting tools to use in the daily work, I will say. Then we'll have Cătălin Vacon. He's an entrepreneur and founder of the Talent Pipeline, and he will show us how can we see in the future an opportunity of matchmaking in between organization, people and organization, and so on. So it's not a methodology for dating, but a methodology for putting together people and organization. And afterwards, we'll have George Bontas. He is a country leader for Regnology. He will share with us some ideas in regards of digitalization and future of work, and we will see how tools and automatization can help us in the near future. And then Răzvan Voica, who is also an entrepreneur, let's say, in the education. He's co-founder and CEO in the Informal School of IT, and he will provide us some details in regards of what are the skills for a digital society. So this is the panel. Thank you for putting all together the ideas, and I'm very interested to see more details from each of your presentations. So let's start. I will invite for the beginning Professor Dr. Engineer Claudiu Chifor. He is currently a professor of at Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu, and also director of the Research Center in Sustainable Products and Process. And together with him, we have Sergiu Nicolaescu. He's a senior computer scientist at Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu and also software group leader. He was manager of senior research in the more than 10 R&D project, both in private and public sector. So, welcome guys. Please share with us how is this teleworking mode looks like in this moment, and can we be productive in this kind of working style? Let's see. So I will stop sharing my screen and I will invite you to share your presentation. I can see the presentation.
We're not able to hear. Your microphone is mute.
Yeah, we cannot hear.
Now I think you can hear me too.
Yeah, it's good now. It's fine. So please.
Thank you so much for your introduction, Mihai. Hi, everybody. As Mihai said, we are going to present an overview of the teleworking phenomenon and especially the workforce analytics. I will share the presentation with my colleague Sergiu. So I will start and Sergiu will continue. But before starting, let me present you very shortly the context and the motivation. There are, of course, many reports, many papers, a lot of literature on teleworker. I selected a recent report published by Gartner, who said that by the end of this year, more than half of all knowledge workers are expected to be working remotely. And also that teleworker will represent 32% of all employees worldwide this year, at the end of this year. While 2 years ago, we were talking about 70%. Most of us agreed that a hybrid workforce is probably the future of work. Worker both remote and on-site. But together with the teleworking, there are also coming problem and question. One question is about productivity and how to manage, how to measure the productivity of the worker while workers are not in the office, are somewhere far. It is a difficult problem. There are different proposals. One solution could come from employee monitoring software. And this is what a very extensive review performed by PCMag was done this year. Starting from this reality, we propose a project, and the project is called Workforce Analytic with Machine Learning Algorithm for Evaluating Employee Performance and Satisfaction in Teleworking Environment. Our project was approved and is currently financed by Hasso Planner Excellence Research Grant, financed by the Knowledge Transfer Center of Lucian Blaga University of Sibiu. We are a team working on this project together with Sergio, it is also Professor Adrian Florea, and some other colleagues from faculty and also from a company in Sibiu. But also for the beginning, we want to clarify the key term as teleworking. Teleworking is when the employee performs the work from a remote location using a computer or another device connected to the internet. And another key term, workforce analytics. Workforce analytics is about understanding, managing, and improving the role of talent in the execution of the strategy and the creation of value. And we are talking here not only about a focus on metrics, but also analytics. How do we manage and improve the metrics that are critical for the business success? This definition belongs to a very famous specialist in the field, Mr. Husserl. So starting from this reality, we propose a framework, a conceptual framework for workforce analytics. It is, of course, a complex figure, and I'm going to explain it very shortly. But what is important is that in our framework, knowledge generation is performed in 4 steps: data collection, data pre-processing, data processing, and data analytics. We are starting actually with the data recording using key logging tools. And all this data that came actually from employee and from the interaction of the employee with the computer, mouse, keys, focus, all this data are imported in databases, in Arango databases in the MySQL, using data connectors that were written by our team. Further on, this data is processed, and Sergio will show how exactly, and it will be analyzed. For this, different tools can be used, like statistic application and also visualization application. And based on this process, we can have, as you saw in the definition, we can have important information on the process, how the employees are actually working, which are the habits of the employees, and even more, which is the balance, work-life balance of the employees. Now I will give you the floor to my colleague Sergio, who is the key person in this project, come for computer science, and he will go in much more detail. Please, Sergio, and I will move forward with the presentation.
Thank you. Hello again to everybody. I will continue to present the session of the study that we are making, and I'm saying one session because we are planning many more. We recorded data during a 3-month period in a software development company. It was a medium-sized company. All people were trained and knew the purpose of the study. We had 2 roles, as you can see in the table, 2 consultants and 3 programmers. All of them had a high level of seniority, and all were working at distance. It were recorded 140 days, and totally we had 3.5 million events. Earlier, it was explained that we are using a NoSQL database, ArengoDB. It was our decision to use this one. The main purpose was this: we have a large amount of data, and we want to be able to process it. Even if 3.5 million is not really large amount, we can scale it, and we can understand that on a larger company with hundreds of employees, it can become millions of records. One of the objectives was to understand how a working day is structured on types of activities. Just imagine how interesting would be to see at the end of the day how long you worked, how many breaks were taken, how they are distributed, really important, how much was invested in documentation, how much was invested in writing emails. There are a lot of insights that can be retrieved. We all know that one of the main tools for professional development is the feedback. What if the feedback can be received instant, can be received daily, and it's data-driven? This is the vision. Therefore, what have we done? We have identified all the pauses. A pause means a time of inactivity. It means zero interaction with the PC, no interaction with the peripherals, with the mouse, keyboard, nothing. And afterwards, from this, we extracted the active time. And this active time, we wanted to see how it looks like. First, we took the tools to see which tools are there. And afterwards, we wanted to try something new and to group it on type of activities. And we have decided to choose 4 types of activities. It is the actual work, the documentation, the recreation and informal learning, and the 4th one it is a container with the other activities, which we decided from the beginning that should be less than 10%. On the right side, you can see a dashboard. We used Power BI in order to visualize all this data. And what is interesting is that everything is dynamic. If we want to see an average on all the persons, we just one click, we can have it. And if we want to see the person X, in day X, we can see how his day looked like. We can move to the next slide. How was it done? I will go a little bit technical, not too much, but a little bit. Maybe it's important to understand. First of all, on the left side, we have a data structure. So based on the raw data that we had and based on some processing that we made, we have a basic structure. The main is main data is from the interaction with the peripherals. For example, the mouse, number of clicks, number of movements from the keyboard, number of keystrokes per minute, the type of keys, the key combination, all are offering some information. And really important are the windows, the applications, the focus events. What is this? For example, right now we are in the focus, it is PowerPoint, but we are not saving only PowerPoint. We are saving the actual window. The actual window is the name of the file, of the PowerPoint file. And in addition, we had PowerPoint. So here we have a lot of information. Besides this, we have a timestamp. From this timestamp, it is the instant time when an event is happening. And also, we are using some information regarding the employees and some information regarding the log files. What we are doing in order to make the classification. On the right side, you can see we are identifying some keywords. Based on all the text that was retrieved from the windows that I explained earlier, we are creating a map using machine learning. And this map is showing us the relationship between the keywords, and it's showing us the recurrence rate, how often are appeared these keywords. Based on this, we can just assign these keywords to the clusters. And this was easy. Only we needed some training data, which was done by administrator or some of the users, and really fast we achieved the 90%. I told you earlier that we're also looking over the tools, and we had the tools like email, like programming tools. It is the last picture from there. So we also have this overview. We can skip. Now let's come to the conclusions. Which were the results? We were able to observe that 60% of the time was spent in actual work. 23% was used in documentation. This is an interesting figure, maybe for HR, maybe for Mihai. 5.3%, approximately 21 minutes was used for recreation and for informal learning. And here we had like for recreation, reading of news, or for informal learning, we had the YouTube. You are learning most of the time on YouTube, but it's not a formal one. We cannot say that it's documentation. And in the end, we had 9% which were not assigned. Another interesting information that can be revealed is from the context switch. Context switch is when we change from one window to another, not especially from one application to another, but from one window to another. First of all, it can be observed that all study participants are having a very dynamic work. The average of context switch is at 20 seconds, so it's really, really fast. It was a surprise for us at the beginning. But it seems that this is the way we are working now. And some interesting fact is that when we compared the programmer and the consultant, we were able to observe that the programmer is making a context switch at twice the time. So it's 30 seconds for the programmer and 70 seconds for the programmer and around 30 seconds for the consultant. And the same, it can be on the number of applications and windows that are using. The consultants are using much less applications and much less tools in order to do their work. We can move forward. Another interesting result, considering that we are talking about teleworking, was to see which is the start time and end time of our work. And I'm not talking about the booking when we start when we come at work. I'm talking about the actual work. We start and we work with the PC. We are moving the mouse. We are starting to make actual work. For the start time, we can see the peak in the histogram. It is between 8 and 10 o'clock. In very few cases, somebody started earlier at 6 o'clock or after lunch. I would say that this is normal. It's comparable with the traditional work, since most of the companies now have flexibility and also can have exceptions. What is interesting is at the end of time, you can see there we have two peaks. The first peak is between 4 and 6, which is pretty normal. And the second peak is at the end of the day. Our first idea was we are working more. However, we checked and we observed that the working time is pretty much the same, the actual time of work. So our conclusion is that the time, the working schedule is broader now. It's distributed during the day, and we have the flexibility to do it. We can go to the next one. This I especially like, the inactive time. It's important because we need to have a healthy schedule. It happens sometimes, even for me, that in some days I don't get up from my chair. And maybe the first day I'm at a good level of performance, but for sure until the end of the week we are not. So we also read some studies, and it was concluded that you need to have a normal schedule in order to have a good performance. And we checked how many pauses we had and how we're distributed. We have long breaks, which are more than 15 minutes of inactivity, and short breaks between 2 and 15. For the long breaks, we have around 4 in average per day, more precisely 389. This means 1 at every 2 hours, which looks okay. So in average, the breaks are okay. But what is interesting is to see if somebody is taking too much break and somebody else is taking too less. And I would focus on the ones that are taking too less, because this is the problem. The rest is just focus on results. If they have good results and they are taking a lot of breaks, then they are good. On the short breaks, we have around 14 breaks per day. And it can be concluded to be around 1.5 per hour, which the same for me looks fine. We assume it to be maybe time of focusing, coffee breaks, or some personal activities. Some other interesting fact that can be retrieved from here is if we make a plot, if we make a comparison of two variables. For example, on the left side, you can see the total time and the number of breaks. We can conclude from here, or we can identify some risk of burnout. If we see somebody that has worked long hours without break, then I would raise a flag. It does not mean that it's happening something, but it means that a flag should be raised and the person should be aware, or the management or HR should be aware. Normally, a person is following a pattern. A long change on this pattern, even if it's a shorter time of break, or even if it's longer, then it is a flag. We can move forward with the slide. And I will come to the conclusions. We have also other findings, but the time was short. And I will try to conclude here. We found out how a work day looks like based on type of activities and also based on applications which are used. All were analyzed under a magnifying glass at 2 hours interval. So we divided the day at each 2 hours. 2 roles were monitored. We had the programmer and the consultant, and we were able to observe a lot of differences between them. We wanted to find out if work habits from the traditional work are different than the one in teleworking. And as I told earlier, the main one is that the remote employees extend their work schedule over a longer and broader period. Why? Our assumption is that they have flexibility to perform other activities during the normal schedule, and they are doing as they need the schedule. And another finding is that meeting time is shorter than in telework, at least for these participants. Employees, the programmers, seems to use this time for programming activities. Compared with other studies, the time of programming was much bigger. It's very important to add that we do not want to make a generalization from these results, not even on industry level. To do it, we will need longer studies, which many more participants and over a longer period. Our main goal was to create a set of methods and tools in order to apply workforce analytics and to validate this framework. And this, I think, we achieved. We can
Thank
go
you
to...
so much. Yeah, very nice information.
If there is time, I have one more. If not, we can close here.
1 minute, if it's fine for you, and sum up, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mihai. So what we are working right now, we are improving all the time the framework. We have a new module of collection, the data collection, which is written now by the team in order to reduce the time of collection and to be sure that the data is correct collected. The main advantage is that it's automatically uploading the data into the cloud, into ArangoDB, and it's doing most of the part of the pre-processing. So it does not need to be manually anymore. The anonymization and the check of integrity is done directly. And also on the platform side, on the software platform, we are adding more modules. I would mention two of them. One is the performance. We want to correlate the data that I explained earlier with the performance of employee. The goal is to obtain a pattern of efficient work. And another one is capture repetitive actions. We want to apply, we've already started to apply intelligent algorithms in order to detect repetitive actions. Why it's important to have these repetitive actions? We want to automate, want to see what we are doing all the time the same, and we can use robot process automation for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have a very consistent and interesting conclusion there. So I think we really need this kind of researches now and in the future, since the teleworking or mobile work or homework, call it whatever, meaning working outside an office and using time in an uncontrolled manner by the environment or the team or by manager. So it's really nice. I was impressed when I see the study, reading it in advance. So I guess we will receive some questions from the audience. And with this, I will invite the colleagues or the people who are in the audience to place your questions. And we will take them at the end of the panel. Basically, we will do in the same manner. We will collect all the questions that you haven't, and at the end of the panels, we will place these questions to the speakers. So, thank you, Professor Kiefer. Thank you, Sergio, for the presentation. We'll go further with the next speaker. We'll have Wilfried Woods. He is involved in international research and innovation projects and gain experience in the field of modeling, method conceptualization, meta model design and implementation of modeling tools. So currently he serves as the managing director of OmniLab MPO, an organization, non-profit organization from Germany, and the aims of the OmniLab is to support the conceptual modeling community through common tools, methods, and platforms. And today, Wilfried will show us OmniLab in action. So, Dr. Woods, please go ahead.
Thank you for the introduction. I hope you can all hear me.
Yeah, it's fine.
Before I show any slide, I just want to say thank you very much to, first of all, Adrian for inviting us to be here, to be with you. You see in my background, this is not Sibiu, unfortunately. This is Upper Austria, Leonding, my parents' place, so I still need to go to see them. It would be great to see all of you together, and there's one very specific reason for that, and the reason is that we have an OmniLab installation that is operated by Professor Floria in Sibiu, and that actually showcases what we want to accomplish as a community, not as a person, but as a community of experts that work together. And I believe when thinking about the challenges that we have in mind for our future workforce, teleworking, all those things, I think one of the core aspects that we should not forget and that we should keep in our mind is that we need collaboration. This is something where we need to work together. This is one part is what we do here now. I see on my screen here 9 faces. So we work together in a sense, we collaborate, but also from a stakeholder's point of view, so from an expertise perspective. So we have academia, we have industries, we have technicians, and all these things amalgamate together, and at some point we come up with something new. But now I will jump to the slides, and I will I think I have 20 minutes. I will not exceed my 20 minutes. I will just make sure that we understand what I would like to discuss with you. I will stop after 20 minutes. I think we can share the slides with everybody. What I would like to show to you is what the OMELab is, what OMELab as an organization is, first of all, and what the network that we try to, that we continuously establish actually works on and contributes to. So first of all, OMELab stands for Open Models Initiative Laboratory. The idea comes from research work here at the University of Vienna. I say here because I studied at the University of Vienna. And the idea is that we would like to have a similar approach to conceptual modeling that we have to source code. We heard a lot about source code and development in the previous talk. And when we have this analogy in mind, we describe something in program code, and we would like to have it in an open environment, and we share. We have a lot of infrastructure available already. We have GitHub, GitLab, built infrastructure, everything is ready. When we think about a more high-level representations, knowledge representations in the form of models, we don't have that yet, but we have a distributed knowledge base. It's not accessible in case you look for something. And this is what the OMELab tries to contribute on, that we have a possibility to collaborate on certain issues that are important in the future. And I name here too, that we want to drive innovation and digital transformation. And the important thing here is that we have laboratories. So we have spaces for our workforce, for students, for researchers, for anyone that can actually try out things. That means we need a lab in order to have the possibility to explore different solutions. I think this is something that is very important to consider, that we have explorative approaches that we need to support through an infrastructure that we as OMELab try to establish in a collaborative setting. I skipped the slide about me. The most important thing is you find my email address up here. So in case I skip something or you need to know something in further detail, please feel free to email me anytime. I will try to be reactive as we do it also in our joint project. Right, a quick view on the OMELab itself. What is OMELab? The idea, and I think Michael mentioned it already, we try to have a global community that works on conceptual modeling on different levels of abstraction, and that benefits from open artifacts. So we aim to share, to collaborate, and to have open access to these kind of results. When we look at the current state of the network, I just show that to you quickly that you get an understanding in what dimension we work here. We have actually a European scale network established currently, plus the global part comes from over here from Korea, Jeonbuk University in South Korea. But the idea is here that we establish such exploratory spaces in different institutions. Can be industry, can be academia, and that supports then a very concrete and specific focus within conceptual modeling, so that we don't do everywhere the same, but we have different domain knowledge that comes into place. I think each of the nodes that we have, you can find the details on the nodes on our website, they focus on very specific topics, they work on these topics, and of course there's the need also to collaborate and to cooperate then together. As OMELab NPO is non-profit, we have our headquarters here in in Berlin, sorry. So this is, I'm coming from Vienna. This is why I'm misleading that one. But this is, we are located in Berlin, and we try to get also this atmosphere of open collaboration through the different locations into place. That's the current state. 16 labs are established, are set up, and the purpose is here to collaborate and to work together. How can you imagine that such a lab looks like? We call these labs digital innovation environment, and we have two different settings for that. We have a setting for an academic environment, which is of course more experimental. Things just don't work for a certain amount of time, which is good because we don't want to have everything working right away. We want to explore and see how things work. So that you can also already recognize what that means and what impact that has on our on skill development, etc. You would need to have an explorative mindset that also tries out things and doesn't look for the solution right away that you can buy or you can get, but you would need to explore what is the solution space in order to come up with something. The setup is looks similar. Of course, there's a different context setting in there. What we do is we assume that we have at the bottom layer over here, oops, sorry, I will just remove that. We work on cyber physical systems. This is not the core level of our expertise. That's why we use here different types of robotic devices. You can recognize there's a now down here. There's some robotic cars, different flavors of those. And we use this layer at the very bottom in order to simulate the real world. So we would like to be able to test how conceptual models can work and can run in a real world setting. On top of that one, we have the second layer, this part here in the middle, where we think about models. And the models are actually our invariant. This is where we want to think of and that where we want to research about. So what kind of model-based representation do we need in order to understand what is coming in from the top, what kind of business idea comes in from the top, and how can we evaluate those things then on the lower levels. So the space itself is focused, of course, on these model representation, and the research work focuses on these parts as well, with the core assumption that we don't program anymore. So we don't program these devices. Of course, we need to program interfaces, but we don't program them for a specific need, but we control and we interpret how the behavior should be using the conceptual model representation up here. Can be different flavors, BPMN diagrams, Petrinets, self-developed things, domain-specific languages, anything that is deemed relevant for that. On top of that one, we put everything that relates to the business and more abstract representation of our innovative ideas. So we need to also consider business modeling. What is the idea worth? How can we implement that one? And I will show that to you now within an industrial setting, that is in the lab at Faulmangasse at BUC, just to give you a flavor how that looks like. And we have a short guided tour through the lab just to give you a feeling how that looks like. So what you can recognize here is we have a space of about 60 square meters in there. And the left-hand side that is set up here is our design thinking space. This is a part of the lab, and the design thinking is supported by a tool called Scene to Model that allows us to use SAP Scene's design thinking methodology. That's what you recognize here. It's 400 types and flavors of artifacts that we can use in order to structure our business idea. This is hands-on. This means that the people who work there, they need to come up with a meaningful idea. There's then a transformation into our exploration space. And here we test the feasibility. You see different flavors of cyber-physical devices, robotic arms, drones, whatever is deemed interesting for the experimental setup. Of course, this is not a real robot, it's not industrial grade, but that doesn't really matter because we want to focus on the level on top of that one. We want to think about the conceptual model representation and what do we need in order to implement these models so that they can demonstrate a business value and a business impact. On top of that one, of course, everything that relates to business models. And on the back-end side of our lab here, we have the dirty places where you put the robots together, you program the artificial intelligence, and you define the conceptual models. So this is the setup that we would vision for our work within our OME labs, that we have a space that allows us to innovate, to think freely, to do things outside of the boundaries of organizational limitations or university limitations as well. The lab is a free space where we can think and we can experiment with new ideas. Where do we find instances at this moment? I just leave that up to you to go through. We have different flavors of organizations, academic ones on the left-hand side here, industrial ones, there's one missing, of course, and we have also partner hubs that support us in our initiatives to promote the ideas and to actually move it forward. And what I'm really sad today about that we cannot go to the lab in Sibiu, but I would like to show you just a short picture of that one, and you see Adrian here at the bottom as well. And I think there's always the opportunity to visit and to explore what is going on in the lab in Sibiu. This is very specific, of course. It is something that is respecting the research interest and the ideas that are part of this node representation. I will move on and just to show you the flavor that we have seen before. What is our idea? We use abstraction to reduce the complexity of a domain for a specific purpose. This is a quote that's not from me, but it's of our founder, Professor Karagiannis. He will repeat that over and over again during our summer school as well. So all the students that have visited us will know this phrase. Why is that important for us? Because we believe that this abstraction technique, this mental mindset to perform abstraction is something that we need to teach to the new generation. How do we describe a system in a way that we focus on the issues that we would like to address, the purpose, and reduce therefore the complexity of the overall situation. Right, our approach is here conceptual modeling, and this is the picture that I just tried to show you on the actual instance on this industrial lab. We have on the left a pillar that concerns the creation of business ecosystems. We apply here design thinking, different innovative approaches to describe how a new business model should look like. On the other hand, we have the engineering of digital twins. The part that I showed you at the bottom, the physical elements, but also software components, etc. So everything that relates to cyber-physical environments. And for us, the mediation pillar here in the middle, that is that we want to design smart models, modeling languages, modeling methods, and the interoperability of these parts together, supported by a common approach and a common set of technologies that we provide as part of the OMLab initiative. What I mentioned before, when we get from the business ecosystem level to the models, we talk about decomposition. On the other side, we abstract the capabilities of a cyber-physical system, abstraction on the other side, and this results then in the container of smart models that we want to construct. Right, there's a lot of things to look into when it comes to theoretical background that then needs to be agility, and I just want to focus here on one slide in considering the time aspect as well. What we would like to accomplish is we would like to design digitalized, valuable model artifacts. Okay, this is the part on top here. This is the core idea of the OMLab, that we have a model representation, a model artifact that is valuable by itself. It's digital, it's a design result, and this is what we would like to come up with. The requirements come from the business models. What kind of business models can we see in the future? We look into the future and we try to estimate what we will come up with. We come with some crazy ideas that we would like to implement. What do we need? Right? These business models provide our requirements. What we need for that one, we need concepts, methods, and tools. Right? So we need to have the concepts available to represent those things. We need to have the methods that support us. And from our point of view, we need also tool support to perform these modeling exercises and to have sustainability on the results accomplished. We ran through this exercise actually during the DGFOF project. I'm not sure if this has been mentioned before, but this is a collaborative project where OMLab is partner, but also the University of Sibiu is the coordinator. And we ran through this part when we developed a new modeling technique for autonomous vehicles. So how does that work? That we have a concept available, methods implemented, and tool support in order to design those digitalized, valuable model artifacts. They use this concept, the methods, and the tools in order to represent then the domain and provide additional value. Of course, there's an evaluation since we want to do agile things at the end. And this is actually represented here on one picture for to put those pieces together. Design using the SID scenes approach, an open approach to do design thinking, but again, open for any kind of design thinking technique that you can imagine. The only concern that we have is that we would like to move these scenes into a model representation, into this conceptual modeling frame. This red part is the most interesting for us. On the other hand, we have different cyber-physical system environments that we also abstract and represent, and we need to find a way how these parts can be operationalized and represented. 3 more minutes. I need to be quick. I would like to switch a little bit to another slide so that we, sorry, this is wrong. I'll just move out of this set over here and we continue somewhere else. There's an example in here, but I believe you can look at those things together. What I would like to jump to as a conclusion of the talk today is what is our evaluation criteria? How do we evaluate as a community what we have achieved? And there's different flavors on that one. One part, and this is something that I would like to share with you also afterwards, I will put the link for that paper into the chat. It's a joint work of all the colleagues that are working also in the DigiFof context, and it's about a new type of skill and role set that we need to think of, namely the type of the digital engineer. I think we had mechanical engineering, electronical engineering, software engineering, everything, but I think digital engineering is a new term that has been coined within this paper in order to describe what we need in the future. We need to have the expertise that has the ability to combine and integrate different techniques. Other set of evaluation is publication work. So I think you find your different types of books on that one. We have 2 books currently in progress. The second volume is coming out early next year. And the difference compared to other books is that these books follow this method, concept, tool logic. So we have in there, we describe the concept, we have the method, and we have tools that actually contribute to that one. So in the first volume, we had, I think, 24 tool implementations that are available in an open manner and that target a very concrete challenge within the transformative age that we currently live in. Volume 2 picks up on top of that one and actually extends the community in order to also include aspects that we haven't seen in volume 1 yet. Right, outcomes are prototypes, modeling tools, prototypes that you can apply and that you can play around with. This is the link to the page where you can get the tools and you can download them. Everything is free, open, so you don't need to ask for permission to get those things. The only thing that is tricky, of course, is to find the appropriate tool for the purpose that you look into. One important thing is knowledge transfer. Everything that I've talked about now is actually the result of our community. So that's not a result that I have been working on personally, but it's something that the community has established. And we actually try to make this transfer that what the community produces and move it over to the younger generation on a yearly level. We have the NEMO Summer School. This is the Next Generation Enterprise Modeling Summer School happening in July every year. We had edition number 7 last July. It was a virtual conference, unfortunately. Next time we plan to have it 2022 in a physical setting again, in the hope that everything will be fine by then. So please keep that in mind in case you want to join. You find all the details in here. The date is already set. It's a 2 weeks program, very intense, to actually get the idea, to get the content from the community and transform that into the new digital age in order to become then and to educate digital leaders, digital engineers for the future. I will stop here, 20 minutes. I finish on time. I hope that it was interesting for you.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to questions and anything at the end of the talk. This is how I understand things, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing this conceptual modeling and how can we tackle the complexity and how can we deconstruct this complexity to, let's say, not a simplified, but to achieve the simplexity of the complex environment and methods and tools that we have around us.
Yep.
Yeah, very, very interesting approach in regards of working with complex systems. Thank you so much for sharing. And then let's go further. And since we are discussing about complexity and how can we put the things all together, let's see the perspective of Cătălin regarding the matching in recruitment. And about Cătălin Vacon, I just want to tell you that his last 5 years were focused on the digital transformation. He is, as I already mentioned, an entrepreneur, and his project Talent Pipeline was built to reshape the recruitment landscape. His experience in the recruitment area. And with the project Talent Pipeline, his aim was to help agency collaborate efficiently to place more candidates while incorporating a candidate-first recruiting strategy. Nice. So let's see what is does mean and what it's about this matchmaking in recruitment.
Okay, thank you, Mihai. I will start my presentation. So let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, it's fine. We can see it.
Great. Okay, so I will jump right into it. Yes, my name is Cătălin Vacon. I'm happy to join this panel. If you like this presentation, I look forward to connect with you on LinkedIn. It's where I share content about recruitment, talent pipeline, employer branding, my startup journey, and product development. So before we dive in my topic for today, future of matchmaking in recruitment, I would like to present to you myself. Therefore, please hear my story, which is very strong related to this topic. In short, I spent 13 years in recruitment as a consultant, working with more than 50 employers and managing together with 2 recruiters a portfolio of 12 active clients each year. So today, together with our digital partner in Talent Pipeline, we are building products to digitalize recruitment agencies, as you, Mihai, mentioned at the beginning. But it all started in 2007 when I graduated psychology and got my first job as a recruitment consultant. Having a sense of entrepreneurship and being ambitious, I found recruitment as being, for me, the first step to understand business. At that time, there were no books to prepare you for becoming a recruitment consultant. So I started my first job and learned how to find candidates and employers interested. I learned on the job and managed to learn other colleagues to do what I knew in time. So in 2015, I started working on a digital transformation of the agency where I was working for 7 years already. Actually, at that time, I was no longer just a consultant. I was the administrator, and I shared a small equity in the business. I wanted to make our work smoother and decided that we should find somebody to help us put our work into a digital system. And trust me, it was a long, long year. And the most difficult part was to find somebody who can build what we have envisioned as consultants. Another challenge was to document what we want in order for a software web development company to understand it and to build it for us. I didn't realize back then, that year, my journey as a product manager has begun. And in 2016, the product was ready, and in December was implemented in the agency. It came with another challenges, like making our colleagues understand how it works and how to use it. Since I didn't knew back then what I was doing, which is product management, I just rolled with it, and we managed to use it at its full capacity. And I consider it a success because in 2020, when I founded the startup Talent Pipeline, the agency, the recruiters that were working in the agency were the same as the recruiters that started working in 2016. So it was a success for the recruitment agency, and it was a success for myself. So coming back to today, in partnership with Ropardo, we are a team of 5 people, and we aspire to change the recruitment landscape by digitalizing recruitment agencies. We look at matchmaking not just from a recruitment point of view, but also from a business model perspective. So I wanted to be prepared for this presentation and to think about candidates as being the first priority in this landscape of recruitment. And that's why I want to share this slide with you. It's a tweet that was put on the internet on 2014, so some time ago, by Josh Burson, who founded a company which was acquired by Deloitte. And he said, the war for talent is over and the talent won. Well, what does it mean for me, this tweet? And I would like to share with you three important aspects. One thing is that the trend is for businesses to become more human-centric, for HR people to become more employee-centric, and for recruitment to become more candidate-centric. The world evolved, and nowadays brands, technology, products, businesses are focused more than ever on the human side of their existence. When we talk about recruitment, we can see how the employment market has changed, and this is just the beginning. Businesses have difficulties in adjusting to this new world, which evolves around talent. This because they focus on developing their employer brand, but they forget about the talent brand. Also, another thing that I understand is that in the future, recruitment is no longer about the job. By the way, do you still remember that room in movies where people would wait their turn to participate at an interview? Well, where is it now? Recruitment and hiring can lead to a job that has been covered, which is a result, or to a long-term investment. When we talk about a long-term investment, we talk about hiring the person that resonates the most with the employer and the talent brand, understands the culture, values, work environment, ethic, mission, vision, and work style. So generating engagement only based on job advertisement or direct approach will become more and more unlikely. Another thing that I understand is that recruitment, yes, it's about employer brand, but it's more about talent brand. Yes, employer brand is important, but the talent brand is magnetic. The difference is in the source of information. If the message about the employer brand is real, the employees will prove it and amplify the message. The real challenge facing hiring teams is making the transformation from promoting the work that needs to be done, which is the equivalent of jobs, to promoting the satisfaction this work brings in the organization. And that's the core of talent brand. So jumping in the next slide, we have two major employer perspectives and two models that are well known in approaching recruitment. We have on one side the employer perspective and the candidate perspective. So when we talk about the employer perspective, a recruitment need starts when a job is open and it's handled like a project. This means that it has a deadline. The need is solved when the selection is made from the people available in that time gap until the deadline. This is the way recruiters work by using three methods. Job advertisements, direct approach, and asking for recommendations or referrals. It really looks just like sales. And you can see that the funnel looks more like a game of numbers. While the candidate perspective on recruitment, it's a little bit different. It starts for the candidate when he or she acknowledges that wants to make a change. And the candidate starts noticing that there are other employers that are out there and can fulfill that need. As he gets more and more information, the candidate will conclude if his interest grows or decreases for some of these employers. So think about it as an interest growth game. That's why it resembles dating, because in dating, we get to engage with the people that we like, who share our interests, values, and can help us in our emotional development. Actually, research shows that for a passive candidate, it takes around a year to get into the stage to apply. And in that stage of apply, he's available only for 2 weeks. So looking side by side and seeing these two perspectives on recruitment, we can see how different they are. First of all, their foundation is different, the skills required are different, the path is different, and the outcome is different. This could be a candidate journey which embodies these funnels and reflects how a candidate starts his journey and ends his journey as a candidate and begins his journey as an employee, onboarding and advocacy. So let's consider a little bit what is a match in recruitment. While in classic recruitment, we look at candidates as matching criteria of experience, education, skills, and we always relate them to jobs. In modern recruitment, the candidate is the one who chooses the employers, and he's asking himself which employer has the culture, values, and mission fit with its own growth goals, personal values, and working style and preferences. Matching takes place when there is a fit between a candidate and an employer. It doesn't have to do so much with jobs. It is about finding compatibility with them, between them. Now, in this recruitment landscape, we have, of course, these two major players, candidates and employers, which are the core existence of recruitment. But somehow, bringing them together, if there is a fit, it's very complicated, and the recruitment and the hiring can become frustrating for the candidate and also for recruiters, because it's about finding the right timing and solving the communication between them. And this is something very difficult. Besides candidates and employers, we have in the recruitment landscape technology. And technology should and can step in order to help this matchmaking take place and to improve the candidate journey as an overall. But
Catalin,
yes.
Sorry for the interruption. Just be aware to the time. Still have 3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Thank
you.
Thank you so much.
So technology is more about helping employers manage the data in the recruitment process, and it's not so much about candidates and improving their journey in finding the right candidate, the right job for them. And also in this recruitment landscape, we have recruitment agencies, and the recruitment agencies are in the landscape the place where as a candidate you want to find support. They are in the middle of the landscape, meaning that they understand the candidates and they understand the employers. They work with both of them, but they are hired by employers. So that's why agencies tend to act in the landscape just like employers. So because we talk about candidates first, let's talk about candidate experience. And these are three questions very important for a candidate. Where do I begin my journey when I decide to make a change? And we see that there are a lot of possibilities. We have social media, we have job aggregators like Indeed, we have recruitment agencies, we have career sites for each employer. And the second question is, how can I apply? Sure, the apply button looks the same for in each job advertisement, but when you click on it, it can lead to a messenger app like WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger. Maybe you will talk with a robot. Maybe you will be asked to register or fill a form. And each time there is a possibility, the question is, what happens with my data? And how can I access this data? Because we talk about matchmaking. Matchmaking is not just a recruitment perspective, but it's also a business model. And this is how the business model would look like in a talent pipeline. Because on one side, we have an agency that has access to a talent, a very good candidate, and less opportunities to match. And on the other side, we have an agency that don't has access to the talent, but has more opportunities to match. And when we put them together, this means that our matchmaking takes place. So jumping at the final slide, matchmaking is how we want to change the landscape. And we believe that these three changes will affect and improve the candidate experience overall. So one account for talent, all the opportunities to match. If each candidate is assigned to only one agency, and that agency can use the system in order to match the candidate with employers that agency knows, but also other employers, then with one account, the talent can get more opportunities to match. Also, employers want a talent pipeline that can be managed by all the agency. And why not have one employer, one account in a platform? And this is what we are struggling to do. Also, because I mentioned in the first slide, one standard for agencies to digitalize and optimize their matchmaking flows and collaborate. Because the main issue is that agencies act like employers, and it's hard for them to switch from finding candidates for jobs to the other way around, which is finding jobs for people. So this is my last slide. Thank you for listening to me. We will continue with maybe with some questions later.
Yeah, thank you so much, Catalina. Thank you. It was interesting to see this struggle on putting together recruiting agency companies who are the employer and the candidates, and this struggle, I'm pretty sure that will still continue. And let's continue with in the same direction, including in the processes, the automation. And for the next topic, we'll have George Bontash. For more than 10 years, George was focusing in supporting banks in Europe in their digital transformation process to make the regulatory reporting requirements towards local and international supervisory authorities. So, George, your topic, it is how digitalization transformed the future of work. So I'm very interested to see how artificial intelligence will influence ourselves in the near future. So please.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mihai. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yeah.
Let me also share my screen.
Till you open the slides, the future of work is nearby you empty. George.
Yes, that's true. That's true. I'm now in a virtual space, and actually, this was one of the points I wanted to address today. It's actually also this whole conference already transformed the way we do things. So for that, I want to thank you, Adrian, for organizing again the Sibiu Innovation Days, and thanks for letting me also be a participant here. It's a pleasure, as it was also last year. But we see here already the challenges of today's ways of working with the digitalization, putting us in the fully environmental work as we are today. Good. So
we can see the presentation.
Yes. Okay.
It's fine, and we can hear you very good.
Super. That's great. Then let's start. I'm George Bontas. I'm the managing director and the country leader for Regnology Romania. Actually, probably you didn't hear that much about Regnology because it's a spin-off from Bearing Point, and we just rebranded to Regnology 2 weeks ago. Probably Bearing Point was much more known to everybody. I picked up this topic on how digitalization transforms the future of work to share some thoughts from the experience we had so far in this era of digitalization, because what we do with Regnology, and Mihai already shared with us, is to digitalize the regulatory reporting of the financial industries. And of course, this way of moving forward in the digitalization transformed the way people used to work, used to deliver their activities on a daily business. And I would like also to conclude at the end on how things might be looking in the future, and not to get too scared of what is in front of us. I'm actually ex-student of Lucian Blaga University. I finished here computer science. And one of the first interactions I had with the digitalization of ways of working was also with my diploma work that was done at Technische University of Munich, where I was preparing a work related to the robotization of cancer cell testing. So actually there I was developing a software to have the hardware controller and also a user interface to be able to monitor how a pipetting system can, in a time frame of about 3 days, validate which kind of medicine is best for the specific cancer tissue that was analyzed. And without this, of course, would be complicated for one person to test at the same time 23 samples. So this is already something that was from the past pushing towards the digitalization and the way of work between the doctor and also the mechanical and digital environments. I will go forward and actually would like to share some points related to Regnology, who we are and what we do, and then we'll share some thoughts on how the topics that we are taking care of are influencing the ways we work. We in Regnology, we provide the global platform connecting regulators and industry. And what does this mean is actually the regulators are the central banks, the financial supervisory authorities of the world. And the industry here are the banks, the insurers, and the firms on the capital markets. And with our mission that we want to enable the transparency and stability of the financial markets, what exactly do we do here is we develop tools to have an automated way of visualizing the risk indicators that the banks, the insurers are having in their own business, and to transmit the data towards the supervisory authorities, central banks, in this way having a transparent process and also having a sustainable process, because by having all the data in real time, you can interact and identify the issues. In this context, we have a very extensive experience working with more than 7,000 financial institutions, reporting with our tools, with more than 50 regulators and tax authorities that are collecting data for more than 34,000 firms across the globe. And this is our experience that we got in the last 25 years, and with the team that we are having today, around 700 employees. Which tools do we are offering on the market is mainly software on the first part to calculate those indicators. So if you think of a bank, everything that is related to their business, all the deposits, all the clients, all their activity on the financial markets needs to be somehow put in some mathematical algorithms and calculate the risk indicators. Which risks are these banks, insurers taking on the specific markets, and monitor those indicators. Then all this information needs to be sent to the authorities, who also have to look and identify any risks on the financial market itself. So if we think on the Romanian market, our National Bank of Romania is looking on the financial market that we are having in Romania. It's regulating everything that the banks are having as a business, and they want to make sure that they have enough liquidity to be able to further continue their business, that they are not they're having several indicators in regards to solvability and so on and so forth. In this context, we are having solutions built at the beginning on premise. So that means that we deliver the software packages towards our clients. Those packages are installed on the client's infrastructure, and then they can use it as a solution. But also we have the regulatory as a service. That's how we call it, as a big umbrella, because we can also maintain the whole application on behalf of the client, and the clients, so the banks, insurers, can just use it as a tool. We also have the opportunity to use regulatory utilities, because we build also kind of a factory effect of building the reporting requirements towards the authorities. And this was actually built the first time together with Austria, where the 7 biggest banks in Austria decided to create a consortium called Austrian Reporting. And for that, they created a new entity, was called Austrian Reporting, which was reporting towards the Austrian Central Bank. And we, Regnology, were selected as technology providers. And what had happened in this context is each bank was delivering all their data in a very raw format, further towards the Austrian Reporting, this newly created entity, to create a factory effect that would deliver the data towards the central bank in that country. Now, of course, I was just creating a frame of what we are doing today to come with some ideas on what happened in the past. Why is this digitalization of reporting impacting the way we do things? But also to emphasize these points, I came with some statistics from other firms that looked at bigger data, and we see that from financeonline.com, they came with some statistics that approximately 2,000 work activities across 800 professions could be automated in the next years. And this would end up like 85 million jobs to be displaced due to automation by 2025. Quite a big number. And 81% of the work tasks that could be automated by existing automation tech will be executed. Of course, this goes in the employer market, where 43% of the employers set on cutting down their workforce to make way for technology integration. And of course, this sound like very dark ages for us as people delivering different activities. But we should not be so afraid of this, because in the same part, World Economic Forum predicts that automation would also result in a lot of new jobs, more exactly around 58 million jobs. And about 2/3 of the jobs transformed by automation will be highly skilled. The other 1/3 will be mainly lower skilled jobs. And why is this happening? Is actually because of the changing nature of demand. So the more we start working and delivering new things, at the beginning they are more expensive, because the labor is quite expensive to produce on small masses. But as long as the request increases and there are required to have on a more global scale this deliveries, then of course the price per labor and per unit will decrease, and then we are again on track with the jobs. It's exactly like as we had with the computers or with the smartphones. At the beginning, they were produced in small masses, and just afterwards, in big production masses, we could have a smaller cost and the demand at the international level. And on the other side, it's about the job types of jobs that we are going to have in the future. If we look going forward, we cannot predict that many physical jobs that are gonna appear. We mainly see that a lot of those jobs will be replaced by machines, robots, and IT will definitely have a lot of tasks taken care of. So if we look in this direction, the trend is clear. We will have a bigger demand for specialists, especially in IT, where we see also today that actually we don't have enough IT specialists on the market, and that's where you, Cătălin, were also coming with the points on recruiting. So if I come back now to regulatory reporting and how the digitalization of regulatory reporting is impacting the way we do work. I like to look a little bit in the history to predict the future. Of course, this is not all the time the case, but in this context, I think it's very important to have it as a thought. So I have here the number of publications that the Basel Committee was publishing between 1975 and 2014. And we can clearly see that the number of regulation and the number of challenges that the banks need to comply with was consistently increasing through time. Of course, for a normal person, if I come here back in 1990, how would a person would be able to calculate their risk of the business that they were having in a bank? Of course, they required a lot of manual work. They had to apply some calculations, but on a basic level. But as time increased, the volumes of businesses also increased, and the digitalization appeared to sustain this growth in business. It required new ways of identifying risks and managing risks on the financial markets. That's why also having all these many publications in order to identify risk. And we see something interesting here with the crisis from 2008, which was a financial crisis. So you see the number of regulations before that was not increasing as it should have been, and so probably the monitoring of the financial markets was not increasing as it should have been. But starting with 2008, central banks, the Basel Committee, starting to put more limits to what kind of businesses the banks should address. And what does it mean for our job, what we do in Regnology? As I said, we're building the software to digitalize the reporting and to monitor the reporting requirements. So people from the banks that in the past were mainly doing a lot of manual work. So they were somehow getting their data from various areas. They were putting it in Excels. They had it to be transformed. They were looking at data quality and so on and so forth. Now have the chance to either be users of new tools, to have the data available, look with BI tools on what other trends they have in their own business and what kind of information is required from the risk validation of their own business. And on the other side, to do more implementation, so to really support the digitalization format, either coming to a company like us to support the development of new tools and new features that are required, or in the banks themselves to make sure that the data availability is with the appropriate granularity and support the full automation process. On the other side, I was also mentioning the multi-tenant platform. So the platform that we had in Austria is having a similar impact on the ways people did work in this digitalization environment. At the beginning, each bank was working on their own way of delivering the data to the regulator. Now they work in a more uniform, consolidated way. So they can even talk with their own peers from the other entities and gain new ideas on how they can use the processes and synergies from the peers.
George, sorry for interrupting you. Just awareness, 2-3 minutes to sum up, please.
I'm already there, yes. And nonetheless, the central banks, how would you be able to validate the risks on a market if you just receive the reporting requirements on paper? So at the beginning, the requirements were really delivered in a LaTeX format, signed by the CFO or somebody from the bank. Definitely, that's very difficult then to identify where are the risks, what are the issues from your financial system. Coming with more digitalized ways of receiving the information from the banks helped the supervisors identify the negative trends, interfere where it is required, and minimize the future financial crisis that might appear. And we see here a huge trend, actually, not only to receive the indicators in a more tabular form, like Excel-like, but the new regulations start to be with granular data. So banks need to deliver cubes of data where the supervisors can start identifying the trends and also to look deeper in the data. But looking at what I was saying so far, which are the topics that we can consider, and these are actually some thoughts that I put together after looking of how the digitalization transformed so far the ways we do things. And I believe that in the future, the employees need to be more flexible, and they need to be always part of changing environments, and they need also to evolve and learn new skills. I've seen so many people in the industry that they were used as users of different applications, and it was very complicated for them in 10 years after doing the same thing to come and do something else, especially more in a changing environment. I think we all had a lot of changes within our experiences, and in general, for each change, it comes as a very big disturbance on the way we do things. But of course, after the change is implemented, we see the benefits of having this new change implemented. And of course, on the other side, the key for companies is to ensure that the employees are trained and educated to have the proper skills in order to thrive in the new economy. And of course, the disruptions of artificial intelligence will throw more the employees in a direction that they will require more creativity and empathy, because AI will provide you the data, will provide you the new topics. You just need to think what you can do with those informations. And of course, digital maturity needs cultivation and vision, and mature companies require to develop from within. So upskilling, reskilling of internal programs are extremely mandatory. And here, as a final remark, I just put 3 pictures. Actually, these are 3 postcards from 100 years ago that were published and used in France. And the idea was, okay, how do we see that things will look like in 100 years? So as you can see, they were thinking of driving taxis, flying driving taxis, or that we have ordinary rides to the moon, and also that daily routines could be automated, as you can see there at the barbershop, or like that. And in this context, even though we are closer to these ideas, it required a lot of work. Even though we are more people on this planet, we managed somehow to reskill ourselves, to shift the workforce to new directions, to enable ourselves to reach such points. And with this, I thank you very much for listening, and I'm really looking forward for your questions.
Thank you so much, George. So the questions hopefully will arrive during the next presentation that we'll have as the last presentation in our panel. And you mentioned that we have to propose ourselves to have this aim, self-aim, let's say, to be educated with the proper skills for the future somehow. And it is a very nice sentence in order to go or jump to another presentation, the next one, provided by Răzvan Voica. And he's over 20 years in the IT industry, and he spent a lot of time in roles from the entrepreneurship area and management area. So he will tell us what are the skills required for success within the digital society, hard and soft skills also. So Răzvan, please share with us your, let's say, presentation and research that you made in regards of this.
Thank you for the introductions, Mihai. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to all of you. Can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yeah, it's fine. We can see it.
Yeah. So you can see the presentation, right?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So my presentation is actually based on my pure observation during the last 8 years since we started this awesome project, the Informal School of IT. And it's going to mainly be focused on soft skills, because you'll see why during the presentation. But before I begin, just a bit of context, just to look back and see where we come from and where we are at right now. So if we are to look between the years 2000 and 2010, basically the industrial automation was blooming back that time. And the company is mainly recruited based on the technical skills, I would say. So you would go to an interview, and if you knew how to operate a machine, create some software, specific software, you had the right technical skills, basically you were hired. And mostly the performance management within the organization back then was done by measuring the hard skills mainly. So no one was looking so much at the soft skills. It was around 2009, 2010, at least in the IT area where my professional life was all this time, when I've seen the first HR departments beginning to form, and their role was very specific. In the first place, if we are to talk about recruitment, was to create a selection model which included these soft skills as well. So it was a novelty back then because they needed to create a model. What we are looking in the people that we are selecting for our new roles and as colleagues. This phenomenon was happening because basically the businesses matured and they began taking on bigger projects. And taking on bigger projects was meaning working in teams. You could end up in the situation where you have two senior people from a technical point of view, and when you want to put them together, they would not having a good match. You know, they weren't able to work together. So this was the main reason that the companies began to think, okay, we need to introduce this soft skills test. And if we are to look now what's happening, you basically don't get a technical job only after you get the chance to go through the HR interview. So only afterwards is the technical interview. And this is a good thing, I would say, because as I wrote there, basically it's 60% in the decisional process, it's the soft skills, and only 40% it's the technical skills. And I say this is a good thing because after 8 years in developing digital and programming skills in people, we have over 6,000 alumni today. We noticed that actually the technical skills are really easier to develop in someone compared to the soft skills. I mean, when I'm talking about soft skills, is basically things that you were raised with, things that you that are in your personality, things that somehow are very, very hard to form, especially if we are talking about adults. So what we did, we began to form a model and began to train these soft skills as much as we could to include them in our programs. Even if we talk about technical programs and professional reconversion, still we wanted to include these soft skills there and make sure that we select the right kind of people. And as I said, throughout the years, I don't think that IT is fitted for everyone. It's not a good or a bad thing. It's just that some personalities are very well in going after a different, career and profession. So after talking with, I would say a big amount of companies, if I remember, I interviewed myself over 30 or 40 companies in the first years. We realized that there are some patterns. So during the recruitment process for IT companies, there were some skills that were coming up as a pattern in each of these companies, and I just wanted to go through them because they are very, very specific. I mean, even if we talk about communication, there are certain sides of the communication which are very important, and the companies are looking for those sides of the competence in order to have well-prepared colleagues. If we are to talk about communication, for example, understanding is one of the things that is considered to be pretty important, because I don't know if it's a cultural thing, but at least in Romania, if you are not making sure to transmit information for your colleagues, usually it appears that the one receiving the information said, okay, I didn't understand, it's not my fault, you only told me this and that, which is not right, because for an organizational workplace, it's very important you as a receiver to always make sure that you understood the entire information and you have enough information to go on and perform your duties. This is something that we also introduced within our normal training sessions, and we also try to simulate this kind of situation in which we wanted to see the students, how they would interact with each other and raise this subject as an awareness. You need to make sure that you request the information and the information is complete for you to make your task. Another thing that's really unspecific to our culture is the assertiveness. I mean, we've seen lots of communication also among our students, even if we sought this kind of, skills from the selection up to the point that we simulated this kind of situations, we kind of lack the assertiveness. So it's either a person tends to get a little bit aggressive or tends to get passive, but we try to simulate the situations in such a way that we arrive to that, assertive behavior, which is right there in the middle and helps a lot with the communication, specifically in the project communication and in that specific team. Meetings. And I think many of us have seen this phenomenon happening a lot, where chit-chatting at the beginning of the meeting never ends. And this is a real problem because the resources are limited for an organization, and you don't want your people to get in meetings where they talk about, I don't know, what did you cook last night, or how is your dog doing? So we tried to address this as well. And I think it's important for the, social health of the group, of the team, to, I don't know, have some 5 minutes chit-chat at the beginning, but afterwards the meeting needs to be pragmatic and needs to be focused on the topics that were selected for the agenda. Feedback. This is another interesting one, and it has some cultural impact as well, I would say, because feedback, at least in Romania, is not necessarily seen as a tool for change. It's like, okay, you've done that, I tell you bravo, or I tell you that you don't like it. And we tend to be pretty emotional when receiving feedback, and also pretty emotional when giving feedback. And something that we trained so far was this idea to begin seeing feedback as a tool of change, because that's the whole point, actually. And there were many times when we've seen, okay, feedback like, I tell you what I liked about what you did, or what I don't like, and it stops there, which is not enough. Feedback needs to be future-oriented. I would like you to continue this, or I would like you to stop doing that or change that because it's not okay. And we've seen some very good reaction from all the students when starting discussing and going deep through this, kind of skills and behavior, because part of them, at least, they were realizing they had this knowledge, but they didn't know how to use it. But part they realized they never used, feedback at their workplaces before. Also agreeing and disagreeing, and these are very, very problematic, because we were very used to, just agree because you see the rest of the team is agreeing with a certain topic. And I will not think for myself. You know, I just agree because everybody says that's fine. And even worse, if I don't actually agree and commit to doing something for that project, that's even worse. Another example of soft skill under communication, which is not very well understood, and we've seen this happening a lot. It was a good exercise for all the students just to raise awareness for this and just tell them, okay, you need to be more attentive to these kind of things because they are very important for the overall health of the project. Enough with communication. I think creativity was mentioned before as well. And yes, this is very simple. As long as you do what you like, creativity will show up. As long as you do what you don't like, no chance. We've encountered many situations in which people from, sales were coming to us and said, okay, I would like to start building my IT career. I want to learn software programming, and I would like to, just continue to do this in my life. And I was asking, what did you do until? Why do you do sales, for example? And it's usually a context of life, a place where, okay, well, my parents told me when I went to the high school, go there, do that and that, afterwards, when I chose a new university, it was a big impact from my friends and my close ones, and I selected that. But deep inside, I knew that I wanted something that would stimulate me in such a way that I will be able to put my real mind to use, and this is what I love to do. And usually they are around 30 years old when they come to us. So that's the average age within the informal school of IT. Perseverance, and this is a known subject. If we manage to train that habit and just learn something every day, especially within the technical area, if we don't do this, the biggest risk is that we are going to be left behind. And it's such a competitive industry, and it's just a matter of little time. Maybe in some cases under 1 year that you are not needed anymore and you cannot face the new projects that are coming in within a software development company. So this perseverance, I would say, is key and crucial. And even if it's, I don't know, just like 20 minutes a day, 5 minutes a day, half an hour, 1 hour at best, it needs to be there, and you need to have that, habit created instantly, especially for a person thinking about a technical career. Team player. This is strictly related to the maturity of the market. So if I am to look, for example, back, 2006, 2007, 2008, even the market was very fragmented. There were smaller projects that were taken in the project's pipeline by the companies, and you had really good chances to end up in a company working by yourself the entire project, basically implementing, a website from scratch. It was your job to do it. You had a deadline, and that was it. But the organizations matured a lot. We matured a lot as an industry, and of course that we began on taking bigger projects, which mean working in teams. If we don't have this social skill, this ability to be collaborative and to work together with other people in order to achieve and in order to create a project, it's very difficult. And there are still people who were recruited before 2010. They have lots of technical expertise, but they are lacking this, and it's very difficult for them to readjust basically from that lone wolf behavior in which you are sitting by yourself, you are controlling all the aspects of a project, and to end up in this team-oriented environment where everything needs to be transparent to the customer, everything needs to be transparent to the company that you are working for, and of course everything needs to be extra transparent to your team.
Rizwan, 2 minutes,
yeah.
please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Some observations, and this is basically my last slide. Hard skills and expertise are pretty much easy to form, and we've seen transformations in people who are coming from you don't even imagine which areas, from music background, so piano players, violin players, kinetotherapy, pharmacy, all kinds of course, various fields of engineering. So people with, I would say, more technical mindset. But I think these are pretty easy to form. So in our case, for example, just to learn the basic of a technology, it takes around 6 to 7 months. And I've seen people from coming to us with basically zero knowledge, so they never programmed a line of code, and going through 6 months, 7 months program, and at the end delivering a project that was mind-blowing. And I think as long as they have some good support from the soft skills side, it's pretty achievable to add this add-on, the technical skills required to even chase a technical career. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rizwan, for sharing the information and all this experience, put it all together. So a lot of debate, or let's say discussion, was started also in our chat. So very interesting there. So guys, just follow the topics there, because it can be a trigger for sharing more ideas outside of this panel in between the panelists. So Adrian, I'm not sure if there are some questions, but I will skip, let's say, this open part of the session, since we still have another 3 to 4 minutes maybe.
Yes.
And I'm very, very happy to see that all our panelists provide us a lot of information.
Yes.
And I will give you the stage now to wrap up the round here that we have.
Yes, but I think we can leave 1-2 minutes because Wilfried wanted to be here, and for this reason ask more. I know him very long time. I'm joking. I'm joking. But,
I want to provoke you. I want to provoke all the people, not the panelists. I know the panelists are active, but we have 16 more people that I see here, or 8 more, and nobody reacts.
Yes.
What are you doing? Watching TV?
For this reason, we can spend another 5 minutes or 7. But just to say my word that as a short rope up, as you said, not only for this session, but also for the from the morning, we are in the period or in the age where Charles Darwin has right. Survival of the fittest. Even in the companies, even in the personal development, we need to aware that we need to continue our work, our life, our learning process, because due to the technology, we can lose tomorrow our jobs. And also, I remark, as Wilfried said, the higher education institution should be, how to say, nearby the companies in order to feel all the time which is the need for the company as a new skill for that employee and the university to know to prepare appropriate skills for that. So please ask, and then until let's say 17:35.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. So I will have a question for all the panelists, since you are all linked with the future of work, reflecting on the future and how the future will transform us, and we can transform the future. I will invite you to respond to this question. Should we fear artificial intelligence? And I'm pretty curious about your feedback from all of you guys.
We shouldn't fear anything. The problem is that we fear way too much at universities, at research, and we are afraid of things. And I'm worried. I agree with Adrian. We need to have this close collaboration with the industry. But I would believe that one of the main jobs of research institutions and organizations that are not running for money and running for contracts, that we provoke how industry works. So we need to make sure that we change the way how we think. And this is what I tried to say in my chat. I tried to provoke communication, because I believe one of the challenging things is, like what George mentioned with the regulatory thing. I'm coming from Austria. I know these regulatory parts, but how can we innovate how regulations can be something that is positive? At the moment, I would think, I don't care about regulations in the banking sector. If you don't open my bank account in 3 minutes, I go to a German bank and I have it ready. So I don't pay for anything anymore. And this is the reaction. And I think this is one of the main jobs of research and research infrastructures, to provide capabilities that we have this mindset that I can change the world. And I think we don't need to be afraid of anything. Artificial intelligence is just statistics, let's be honest.
Thank you, Bill. And George?
Yes, I also had some thoughts about it. What would be a nice example not to fear artificial intelligence? Because I think this really helps us develop new skills and see other ideas. I just saw lately a nice movie on Netflix. It was about chess and what chess means. And I think everybody knows now that it's almost impossible to beat a computer in chess due to artificial intelligence. So we already made the machine more powerful than how we would play chess. But on the other side, by doing that, the machine learned some nice new ways of playing chess. And then humankind learned from the machine itself. So now it's even more fun. I see a lot of people that are playing chess. I myself, I also found again the passion after, I think, a dormant 15 years where I didn't play chess anymore. But just because the AI identify new things and we learn from that, now it becomes more attractive. It's more fun to work and do things together. Just an example.
Thank you, George. Thank you. We have a hand raised here, Mr. Costescu, please. Cannot hear you. Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello. I have followed with a lot of interest this discussion, and I must say it's quite provoking. And as you can imagine, we also raised this kind of questions when we fund project on artificial intelligence and so on. And as an anecdote, I can tell you that some years ago, the community of radiologists was a bit scared because a scientist in Canada who managed to set up a program, a software that was able to read, to diagnose on radiographs better than many radiologists, has declared that the time is over, so the job of radiologist will disappear. But I can tell you that in the following years, attending a large conference of radiologists that happens in Vienna every single year, the atmosphere was more relaxed, because they said, well, the thing with artificial intelligence is that it can be extremely proficient in aspects where are few variables, and you can learn, you can get the algorithm to learn from a large set of data. But if you put into the equation several variables, then artificial intelligence may get lost. So in chess, yes, it may work. It's 64 squares with 32 pieces, so it can learn the game of chess. But in medicine, the diagnostic, it's a lot more complex, and medicine, it's a bit more than a few algorithms. So the conclusion was in the end that radiologists are going to be helped by artificial intelligence because they will be able to draw from a larger pool of experience and also to keep contributing because the images as well, they change. I'm not specialist, but as I understood, the quality of images now is different from what it was 10 years ago. And because of this, the algorithms also have to take into account this new landscape of information into an image, so they need to keep learning from radiograms that are being interpreted by experienced radiologists. So in the end, it will be a mutually beneficial combination between man and machine. So, and there is no reason to be worried. And also in remote places where there is the necessary expertise, a junior radiologist can benefit from this artificial intelligence. So I think there is no room for us to worry. No reason to worry. But on the other hand, it's true that we need to be cautious because there are risks that we can lose control on some artificial intelligence applications that are, let's say, less innocuous, like in medicine, but in other areas like supervigilance and state surveillance or whatever. So I think it's good that we make progress, but also keeping in mind the risks. And as it was said, we need to make room for innovation while not letting the legal framework to lose. But it's a very difficult balance to have. And another comment, and I'm ending here, I think that people can learn throughout their lives. So we talk about concepts of adult learning or long life learning. I think everybody can be motivated and determined to change career at a certain moment in time or to learn new skills. I think this is a never-ending process, and we should not be, let's say, pessimistic about this. Sorry for talking too much. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. It was a very, very insightful contribution. Wilfried, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I have just one very quick reaction to Mr. Kostescu's comment. This is the case of another anecdote is the one with the insulin things. I think this is a great case for data science and artificial intelligence. I'm not sure if you're aware of that one. When you have blood sugar issues, you typically give yourself some insulin. I'm not a doctor, I have no clue, but you do that one. And now we have this device that you put on your skin. It measures constantly. It sends the data to the cloud, and it tells you. I don't know if you need to do something manually, but it actually optimizes based on 1 million set of data to provide this input. And I think this is positive cases, as Mr. Kostescu said. We need to have these positive reactions to technology. And I think this relates to everything we heard now in this session is we shouldn't be afraid of technology, but we should be should acknowledge the importance. So I believe that when I hear about soft skills, I'm always worried that this is, I know how to run a meeting, but I need to understand how an AI algorithm works as well. So how do I balance these things out? And I think that gets really tricky. Sorry, I shut up again.
Yeah, thank you, Wilfried. Adrian, please.
Just to complete a little bit, it's a Romanian word that said half a good tool is a half of work. Actually, artificial intelligence should augment the human knowledge or help to know quicker some insights.
I need to have this Romanian, it's written in Romanian, Adrian. I want to understand that and use that in my next talk. This is great.
Yes, but this should be discussed at a glass of wine. you remember.
Mr. Kostescu, please.
If I may say very briefly, I just want to confirm what Wilfried had said. I think a few years ago, I was at the same table with a French inventor, and it was exactly about this. So, as you know, the level of insulin in the body are highly variable. throughout the day, depending on the effort we do, depending on what we eat and so on. And the body has a very complex job in regulating this. When people who are insulin dependent diabetics have to take their daily doses, usually they do an average and have 3 times or 4 times a day some units that have been calculated in advance, but this is not the perfect match. And that company in France was working, and they were launching it in France for the time being, exactly on this. So it's a pump that has the necessary amount of insulin, which takes information from the body, from many biomarkers, and they release gradually in the body exactly the amount of insulin that was needed. So this is the place where artificial intelligence can make wonders. Thank you.
Adrian, I'm not sure if we can provoke more or challenge more our colleagues.
For me, it's a pleasure to hear you, because also Mr. Costescu is just warming a little bit, because he will be in the next session. But if there are some questions, we don't interrupt and we stay here.
Okay, because I will address another question to you guys. You all talk about digital engineers in the future, so not like you mentioned, Wilfried, test engineers or software engineers. We need digital engineers. Also, Georgia mentioned to be educated with the proper skills for the future. So how, in your opinion, will look the learning and where to start to become digitally educated? Open question for all of you.
We don't need to worry. This is my answer. I have my son is 10 years old, okay, and he is digital native. We worry about that. We don't need to worry anymore. I think what will be the most challenging thing in the future is to have a combined mindset. So mindset is wrong, but a combined skill set of different flavors of views. So you need to have a person at the end of the day who understands what is accounting, what is pricing models, what is AI algorithms, what is data science, and this needs to be somehow merged together. I believe that the digital is something that we will not worry about, so we don't need to think about it anymore. Sorry.
Thank you.
I put the paper link.
Wilfried, we cannot hear you anymore.
It's okay. I believe that we need to embrace change. I think that's one of the most important points that need to be addressed going for the future. Not just to be users of what we are driving today, but to think of how things will change for the future. And what I think also very important will be also more sharing experiences. So of course, learning by the book as we do it today would still work sideways, but I think more sharing the experiences between the peer groups, between different companies, between different countries, this will help us really create more context, content, and different points of view, so the diversity of ideas.
Thank you. Razvan, please.
Yeah, I fully agree with what Wilfried said about we need to worry because it's currently self-solving with these generations coming from behind, which are already digital reason. But we still need to consider that within the society there are people, I would say over 50, let's say, that for them, especially in the countries that are not that developed, it's pretty difficult to, just embrace all this digital transformation that happens. And we need to consider them as well, because they have many, many years on this planet in front. I think from my personal observation so far, especially for people who were coming with another background, they were very, very valuable for software development companies as well. I mean, imagine someone who worked in a pharmacy, for example, for 10 years, coming into a software company with some, minimal technical skills and working for a pharma project. That was, gold. So we can actually build on everything that we created so far and just have this add-on and have some digital skills at least. Now the trends also induce to the market the concept of low code, which can mean even no code, which is a very, very easy to learn. You just need to create the logic for an application, and with 0 lines of code, you can actually create a pretty complex ERP or some, I don't know, software system.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Just a few thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Costescu, you want to add something? Okay, looks not.
No, it's on mute, Mr. Costescu.
Okay, so.
Sorry, yeah, I said yes. I'm a bit warming, as Adrian has mentioned, but joke apart, I would like to express a bit of a cautious opinion. So yes, we need to embrace change, but not for the sake of change. I mean, we also need to be careful in the way we produce, we draft this change, because. For instance, medical doctors sometimes have troubles with the IT, with the software that they are given. And I can tell you that even very professional software that is produced by large companies can block the office of a doctor if the system doesn't recognize the data of a patient, or it doesn't want to send the recipe for the printing and things like this. Things that otherwise in other times would have been solved quite quickly. But nowadays, when the doctors are a bit forced to use these tools, sometimes I can tell you that there are real issues. And when you have several patients waiting in line in front of you or at the door of the cabinet, and you cannot print a recipe, then that's an issue.
Yeah.
So we need to be able to produce reliable and really useful solutions for not only for the doctors, but for the society in general. And this is why I think the IT people should work closely with the end user and to see what are their real needs. So the idea is not that you produce something, a software, and you try to push it on somebody. The idea is that you look at the end user that you have as a target, and then discover what are the needs, and then try to deliver something which is reliable and useful. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Costescu. Feel free.
I have an immediate reaction. One is a quick quote that is from my boss. The only constant thing is change, right? This is what Heraclit said 1,000 years ago. Number one. Number two, I would think in medicine we have an issue because the issue is that the evolution of the system is very slow, right? The human body doesn't change that much. So we have a different situation compared to other solutions. And just to contradict a little bit what Mr. Costescu said, have you been asked if you need an iPhone? I didn't get an email by Mr. Jobs 20 years ago who asked me, I need a mobile phone, but he gave it to me and I'm using it. So I'm a bit worried if we ask for input all the time or we provoke new things. This is just a provocation. And I will say bye now, and I'll leave you for the next 10. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Adrian?
Yes. I'm sorry that I need to cut off this panel, but we will start with the next. What I want to say is that I'm very, very happy that for this interaction, that means that everybody, I think, suffered that we could not meet together here in our university. Maybe next time. But I invite you, if you have this evening free a little bit, wait for the next session, because also for companies or startups or big companies could be some opportunity to find what could be funded by European Commission in the new program, in Horizon Europe programs, and also about innovative partnership that could be created. So thank you very much for this moment to the speakers at that panel. Thank you more than that to Mihai for joining this whole day together. I exploited him. I'm not his boss, but I exploited him.
I sent you the invoice. Continental already prepared the invoice, so we'll arrive soon to you.
Yes, but it was a pleasure to work with you and with all of the rest. But I know that you need a little bit of time to prepare, and it's not necessarily easy.
No worries, it was my pleasure.
The invitation is to come back to next year to Sibiu. I hope we will put in the holiday then to be sure that won't be any restriction to meet here. Never know. And now I invite to open the camera the next speakers from the Open Innovative Project, European Challenges from R&D. I have a special guest as Ramona Samson, as Mateo Porta, as Mr. Alexandru Costescu, who was here before, and also colleagues from Continental, Cosmin Biriș and Dinu Tudor Gruian. I hope we are all together here. Yes, I saw Mr. Biriș. Okay, so 1 minute for relaxing and then start. It was 2 days until now where at least I learned a lot. I hope everybody. Tomorrow also will be only 2 panels, but will be at least 13 lectures about a problem that we are worried. It's about our city, smart city, or to become smarter if we are a little bit. And also about sustainability of green society, smart agriculture. So as today Mr. Florin Păun said that it's better that we have startups in IT or in engineering, but we need to create a whole ecosystem, not only from IT point of view. So we need to touch as much as possible perspectives of this smart concept, let's say, and applying, as we discussed before, artificial intelligence and finding new ideas to find dreamer, but also to find money. So I will start entering in this discussion, presenting you Ramona Samson, who first is, beside her titles, I will tell them, but was my friend and helpful friend, because due to her we have a guest like today Mr. Costescu, or previous days we have Birgit Morleon, or last year we have other 5 and 6 person in different commission. And thank you very much, because this event also is in depth also to you. So Ramona is Chief Economist Unit at the Directorate General of for Research and Innovation to European Commission. She works there since 2012 in different positions, and also she held a PhD from Copenhagen Business School. And today she will teach us a little bit about changes in European Union research and innovation landscape post-COVID era. Thank you very much, Ramona, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Adrian. First of all, I'm very happy that I can be here with you today. Obviously, I would have preferred to be in Sibiu, but okay, I think we can manage, and we have proven over the last 18 months that online conferences they work as well. Can you hear me well? Is there an echo? Is it okay?
We hear you very good and see you same.
Exactly. Okay, let me present you a little bit the work we're doing now in the Chief Economist Unit at DG Research and Innovation. We're focusing not only on the framework program, which you know very well, Horizon Europe started in 2021 and will last until 2027, but we're also looking at the mega trends. And the whole landscape. We're also looking at our competitors, namely the US, China, but also South Korea and Japan. And for us, this event, Sibiu Innovation Days, it's an important event for Romanian research and innovation, not least because it helps spread the messages. So I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me, and in particular to Adrian for his impactful work at Lucian Blaga University, which I graduated myself 23 years ago. So thanks a lot.
Don't tell this amount of money. You are still young.
Yes. Okay. I have prepared a couple of slides. I don't know if Adrian, whether you can show them on your screen.
As you say, but I need to. I didn't download. I think I don't know. Just to see. You have it. You have it on your side. Otherwise, I will
yes.
take from my
I think
email.
that would be great. That would be great.
Okay, now
so I'm going already on the talking about the second slide, the mega trends, and Europe, as you know, even before the COVID-19 crisis was hit for some time by very, very complex societal, environmental, and economic dilemmas. What the pandemic did was to add to these huge societal challenges that Europe was facing. And here I can just name climate change, but also societal, economic, and geographical divides in Europe that reduce, obviously, our choices for the future. So the crisis has super amplified, if you want, the impact of these challenges, generating an unprecedented disruption that does not know, physical or national borders. And then the coronavirus came, and then these challenges, they were massively amplified. So it's fair to say that COVID-19 has been a stress test for our health and well-being, and also the way we live and work. And this conference is a concrete example of that. If we look at what has been let's say, the negative risks that this crisis brought about, I think we can say that the pandemic could prove more persistent and severe in the near term. There could also be delays in the rollout of vaccination programs, as we've seen in some countries, but even in countries like Belgium, where we have 70% of the population vaccinated in different regions, not in Brussels. There's still restrictions that could affect the economy and the society, and this could delay obviously the strength and the timing of the recovery. So that's the slide with the mega trends that I was referring to: climate change, the disparities, the innovation divide in Europe. And then here I was talking about the negative risks from the COVID crisis, but also the positive. On the positive side, I think we can mention that indeed the vaccination process may lead to faster than expected easing of containment measures, but nothing is quiet, but also the recovery and resilience package that was adopted by the European Commission.
Ramona, just a question, please.
Yes.
Tell me when to move to one slide to
yes,
another.
Exactly. Yes. So we are now on slide 3. Yes, which talks about the negative and the positive risks, exactly, of the crisis.
It is okay?
Yes, it's
because now I don't see in my case. Yes.
Yes, that's perfect. I think you have to mute your microphone, otherwise there's an echo. Okay, great. So on the positive side, I was mentioning the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which was adopted last year in June by the member states, and which now is being implemented in different by different covenants. And this is also to say that they have a huge responsibility to make it right, in the sense that the focus of this recovery and resilience is really on the green and digital transition. And you will see translated these priorities in different work programs and clusters also in Horizon Europe. Now, next slide, please. So the impact, if you look at the impact of the crisis on research and development, well, how have they been hit? Well, usually in times of crisis, you can expect the research and development investments to contract, as they tend to decline during downturns, postponing, you have companies postponing innovation activities with also because of credit constraints for risky projects, okay? The current crisis has also impacted negatively on industrial revenues, as shown by declining business registrations, and some innovation efforts might have as well been constrained. However, this is not comparable to what happened in the past. For example, to the financial crisis in 2008. Why we didn't have the same impact? Well, because governments have cushioned the responses to contain the pandemic, be it by launching the different programs and measures, being the accelerating digitalization and so on. So we cannot talk of the same impact as we had in 2008. Also, our data from OECD show that there's a big increase of innovative response in health and digital sectors. So these two sectors, health and digital, they've been less affected than other sectors. For example, the manufacturing, because they're relying on extensive international supply chains, have been quite affected. So in all, what we've seen, and you can see on the graph, is that firms have faced a liquidity crisis that has led in some cases to corporate insolvencies. And this calls, of course, for swift action to support the innovative firms and to avoid negative impact on innovation and productivity. Next slide. One of the main challenges that we've seen in research innovation has been that while we benefit from world-class research and strong industries, Europe is not so good at translating the scientific results into products and solutions and services on the market. However, there is room for optimism in Europe, as we are a key science technology innovation player on the global stage. We benefit from world-class research and strong industries, and also our knowledge and skills are Europe's main resources. However, I think we can do better transforming this into leadership in innovation and entrepreneurship. If we see the graph at the bottom of the slide, even if the European Union outperforms the United States in terms of scientific output and numbers of researchers, it is surpassed by the US in a number of areas, such as scientific quality, such as share in high-tech sectors, in the economy, and business-university linkages. Next slide. We are currently working on the Science Research Innovation Performance Report 2022, and there we can see that in the fields of climate change and bioeconomy, the EU holds 25% of top-cited publications. Also, EU holds 24% of patent applications on climate change and in bioeconomy. This shows a high potential for research innovation to enable and drive the change that we need in Europe. Next slide. In terms of the political context, I think there we have seen that the Commission, the current college of commissioners, they have come up with European Green Deal, which is the new growth strategy for Europe. And as I mentioned, in June last year, we've had the Recovery and Resilience Facility package, which I am going to present in a few moments. We have also launched an ambitious Horizon Europe program. I will have one slide, summing up the key novelties. Alexandru will present in detail the program for you. And obviously we have had, in September, we had the ERA communication, which also one of the objectives of this European Research Area communication is to redirect investments, in those areas which are, priorities for us to be able to come out of the crisis and solve the global challenges that we're facing. Next. So the European Green Deal, what is it? Well, it's a big package with different policies that interconnect. It has these priorities. The priorities of the European Green Deal have been mainstreamed in all policy areas, including research innovation. You may have seen in January this year, we have closed a big call called European Green Deal call, which was, of size, I think, 1 billion euros, projects, calling for projects into the Green Deal areas, research innovation. And has been inspired, obviously, by the climate change and environmental degradation in Europe. And the other instrument that the European Green Deal has announced is this 100 billion euros for the Just Transition Mechanism, which will be mobilized for most affected regions by climate change. Next slide. Okay, you probably heard, and you may know that the recovery plan, which also the Romania, the one that has been launched very recently, I think, by our president in Bucharest, focuses on investments and reforms needed to ensure sustainable recovery. I think the aim is to strengthen the resilience and autonomy of Europe's strategic sectors, also because the crisis has underlined the value of European cooperation and the need for capacity, to quickly react to future shocks. So this is the reason why the EU decided to reinforce the budget to strengthen the single market, to create this EU for Health program, this to prepare for future crises in the health area, and also upgrade the Horizon Europe program. Next slide. So this is the slide that shows the figures for the Recovery and Resilience Facility package. So we're talking about 672.5 billion euros, out of which 312.5 billion euros will be allocated in grants and 360 billion in loans. This is the package for all member states. Romania, if I'm not mistaken, has 29 billion euros, right? Has proposed projects and reforms and investments in the green and digital areas, which should, if implemented responsibly, could absorb 29 billion euros. Next slide. And you may wonder what this, projects they are, referring to under the Recovery and Resilience Facility. We have 7 flagship initiatives, that support investment from clean technologies and renewables to energy efficiency in buildings, with a strong research innovation component. Okay, so you can be sure that all projects that are in the recovery plans of member states, they come under these 7 flagship initiatives. Also, there's a strong conditionality in these plans to have them focused on the green and digital transitions with a time frame of 2026. So, and as I said before, there's a huge responsibility, I think, for policymakers at all levels of government to implement this plans and to absorb the amount of financing available, in those areas that will make us, help us come out stronger from the crisis, more resilient, and to recover. This slide sums up the Horizon Europe program with. There's no surprise that this program will continue to strive for global excellence. However, keeping the current challenges in mind, I think we think the potential of impact of investments and research innovation is greater when efforts have a direction. And this is why one of the key novelties of the Horizon Europe program are the mission areas. Mission areas, you may recall that this approach is inspired by the Apollo 11 mission to put a man on the moon. It's something that it's a challenge. The challenges that have been identified for the missions, have concrete, measurable, and achievable targets. The missions will cover 5 areas. One is climate change, the other one is healthy oceans, climate neutral and smart cities, and soil health and food. The second novelty that Horizon Europe brings is the European Innovation Council. This will provide support to the most innovative startups and SMEs in Europe, and Alexandru will give you more details on that, or I can also open the floor for questions on this European Innovation Council. Let me also mention the Horizon Europe partnerships. They were there in Horizon 2020, and they the ones that we are launching under Horizon Europe, they have been directly, designed to, achieve the European Green Deal objectives. So they are partnerships, and I know Alexandru will present the list of 25 partnerships in the area of transport, low carbon, steel making, circular bio-based sectors, the built environment, and so on. There are several partnerships, they focus on climate change solutions like, hydrogen, batteries, and other low carbon technologies. And both missions and partnerships, they are expected to go beyond just research innovation by addressing also standards, for example, for hydrogen infrastructure, and by developing also close synergies with other EU national and regional programs. Next. Yes, and this brings me to the topic of synergies with union programs. I think for the first time ever, we have embedded in the design of the legal basis for all EU programs a clause on synergies. Let me just give you an example. For example, the structural funds will remain a key instrument to support the building of research innovation capacities and ecosystems in European regions. This also includes, of course, increasing the capacity of member states, regions, and beneficiaries to roll out new technologies, including from, benefiting from Horizon Europe. So for the first time ever, you can combine the funding from structural funds with the funding from Horizon Europe. Obviously not for the same costs, but the rules of, funding rules are the same. The other example I wanted to give, next slide, is InvestEU program. It has a window for research innovation, and this is another example where synergies are possible. This program, if you ask me what is the difference between Horizon Europe and InvestEU for research innovation, whereas the Horizon Europe program finances, let's say, from 1 to 7, 8, InvestEU funds projects which are very close to commercialization. You can very well imagine a project funded by Horizon Europe until, let's say, technology readiness level 6, 7, 8, and then continue funding close to commercialization phase. This is just to give you a snapshot of our publications and reports, which contain the evidence that builds our policies. And I mentioned a bit earlier the research, innovation, science performance report in particular, which provides this analysis of Europe's performance and the driving factors behind that performance in a global context. Thank you very much. I really hope that with this presentation and the several, let's say, figures and data that I presented, that you will be bold in your action and make the best out of our Horizon Europe program. So thanks a lot for your attention, and I don't know, Adrian, how you want to, whether you want to have questions now.
I propose to put a short question, if we have time also to the end, but you provoke me with quite many things, but one of things was put in my mind. I teach about Internet of Things. My colleague Remus Brad teach about Internet and network communication. But I saw in your slide an Internet of challenges. Do we have enough people to solve or to treat these many challenges like in mission areas? In my opinion, we have, all the time I said, everybody has his place in the world. Can take one route or another route, but I think we have many challenges in our, also here on the earth, but now also in the space. If you want to comment, just short, and then I have also other questions.
Yes, thank you a lot for this question. I hear an echo, which means that you have to mute yourself, Adrian. Yes, okay. Yes, indeed. I mean, as you said, I mean, Internet of Things, but also the other challenges that we're facing now. I think, in my view, there are three main challenges from an innovation perspective, right? Because the question is about this Internet of Things and what you've seen on, one of the slides, I think. One particular challenge that we face is this insufficient transfer of new technologies from research to the market. We are doing very well in the world in terms of, being very good when it comes to developing the idea in the lab. But when it comes to commercializing that idea, we have to become a little bit better in the sense that to provide the tech transfer needed, okay, from academia, from universities to businesses, in the sense of providing the risk finance for companies to scale up fast. If we look at the startups in Europe, we see that once they have, one of the problems the innovators face is that they spend too much time, looking for funding. Okay, once they have, exhausted the money of their own money and the money of the families and so on, because of what they have most is intangible assets, banks, they often don't take the risk needed. And this is where I think us at European level we have come a long way with the new instruments, such as the European Innovation Council or the InvestEU. I think that the problem that we have today is not that we don't have enough funding at European level or national level and so on. And the complexity of the landscape has, simplified with the new multi-annual framework programs. I think that the challenge is there to really have, an idea, be ambitious enough, and when you apply for this funding at European level, think global. don't think only national or regional and not even European is not enough. Because our program that I know best, Horizon Europe, is based on excellence, we've seen that the projects that succeed, they really have a vision which is global. Okay, and which says, yes, we have found this solution in the lab on Internet of Things, or let's say going on the moon, and what do I know, artificial intelligence. But what you need to convince us about is that this solution will be applied globally, and that there is a market which is not there yet that will be created by your solution. Okay, yes. Yeah. The other thing that is. The last thing I wanted to mention is the fact that the third challenge that we have in Europe is this business environment and culture that is, more risk averse and less conducive to innovation, right? Because we know in Europe, failure is not considered part of the success, right? Like it is the case in the US, for example, right? So we need to also change, if we can, in universities, this culture and encourage students even when they fail. And this is one step further to success.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. Actually, the trial and error should be done and continued any time, because not all the time from the beginning we will succeed. Just a short question, more specific, because I'm a little bit interested in the Green Deal program, from farm to work. The consortium should be a consortium who can apply, or how can be developed such a consortium, or because regarding agriculture, maybe we need a lot of years to come a little bit to the average of European Union, and could be some opportunities for farmers. But also tomorrow we will have a panel regarding smart agriculture, and could be useful if you can share just short.
Yeah, so on this, from farm to fork, I think there are several programs that address the challenges. As I said, the European Green Deal is not a program as such. It's a strategy. It's a growth strategy, and its priorities have been mainstream in all programs. And let me just mention three of them. The first program, Horizon Europe, we have a cluster on agriculture, and there you will find everything which is related to agriculture, the greening of agriculture in the work program, 2021-2022. The second program is the Common Agriculture Policy programs, which has also been quite focused on the European Green Deal priorities, namely the green transition, but also digital. The third program that I'm aware of is LIFE program. Coming back to Horizon Europe, I think there you have to look closer into the mission on healthy soils. This mission will put together funding from I think around 2.5 billion euros from different programs, so the ones that I mentioned before, namely to address the current challenges that we've seen. So that is something that is open and publicly available. You know how to deal with the projects and so on. I mean, we have the portal participants. You look for your the topic of your project from farm to fork, and there you will find also consortium, but also the programs available. The question is not the funding, as I said. The question is, how bold you are in describing in your project the impact it will have on the green and digital transition. For this, obviously, I am not dealing directly with evaluation or drafting of project proposals. But what I can say is that if you look at, let's say, the European Green Deal, the overall objectives and the priorities and the keywords are there. Okay, because what what is new in this financial framework, the multi-annual financial framework, is the fact that these priorities, so European Green Deal projects, they are mainstreamed at all levels, even at work program. And the work program, as you know, defines how you spend the money. So have a look at the work programs. There will be the calls which are top down, which means that you will find calls where they look precisely at this from farm to fork. But you will also find programs such as the European Innovation Council, which are bottom up, which means that you have a great idea, ideally disruptive innovation, breakthrough, creating new markets. And there you can go, if you are a startup or an SME, you can go mono beneficiary. If you're an university, then you need a consortium. How do you build a consortium? One of the issues that Romania is struggling with is winning these projects as coordinators of projects, and also because there I think you have to tap, as a university, you have to tap into the current, let's say, partnerships with top universities in Europe, and to see whether in the areas that you specialize in Sibiu, you find partners that you can propose the project with.
Okay, thank you very much. Indeed, the problem is complex, and as you said, it's important to find the whole aspects, starting from the impact, but also to have a strong consortium to complete each other and to have chance to win. Okay, thank you very much, Ramona. Now I move to Mr. Alexandru Costescu, which is the policy officer at the General Directorate of Research Innovation of European Commission. He has working on various health policy area, pediatric medicine, medical diagnosis, rare disease, cancer. Actually, these show us that indeed he graduated in Bucharest at the University of Medicine Carol Davila, but also have studies in SNSPA Bucharest University. And he will present health research funding in Horizon Europe, the work program 2021-2022. But before to start, I express his regret that is not here, even in this year. Please, Mr. Costescu, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Flora. I will start to thank the organizer for having considered me for this prestigious event. So I'm really honored to be here with you. And special thanks to Professor Adrian Flora, whose enthusiasm and determination to make a success of SID Innovation Days is simply contagious. So thank you very much, Professor, and also to your entire team. Okay, I will start my presentation. If it's easier for you, I think I could present it myself.
Yes, try a little bit, and if in case it doesn't, yes, it's loading.
Okay, it's loading, yeah. Good.
Okay. Okay, I see the slide, but yes, it's full screen. That is, now you exit from the full screen. It was better before. Just to try slideshow again. F5.
Yeah, I thought it would be better for the audience to have the full screen, but as you wish.
But anyway, in case you just move with the mouse on the slides from the left. Yes, it is okay now. Ah, okay. No, it doesn't keep the.
So it's visible. You can still see the writing.
Yes.
Okay, let's then start. I will talk a little bit about Horizon Europe, the research framework program, and what funding opportunities can be found in it.
And please move. Yes, exactly.
Can you hear me? Okay.
It's better.
Good. Now, Horizon Europe is the ninth research framework program. To get you a little bit in the history of it, European Union, European Community countries started to fund research back in 1984, when the first framework program with a duration of 4 years from 1984 to 1987 took place. The initial budget, so for your information, was about 3.8 billion. This has increased with the time because of the obvious successes. So now we had the Horizon 2020 in the past with a budget of 77 billion euros. And now for Horizon Europe, I must say that initially the Parliament tried to push for 110 billion euros, but in the end, a compromise of 95.5 billion was reached, and it's anyhow a good increase. So this, I think, shows the success that has been achieved so far by projects funded by this research framework program. Now, Horizon Europe acts across 3 dimensions. So one is the scientific and technological excellence. The second one would be addressing society challenges, priorities such as the green and digital transition and...
Mr. Costescu, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Please put your mouse on the left on the slides, because to go to the next.
Okay.
Choose the second slide, because I assume that you move with the context to the next, no?
Currently
you are still on the first slide for this reason.
Yes, I'm still here. Here.
Okay.
And the third target is the economy. Is it an echo? No. Good. Aiming to also create jobs and to stimulate competitiveness and to ensure the uptake of innovation that are being produced as a result of the research. Regarding the vision, I can say that Horizon Europe is closely aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And a part of this, it aims to stimulate competitiveness and growth in the European economy, to facilitate collaboration among researchers, to support the implementation of EU policies while also tackling global challenges, also to contribute to the creation of excellent knowledge and its diffusion. And also, not last, to create jobs and to better value the scientific pool of the European Union. Horizon Europe has a legal basis which is given by the regulation with the same name. And it's also foreseen its structure in the form of pillars and clusters with associated with dedicated budgets. In order to ensure a better coherence and a long-term vision, we work by a strategic plan which covers the period 2021 to 2024. And the expected impacts which are listed in the strategic plan will be found as destinations in the work programs. In order to allow applicants to prepare in advance, work programs are now biannual. So when it was published in June 2021, applicants could see not only the calls that are foreseen for this year, but also to have an idea and prepare for the next one for 2022. And as I said, the expected impacts appear as destination, and those destinations are actually clusters or categories of calls having the same general topic, addressing the same areas. Regarding the funding modalities, there are several, and Ramona has already mentioned some of them. And it's very important when you submit an application, whether do you want to apply as an individual SMEs or as an individual researcher, or if you want to build a larger consortium and to apply for a much bigger amount of money and to have a longer term, let's say a 5-year project. So there are from grants to individual researchers, fellows or teams, which can be found, for instance, in the European Research Council or the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions, going to grants to collaborative research and innovation projects. I have been working mostly in this area, working with the international consortia. In my case, it was about health research. You can also have grants for contracting authorities for pre-commercial procurement of services or innovative solutions. And also, as novelties, we are going to talk later about partnerships, about missions, and Ramona has covered very well the aspect of synergies because it's an important source for getting additional funding. Here you have the general scheme of Horizon Europe as it is structured.
Mr. Costescu, I'm sorry. We are still on the first slide.
Oh, sorry. I can't believe.
Exit from the slideshow because probably you are in the slideshow. Okay, now it's okay. It's okay. We see the Horizon Europe impact-oriented funding.
Yeah, but here you have my full screen.
Yeah, but it is okay. It's very good. Yes.
It's very good like this. Do you think it would be better for you to take over the presentation?
It takes too much to change, so it is okay to show us.
Okay, so very briefly, I have talked about the 3 dimension of Horizon Europe. Then you can see now the 3rd slide. Hello? You can see the 3rd slide, yes?
Our vision.
I have mentioned Sustainable Development Goals. Then I went and presented a little bit the structure of Horizon Europe in the form of a strategic plan, which is for 21-24, the first period, and then it will be a second one. And I have said that the expected impacts in the strategic plan will be found later as destination, which means grouping of call topics under the work programs, which I said are biannual to allow the applicants to apply to prepare in advance. Now you can see the 4th slide on funding modalities.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I close the microphone to don't create.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the transmission is okay. So possibly.
Yes. You are on the Horizon Europe funding modalities.
Exactly. I have mentioned already the various possibilities of funding from individual researchers or companies to large collaborative projects to pre-commercial procurement. And then I've said that we're going to talk about partnerships, missions, which are new. And I mentioned Ramona covering up the synergies with the EU for Health and other programs. Now here, can you see the overall structure of Horizon Europe?
Yes, it works.
Good. So there are 3 pillars. The second pillar about which I'm going to talk more, as you can see, has an important funding budget of close to 59 billion. Here there are several clusters, health, culture, civil security, digital industry and space, climate, food, bioeconomy, and so on. You will be able to find funding and topic calls in any of these pillars, depending on what form you'd like to choose. And I think Ramona has also mentioned about this. So it could be either, if it's some top science, it could be European Research Council. If it's an individual fellowship, it could be Marie Sklodowska-Curie, or if it's a large consortium, could be this pillar 2. Regarding the budgets, to give you an idea, so here it's in red area that was most important for me, that of health, 8.2 billion euros. It's a bit more than in the past. We had about 1 billion euros per year in Horizon 2020. Now it has visibly increased. But what you will notice here is that the budget for health is not the biggest one, it's the 4th one. And actually the one that may be of interest for the audience today is the cluster 4 on digital, industry and space, which enjoys the largest budget, 15.3 billion euro, and also some other clusters where you may find relevant calls for you, the one for climate, energy and mobility, with a very close budget, 15.1, and also the one that you have been discussing with Ramona recently, the one on food, bioeconomy, natural resources. So yes, these are the top priorities. Regarding the cluster health, the role of the research and innovation in this area is to advance knowledge, to improve understanding of health and diseases, also to develop solutions to better manage health and diseases, but also, as you can see, to design sustainable approaches for the digital transformation and delivery of integrated, person-centered and equitable health and care services. So as you realize, the digital transformation issue is a cross-cutting theme, and it's probably omnipresent. It's all pervasive in across all our programs. The Horizon Europe Cluster 1 Health, as I said, in the strategic plan for 4 years, there are six expected impacts, and those impacts appear as destination, which I said are groupings, pools of several core topics. So this would be staying healthy, living and working in a health-promoting environment, tackling disease and reducing the burden of disease, ensuring access to innovative and high-quality health care, unlocking the full potential of new tools, technologies, and digital solutions for a health society. So it's again digital solutions here, and also taking care and maintaining of an innovative and globally competitive health industry. Now I'm going to present you a few of the core topics that have been published and are currently under evaluation. So under Destination 1, Staying Healthy in a Rapidly Changing Society, topics that have been published in June 2021 with a deadline in September, and which are currently being evaluated. So experts are being selected, attributed to proposals, and evaluations are ongoing. Here you can see for instance, the topic in the middle, supporting digital empowerment and health literacy of citizens, again with a focus on digital transformation. In Destination 3, tackling disease and reducing disease burden, you can see that a number of topics such as the clinical validation of artificial intelligence and solutions for treatment of care would be of interest for you, but the others do not exclude. So I'm sure that projects that will be funded in the other core topics will also include some IT or artificial intelligence component. Under Destination 4, ensuring access to innovative, sustainable and high quality healthcare. Here you can see the topic on data-driven decision support tools for better healthcare delivery and policy making with a focus on cancer, with a total budget of 40 million euro and aiming at very large projects. As you can see, 10 million euro per project. Under Destination 5, unlocking the full potential of new tools, technologies and digital solutions for a healthy society. We can have here topics of interest for you, such as smart medical devices, which with a surgical implantation, and the innovative tools for use and reuse of health data, in particular of electronic health records and patient registries. Also, as you can see, with pretty large budgets, so 30 million for budgets for projects that are quite large, 8 million per project. Now, regarding the timelines, as I said, the first 6 calls with a total of 24 topics have been published in June. The deadline has been in September. Currently, during October, December, there is the process of evaluation and selection of successful project for funding. It's my colleagues in the Health and Digital Executive Agency who are taking care now of this. And then by January, February, we expect to be able to inform the applicants and then to move further to the grant preparation during February, April, and lastly to the signature of grants at the latest by May, so that the consortia can already start working in June this year. Now, regarding the calls for 2022, these have been launched and they are still open on at the beginning of October. There will be additional pandemic calls to be launched in January, and we expect that these calls to be closed in February for those that have two stages, and this is the first stage where, as you know, there are submission of short proposal of 10 pages each, and those that are being selected will have the possibility to submit a full proposal of 70 pages. And the overall closing of the calls should be in September for those for two-stage topics, and for those with one single-stage topic, including one of the partnerships on which I'm working, the Transforming Healthcare Systems, that will be in April. With the aim on our side to finalize the evaluation and selection in the 3 following months, and signature of grants in a maximum of additional 6 months. Now, another source of funding, and it's a novelty for this framework program, which I think may be of interest for you, is that of missions. Missions are actually a portfolio of actions which target an inspirational and very bold goal. They have to deliver within a set time frame. I think it's about 7 years, and they should have an important impact for society, and also to be very relevant for a large part of the European population. Those missions are going to support other policies such as the European Green Deals, the Europe Fit for the Digital Age, the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, and so on. Those 5 missions are the one dedicated to the climate change, another one, the medical one on cancer, then a mission on healthy ocean, sea, coastal and inland waters, the one on climate neutral and smart cities, and also on soil health and food. If we think of the discussion that we had earlier about the possibility to contribute to agricultural development with IT solutions. The mission on cancer has 4 specific objectives, has the goal to improve the life of more than 3 million people by 2030, and it's going to launch itself calls for which you will be able to apply. We'll move now to the partnership, which are of a new generation. So in the past, there have been around 100 different partnerships, and it was quite difficult to keep track of them and to avoid potential overlapping. Now, this new generation of objective-driven partnership has a few key features. One is that they have a strategic orientation. They have a systemic global approach. We hope that the architecture and the toolbox has been simplified, and that they use a common set of criteria for the entire life cycle. Now, depending on the chosen legal framework for those partnerships, which could be, let's say, more flexible or more rigid or more institutional, there are 3 types of partnerships. So one are those co-programs, which are based on memoranda of understanding, and are implemented independently by the partners, member states, and by Horizon Europe. The others, which are, let's say, a little bit more rigid, with a very solid legal base on Articles 185 and 187, institutionalized partnerships, of which I can mention the Innovative Health Initiative, which is now at its third stage. In the past, there has been the Innovative Medicine Initiative 1, Innovative Medicine Initiative 2, and now what is important is that the scope has been enlarged from medicine, because in the past there were only the medicine, the drug, the pharma industry. Now it is covering every industry that is related to health. And in this partnership, Innovative Health Initiative, which is going to launch their own calls, the Commission contributes with the cash 50%, and the relevant companies, the private sector is contributing in kind. Here you can have an overview of the 49 candidate European partnership. As I said, some of them, 11, are institutionalized partnerships. Some others are co-programmed, and some others are co-funded. They will be evaluated and will be launched starting this year with the chemical risk assessment, which is the most advanced one. And then in 2022, we are going to have some other partnerships, and in 2023, another round. I'm going just to mention a few of them on the health area, but if you look under cluster 4, digital industry and space, you can see here several partnerships: key digital technologies, smart networks and services, high performance computing, artificial intelligence, data, robotics, and so on, photonics. So I think you only need to search, but there will be calls for the taste of everybody. The European Partnership on Health and Care Transformation aims to contribute to the transition towards more sustainable, resilient, and high-quality, people-centered health and care system. This partnership will not aim at developing new products, but only at implementing new organization schemes and possibly innovative solutions to organize health systems. It is expected to be finalized and evaluated in the next spring in 2022, and will launch its own calls in 2023. Actually, all these partnerships build on some work that has been done in the past. So in this case, we had support action to reach that had done some preliminary work to contribute to the improvement of health systems in European countries, and also on some other previous partnerships like active and healthy aging, active and assisting living 2, and joint partnership initiative More Year, Better Lives. And I'm getting near to the end. The European Partnership for Personalized Medicine. I would have liked to talk a little bit more here, because yesterday it was mentioned personalized medicine just in relation to the medicine, to the drugs. And from our viewpoint, we have already a definition for personalized medicine that has been adopted by the European Council in 2015. And the area of personalized medicine is very broad. So it starts with prediction, prevention, treatment, and also healthcare in general. So personalized medicine is a bit different from what has been understood in the United States, and there actually they had to renounce this term because there was a confusion. People were imagining that in pharmacies they will be able to get drugs that are tailored specially for every single person, which is not the case. So the strategy would be that of stratifying people and to find the drugs that match. But overall, the personalized medicine as we see it, it's not about medicine, it's about the art of healing. So in European languages, this confusion do not exist. It's about everything that it's linked to healthcare. So here you will see that the aim is to translate basic research into clinical application, to work on personalized prediction and prevention, to provide evidence for the uptake in healthcare systems, to advance the regulatory science, and also, as you can see, to integrate big data and digital health solution in research and personalized healthcare. And I'm ending here with two more slides that invite you to get involved, to register as an expert, in order to become an independent evaluator, look to all the calls that are being published on our funding portal, and additional information here, and I'm available afterwards also for further questions and details. Thank you very much. I'm ending here. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Costescu. It was a marathon of a lot of opportunities, but unfortunately we need not necessarily a team, but at least one person who needs to sniper to look to these opportunities. First of all, to be notified about them, but then to try to see which is fittest for our competencies. And my question is, what do you think for Romanian researchers? What success roadmap should apply in order to attract more funding? Because, as I said, the problem is more complex, but sometimes it's also, how to say, disappointing from the beginning when you see, as you show us, a program in 2 stages, and for finding if you are successful for the first, it takes 6 months. You know, sometimes you give up due to the long period, and of course maybe you are not trust enough in yourself. And your idea could be, what do you think the success factor for us?
I will share with you from my experience as a topical writer, as a moderator of experts, and as a person who has selected experts and has run evaluations. So that's a very good question, and many Romanian applicants and also the experts that I had involved in our calls and who participate, they have asked the same question: how can Romania become more proficient in attracting funding? And so I will give you a few details.
Or just a moment before to answer, or when you are retiring, or Ramona, retiring from your job to help us to apply. Okay, it was a joke.
It's a joke, but you have touched something interesting, and I will tell you in detail. So if I want to be very short, I would say that the success, the key for success, is about professionalization, focus, and perseverance. Now let me get into details. First of all, you need to get informed about all the relevant calls across all the funding schemes. So you need some people to be able to look to identify which are the schemes that would fit your interest, and they can be very diverse. So you may want to send a young researcher from your university for Marie Sklodowska-Curie, or on the contrary, you want to be a coordinator of a very large project of 10 million euros. Exactly. So you need to make a list of all the relevant areas where they publish calls, and to be continuously informed. Secondly, you need to build connections with, let's say, like-minded and complementary partners that can ask you to join if they have some great research ideas on which you can rely if you want to get them involved in a large consortium. And here I can say that on the participant portal, you can also find a place where you ask for other people to join you in a project. So it's also a network possibility to find partners. Yes, exactly.
Okay. Just to complete, you're right. But in my experience, in order to apply with other entity, very brilliant, you need to have a trust in this partnership, because 2 people who didn't met don't know maybe nothing about each other. So sometimes you need to demonstrate in time that you can base on each other on this kind of.
I fully agree with you, but I think this is also part of the day-to-day work, because you interact with many universities and with researchers in your own area. So the scientific community in a certain area, it's kind of known. So you know which are the researchers, so you can already explore in advance with whom you have, let's say, better compatibilities in having a consortium together, let's say.
And could be also private and public entities in such a consortium?
Yes, let me finalize this aspect. So I said that it's important to be informed. Secondly, to build connection. Thirdly, I think it's important to have a team of professional project writers, because we see this. So we see that countries that are older, so they have a lot of experience in applying for funding. They become even more professional and they are even more successful. So it's extremely difficult for a small group of researchers in Romania to compete with the professional teams in in Germany, in the Netherlands, or in France, and so on. They are really professional. So you will need to do the same thing, possibly not on a full-time basis, but to have a small team where you can also involve students or assistants to help you on occasional basis with this work of professional project writing. Another point which is important is to try to become an expert evaluator. Why? Because when you participate in evaluations, it's a wealth of experience that you get here. So first of all, you get to see and to compare what is a good proposal and a bad proposal, what are let's say mediocre proposal, and so on. So you get to learn how these proposals are being built by different consortia. Secondly, you see what are the criteria by which those proposals are being evaluated and how the evaluation process goes on. And you will know when you write your own proposals on what to insist or what to point out, and how to with what strategy to write your proposal in order to get the maximum chances of success. And the last one, which is highly important, you have to submit many applications. So don't imagine that consortia that are successful in other countries, they submit just one brilliant idea and they get funded. I can tell you that even for the same call of proposals, we have seen the same large institutions, because they are really professional research institutions who are partners in 4, 5, or several projects, maybe with the same departments, maybe with different departments. But what they do is that they make a lot of application, and in the end, they get something. But as I said, it's about being professional and about being perseverant. And we all agree that it's very difficult for the 30 new countries who joined last to reach the same level of professionalism as the ones who have been doing this for decades before them.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, the experience is you receive in time, and but it's important, as you said, to see on the other side, as a judge, as an expert, to learn the criteria, and also to learn from how to write or why to tackle some important issues. And it's like in exams. If you don't pass first, you need to try again.
Yes, and what I wanted to insist again, for people who want to submit their candidature for as an expert to get an expert ID and to be registered in our database, it's important to decide which area fits you best, and to tailor your description of your curricula according to this. You need to focus on to provide as many keywords as possible which are related to your own area of the expertise, where you feel very, very well, very sure of yourself. Yeah. So it's important also how you write your expert CV, because when experts are being selected, it's about it's by keywords.
Yes, you're right. Actually, part of this is happened also when we write a research paper, scientific research paper, to address to the proper evaluator, or as in the other side, to learn to write IP brevet or licensing or others. Thank you very much, Mr. Costescu. It was very insightful, very useful for me and my colleagues who need to apply to continue, because as you said, from 10 projects, maybe one you win.
Exactly.
But this is the beginning to improve your skills for another project, and also learning as a project manager or learning from mid-review of the projects, and it's a long process, but important to do it with dedication, let's say.
Yes, exactly. And don't get discouraged. You have to keep working on this.
Okay.
And Professor Florea,
please,
Matteo speaking.
please, Matteo.
If I can comment, I would like to totally converge on what Mr. Costescu said. From our experience in RINA Consulting is one of the best performing in Europe in terms of European project coordinations and also participations. And so I can say that all the points that Mr. Costescu touched are the ones that we are tackling and considering when writing proposal. And let me say that for 10 proposals that we are participating on, only one it will be winning. And so there is a lot of effort that we, as a large enterprise, we dedicate to writing the proposal. So with the proposal writers, to dedicated teams and building consortia. And so this is totally in line, and we are the proof that what Mr. Costescu is saying is reality.
Thank you very much, Matteo. I will introduce now, but only to say that it wasn't, how to say, in a football game, some arrangement. We didn't know before with Matteo, Mr. Costescu, or Ramona. I know from last year, but that this is a real impression of the work in such a project. Now, I present Matteo, who is here. Matteo Porta is a senior mechanical engineer and industrial design. He's belonging to RINA Consulting. He holds actually a master in mechanical engineering. He's focused on energy, power plant design, environmental issues, and participated, also said a little bit before, in many European projects as project manager. Matteo will present us the experience of innovation in the field of digitalization in public and private sectors. Please, Matteo.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. First of all, tell me if you are seeing my slide in full screen.
Yes, now we see, please.
Okay, unfortunately, I cannot now see.
Yes, but I'm here. I can see the your slides, and if it's something, I will notify.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation at this conference. I am very honored to be here together with all the participants. I had the pleasure to follow many of the presentation of today, and let me say that has been a very, very interesting conference, and with many interest topics and people that are leading innovation in Europe. And so I'm very honored, and I would like also to make my compliment to you, Professor, because of your organization and all the problems that we had with the last changing in the organization. So you made it very well, and also been patient with, I suppose, many things to arrange. So thank you very much for this. I am also pleased to be in this session with Ms. Sanson and Mr. Costescu, because my presentation matched very well with what they have presented so far. And so what I'm going to present is a presentation on two successful stories regarding a European project in the framework of Horizon 2020 financing program. Two successful story. One has been has terminated 2 years ago, and one is still running. And so those stories are related to the need to develop services and products from a lower TRL technology readiness level to higher TRL. And I would like to link to Ms. Samson when she was saying and highlighting the difficulties to transfer to the technological transfer from innovation, from research, then to the market. And this is something that we are doing in RINA Consulting, and I would like very briefly to introduce with this presentation presenting these two projects. First of all, I would like to introduce my company, RINA Consulting, as more than 170 offices around the world and in more than 65 countries. So it's a large enterprise that is providing services in different sectors. And you can see here summarized all the sectors from the energy, the marine sector, transport infrastructure, industry sector, and the core business where RINA was started in the last century, the certification, and then moved towards other sectors, focusing both on consultancy but also in design and engineering services. So I belong in particular to the business unit of industry, as Ms. Ramona Samson said, we are struggling to move from ideas from very low level TRLs, so from research idea from at the very beginning of the scale of innovation to business implementation. So our focus in our group in the industry business unit of RINA Consulting is in particular devoted to technology transfer and to research and development and to help businesses and enterprises, small, medium, large enterprises, to do this path towards the implementation of businesses from the very starting idea. In particular, in my group, we are focusing on European projects, and so we are taking advantage of the many programs as the colleagues have shown before, that deal with, in particular, in my case, in our group case, related to environmental issues, climate change, and in general energy and energy efficiency. I'm a mechanical engineer with a background of study and working from 20 years on energy issues, and in particular on renewables and energy efficiency. So we are trying to take advantage of the funding from the European Union, and in particular in this case that I am telling you about the digital sector that European Commission is pushing with some funds that are directly related to every European, so all the citizens, businesses, so enterprises, whether they are small, medium, or large enterprises, and in general, all the human mankind, how to say, because to reach climate neutrality, of course, will affect and will benefit all the human mankind. And so to do this, there are several actions, of course, but I would like to summarize three stream action that have been highlighted from the European Commission that focus on technology, a competitive digital economy, and open and democratic and sustainable society. And I am focusing with my group at the technology scale. And what I would like to focus on are two, as I said before, two projects funded by European Commission. One that is already ended, that is Plan 8, that was focused on the development of a tool for developing sustainable plans for low carbon heating and cooling scenarios, and EcoFact that is and so Plan 8 was more related to the digitalization towards decarbonization of public authorities, as I will show before afterwards. Sorry, and EcoFact that is because it's still running more oriented to digitalization of in the industrial sector. So starting with the Plan 8 project, as I said before, the main objective of Plan 8 has been to set up a software that it is able to provide consultancy services to cities and municipalities that they have to develop SACAPs, so Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plans, because they have signed the Covenant of Mayors initiatives, and since the heating and cooling sector represent the 50% of the final energy consumption in Europe, from the beginning, when we had the idea to develop this project, we thought to a tool that could be helpful for public bodies to develop those SACAPs and via a sort of digitalization of their processes. And so we built a consortium in which we were the project coordinators, and as you can see, and linking to what Mr. Costescu said before, we tried to find different partners across Europe, and this was not an easy task. But again, the more you try to build consortium, of course, if you have a stronger idea beneath, the better it is along the years, and you became more competent on this. And so here you can see the list of partners of the consortium: the Technical University of Delft, the University of Zagreb, the National Observatory of Athens, Vito, that is a very well-known research center in Belgium, Tecnalia, another research center, and other participants like Artelis, that is a small enterprise in France. And very important in this case have been the validation cities, the city of Antwerp, the city of Lecce, and the city of Velika Gorica. And the contribution was 3 million euros. So very important has been for this tool the possibility to validate in 3 different cities. And as I said, Antwerp, Lecce, and Velika Gorica represented 3 different climates in which the city, because in the project, because the project was focused on heating and cooling scenarios, building heating and cooling scenarios, so specifically focus on heating and cooling services. And so these 3 cities represented 3 different use cases, not only from a climate point of view, but also from the point of view on the type of background that they can offer. So Antwerp was a representative of Western European city with the oceanic temperate climate, and more advanced in terms of data that were available, and more advanced in renewable energy policies and climate policies and data collection and digitalization of their services. While Lecce, that was representative of the southern European city, Lecce is in the south of Italy, and with a more temperate Mediterranean climate, with less data available and less digitalization with respect to Antwerp. And then Velika Gorica in Croatia, representative of another type of climate that need in particular to retrofit an already existing district heating networks. So without going in too much into the details, but yeah, I prepared this presentation to give you an overview of this tool, Planet tool. The Planet tool is there are three main modules in the planning tool: the mapping module, the planning module, and the simulation module. So the mapping module, so the main idea is to provide a tool to municipalities in order to how to say create low carbon heating and cooling scenarios. So starting from a sort of baseline situation, so a picture that is representing which is the primary energy consumption for heating and cooling in a territory, in an area, in a specific city or district, then this tool can be helpful to create future scenarios in which the territory and the area is have been decarbonized. So there is a mapping module. So this is the main windows, the windows in Planet. Okay, before to go into the details, I would like to say that this is a tool that is georeferenced also, so you can show the results upon a map because Planet is a plugin of a QGIS software that is open source and allows you then to manage shape files that are able to show the results on a map. And the Planet tool is have two main approaches. One that is flexible, that is adaptable to the user need in terms of data availability, and one that is measurable, and because can measure the impacts and the benefit and savings by the use of key performance indicator. Why this? Because we thought that not all the cities and the municipality will have the same amount of data. So we try to give to the tool two different approach. One simplified if you don't have enough data, and one more complex if you have a lot of data available. So here you can see the first module, the city mapping module. So you can see here a map inside the QGIS environment and with the Planet tool. And here you can see a map that is representing the demand of the heating, in this case, demand of the city of Antwerp. And this is how to say the top-down approach that is the easy approach, while a more complex approach, that is the bottom-up approach, is using information coming from each building. So in this case, we are using an OpenStreetMap layer, detecting each building of the historical center of city center of the city of Antwerp, and starting from the information, if available, of course, of each building, we can then build up a map of the city of Antwerp in terms of heating and cooling demand, and the same for the supply mapping module. So the tool is able to detect the amount of local sources in terms of primary energy, and we are talking about, for example, biomass sources from forestry or from agriculture, or geothermal, or other type of sources like photovoltaic, and so with the supply mapping module we give the possibility to map and to understand which are the local sources available, and then this is done for determining the baseline scenario, but also the future scenarios. In between there is the possibility to define planning criteria. So starting from the baseline scenario and understanding which are the KPIs of the baseline scenario, then the end user can select different planning criteria because he or she want to build some future scenarios that are decarbonized. Not only, of course, we have different planning criteria, economic, energetic, and social criteria that can be linked together to create new scenarios. And then the planning module. The planning module gives the possibility then to create those scenarios. So according to the baseline condition, then there is a graphical user interface that is able to then to reshape the future scenario by selecting building by building of group of buildings, and then selecting new technologies with more efficiency, or for example using a route optimizer provided by Artelis to reshape the already existing, for example, district heating network in a more efficient one. And then the last module is the simulation module. There is an optimization algorithm embedded that can run then a simulation according to the planning setup, and then provide some useful information and KPIs calculation. So I give a very brief overview because of the time, and of course if you are interested in, I can also provide you with the link to download this tool and some information on how to use it. Regarding the second the second project that I would like to tell you about is the EcoFact project that is still running, and is again financed by the European Commission. And in this case, the main objective of the EcoFact project is to define a portfolio of tools to optimize the energy consumption and maintenance related costs of industries, so industrial facilities. And this is done because again at the proposal level we study different background situation, and we found that new digital solution could be a very interesting field in which to apply. And so to do this, as you can see, we asked for a contribution of 10 million euros, and we together with Cartif, that is another research institute in Spain that is the project coordinator, we built up a consortium of 20 partners coming from many countries in Europe. So there are many partners from Italy, partners from Greece, from Spain. There is the Fraunhofer Institute from Germany. And what I would like to mention here, that is a demonstration facility that is in Romania, that is a white goods manufacturing demo site. Even if the company is Turkish, but they have a facility in Romania, and at Ulmi, as you can see here. So this is I put here some explanation and some information about the 4 demo sites. I will not go into the details, but we have this demo site that is producing washing machine, another demo site that in the sector of beverage that is producing beer. Then there is the Guyon, a very famous biscuits production facility in Spain, and then Tofaş in Turkey, that is it's a paint shop for in the automotive sectors, so it's a paint shop for cars. So in this case, we are building up a platform for energy energy management system. So we would like to build up together with all the consortium of analytic decision support system that starting from monitoring devices at the level of the machine, at the level of the factories, so acquire some information that then are linked to, as I said before, a portfolio of tools in order to better manage the operational phase of the factory, and and so to have benefit in economical, environmental, and energetical way. And so in this case, Arena Consulting is developing a tool that we are calling Optimist, that is a decision support tool that is able to exploit local generation assets, renewables or CHP CHP component, and exploit flexibility via the optimization of the energy exchange with the external grid. And how to do this? We are developing different modules, and we are applying them differently to the 4 different demo sites. So a module dedicated only to generation asset optimization, a module dedicated to flexibility management of the demand. So having the possibility to consider the energy demand of the facility not as a fixed profile, but a variable profile, in order to then take into consideration the possibility for peak shaving or load shifting, and then another module to optimize the management of buffer storages inside the facility. And so very briefly, the idea behind is that nowadays every facility start to have its own set of production components in terms of electricity and in terms of thermal energy. And starting from wind turbine, PV plants, electrical storages, and of course there is a connection with the external electrical grid, and then CHP that can produce both the services and then from the thermal side, the CSP, boiler, and so on. And so the idea here is to, develop through models and optimization routine that can, of course, take advantage and take the best in terms in economical terms or from an environmental point of view of the matching between all these type of component to cover forecasted electrical or thermal demand. And to do this with the help of the other participants of the consortium, we have to provide some and to build some models of all the generation asset and all the component of the facility, and to provide, as I said before, as an output, the optimized contribution of each technology in terms of energy generated, taking also into account the fact that most probably, we are also connected with an external grid, and we are using some electrical or thermal storages. And this is another slide that I also added to show you also the possibility to use those optimization algorithm also to try to optimize the as for the energy for the goods, the internal buffer storage and stockhouse that are possibly present in the facility. So I hope that I could give you an overview of these two projects, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Very interesting work, and also the tools I can see, because such tools take a lot of time to develop, and also you need a large team, as you said, consortium of many research team, in my opinion. What I want to ask shortly, because I leave the participants to make the show, because there are very interesting things, but we have also another team to present.
Yes.
So we are saying that the data are the new oil, if we can say like this, and also collecting data is good, but collecting the right data is more important.
Yeah.
I want to ask, these data are open, are provided through crowd sharing? Related to plant heat is the question.
Yeah.
Are open data are provided by crowd sharing, or who provide this data, and how much data you need to provide to plant heat?
Yeah, of course, as we said during the project, garbage in, garbage out. So that means that if you don't have enough data or bad data, you have bad results. Okay, so data are important, because without data, you don't have the possibility to feed the mathematical correlation that undergoes all these tools. So data are important. And so the availability of data, apart from digital data, okay, because this is another point. So we are talking about availability of data. For example, for the in the planning tool, for the map mapping module, with the bottom-up approach, what is needed is for the calculation of the heat demand of a building is the number of stories. Okay, that seems very easy to retrieve information, but it was almost impossible to retrieve, for example, in the city of Lecce. So inside the project, they allocated some effort in order to focus the work done by some of them in a specific district in Lecce, and they went outside to count the stories of each building in that district. Okay, so this is to make you understand the importance of story of data. Of course, you can reach the same results even if you don't have this number. But of course, if you have it, it gives you better results.
But actually, quite a lot of time to collect manually, let's say, no? Such of
yeah, of course. But this to show you that the many differences that are also in Europe, because, for example, in the city of Antwerp, everything was much more at a higher level. A lot of data and already digitalized. So they shared data sets and in which this information were already available.
Yes, yeah, this is very important, because as you said, to provide data in the concept of open data to be used by anybody or any entity to develop software or using this to provide benefit for society, let's say.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Matteo, for joining us and presenting this, your work. I'm sorry that you are not here, like everybody. And now I move to two colleagues from Continental who maybe are not very happy for me because they are still at job, as I see. Mr. Cosmin Biriș, who is a senior expert in vision test system and expert in electrical board test, has joined in Continental from 2008, and Mr. Dinu Tudor Gruian, who has the head of production, software solution, and senior of expert electrical test, and they are working in a manufacturing innovation at Continental. Mr. Gruian is there from 2004, and they will show us InnoHub in Continental Sibiu. Please, gentlemen.
Yes, thanks. Just doing a sound check first. Sounds
for
okay.
us is okay.
And we will also share the presentation, so please let us know if you see it. Yes.
We can see it is okay in full screen, so please.
Super. We are not that mad, to be honest, because yes, we are here in Sibiu. We are located in Sibiu. We are actually streaming live from our innovation hub in Continental Sibiu. And anyway, it was quite an interesting day, starting with all the techie presentations and ending now with this innovation part and the European programs and consulting and so on. So thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
And to go forward, we will try to bore you not with this presentation, so we will be focused on some use cases and show you our concept of innovation, which it's a little bit different than maybe what you know from, of course, from research in universities and so on, because we are strict down to the problem. So our innovation cycle starts with a challenge. First of all, I'm Dinu Gruian, so I'm, as you mentioned, I'm with Continental since 2004. We are actually a company which is across more than 50 countries with 200,000 employees worldwide, a few billion euros in sales, and also one of the biggest employers in Romania. Why I'm saying this is because Romania is quite attractive, in my opinion, and we have a lot of international experience. We both, together with my colleague Cosmin, worked with teams from around the world, with 30 people in one team coming from completely different cultures, from Asia to Western Europe, of course, and Americas. And we still see Romania as an interesting laboratory, let's call it like this, for innovation, because we have still a lot of young people. And just for the location Sibiu, where you see some numbers right here on the screen, the average age of the employees is quite low. So we can do quite a little bit of inception of ideas here and there, and they grow over the years. But let's go down to the topic for today, and we would like to show you our concept of innovation. why do we do the innovation, how this started, and actually this is a brand new concept we implemented in continental Sibiu. We both are actually part of the Central Manufacturing Innovation Department, which is the only innovation department focused on manufacturing technologies in continental worldwide. We are focused on automotive technologies, so all the electronics and mechanics on the vehicle, not the rubber part. However, we have, of course, exchanges with our colleagues from tires, Contitech, and so on. And in the end, we chose to do this innovation hub here in continental Sibiu because we are also based here today, but we also see a lot of collaboration with the universities, with Lucian Blaga, of course, but also the management from the location is supporting the whole concept. So how did we start this? Actually, we had the idea a few years ago, but with all the ongoing business activities, we always found a reason to postpone this. But during last year, when the whole lockdown started here in Romania and in Europe, then we saw the need of bringing the people from the isolation areas down to the shop floor, because we have both a manufacturing location here and an R&D part in Sibiu. So we wanted to bring the colleagues from their apartments, from their houses, from wherever they were, to still see what's going on in the laboratory, in R&D, or on the shop floor for the manufacturing. And this is where we actually just took one of devices like this. You won't be see too much. They are just some glasses. They are augmented reality glasses. We integrated with our IT system, of course, due to cybersecurity topics. And through these glasses, we are able to guide somebody which is in the location from a complete remote connection on our laptop, and guide to debug an equipment or try to resolve a problem and so on. And this was actually our first test with this innovation hub. Actually, what we want to do is bring the people together, get multidisciplinary teams. We had an IT colleague, we had somebody from the shop floor, somebody from the operational part, somebody from the business system working together in order to solve a clear challenge. In focus, we have all this digitalization, of course, digitalization topics. That's a huge push for us, being a corporate with so many people, so many processes. We also have a little bit of our own bureaucracy behind us. Of course, robotic systems, software, and all this process automation, machine learning, vision-based AI, and so on. Actually, we have also some small tests done with NVIDIA on-board embedded AI. I think these are quite interesting for universities as well. And what we want to solve is a challenge. So our innovation cycle starts from the challenge. We identify the problem, we ideate, and we prototype. So this is our innovation cycle. We do not go to the phases of testing, build this super pilot, and so on, because we do not have the time. We do not have the funding most of the times. And we heard a little bit before Mrs. Samson mentioned failure. Failure is very important, especially in the innovation process, because if you fail somewhere, you know you don't have to further investigate that direction. So you gain other domains which you know these are the good ones. This one is a failure, so we can eliminate it. So we are using the 4 steps. Once we get the challenge solved, and this challenge generally, we bring new technologies, technologies which come on the market, technologies which are in development, technologies which we create. So we try to solve today's challenges with tomorrow's technologies. This is our motto in the end for this innovation hub here in Sibiu. And once the problem is solved, we bring this idea, we just do a proof of concept for the idea, and we bring it to our colleagues in the industrialization teams to make a product out of it. And we heard also today that we are good at research, but we have a little bit in Europe the gap to bring the idea to the product. I think this is still a huge step to do for Europe compared to US, for example. But having these very short cycles in making a proof of concept, verifying something, and then refining that idea to become fast a product is one of the key elements of the making the whole process more efficient. In the end, for the Innovation Hub, we are focusing on developing the people, developing new skills, keeping the skills up to date with the technology. We are not afraid of digitalization, not afraid of AI. Actually, I think the only big issue today is to keep alive the learning wish of the colleagues which are not already born digital, like our children are today. So we are in a transition phase that we have to completely all the time learn something, and colleagues born maybe in the last century, let's put it this way, still we are not already born with an iPad in our hand. So we're still looking at a book, and today this is just an e-reader. So keeping this learning wish alive, bringing new skills, bringing new technologies, setting the trend, and of course, creating a fishbowl for as a think tank is our ultimate goal with this. So I will just skip to my colleague, the presentation tools, to go down to some very specific projects.
Yes, so thank you from my side for having me here as well. Today, Dino presented the whole concept and how everything works. And now I will present 4 individual projects that we handpicked for this particular presentation. Actually, we have like 11, 12 projects developed during this year in the Innovation Hub. As was already mentioned, the first question that we ask ourselves is, what is the problem? What is the problem today? What is the problem tomorrow? And when it comes to robots, what we have observed is that currently we need to have fences around them. We need to have strict security measurements in place in order to stop the robot if a human is approaching the robot. So we took the idea of moving from a laser-based or radar-based concept to a more visual concept of creating a fence around the robot and modeling the robot. So always knowing the position of the robot and always knowing the position of the object in the virtual fence, being that it's a human or an object. So that's one project that we evaluated the beginning of this year. And the whole idea is, if we go further with this factory of the future, there is a huge step from today to a fully autonomous factory. And during this huge step, we will still have a lot of humans working together with robots, with machines, with high-tech So we cannot stop every time the robots and stop the production just because somebody is passing by. So then, of course, digitalization. Digitalization is a mega trend, which is spreading across our company really fast. So we started with what's the problem. So today the problem is that we have a huge manufacturing site here, a huge R&D, and if somebody is coming, a new entry, a student, to get to an office, it's a nightmare because you have to explain left, right, now, take it in that direction, that direction. If you see the toilet, you are too far. So the idea was, how can we create a digital map of our location? That was the first idea. And during the process of ideation, we found out that using a software suite that we already have here, a platform already installed here, we could do much more than that. We could track assets, we could track PCs, we could track meeting rooms, we could track individual assets like laptops or whatever. So that was, again, a step that we discovered during the ideation process. And then, of course, we ended up with, okay, then we can really create a digital twin of our location, and we can create a spatial intelligence around that. So we can use the data to improve our processes or our way of doing things. Then another mega trend which is spreading around the industry is AI. AI is a very vague term, yeah. So for production, maybe we do not need really AI right now. I mean, for us, the main purpose of the main scope of using AI is to, let's say, enable automatical optical inspections. So today we have a human doing an inspection of a part, looking if there is a crack, scratch, whatever. Maybe for Sibiu that's not even that important because our products actually end up under the hood or somewhere under the seat. But if we think of other locations which are building the displays, the clusters, the buttons, everything which is inside of the user, we need to make sure that those parts are brand new when the driver is buying the car, right? And we need to avoid scratches, fingerprints, or things that should not be there. So that's one idea where we are using deep learning to automate inspections, which were only possible by humans until now. So this is one project. The next project, the problem was, okay, we do the factory of the future. We somehow managed to automate everything. But what do we do in the warehouse? What do we do there? Because there we still have people flying, moving around, scanning, doing annual inventories and daily inventories and things like that. So here the idea was, how about using an autonomous warehouse inventory system solution? And this is what you are seeing in this picture is an automatic guided vehicle which has attached a drone to it, and the drone has a camera with illumination and everything needed, and it's scanning, moving across our warehouses and scanning the shelves, the materials on the shelves. So that was something that we did this year as well. Of course, as I mentioned, there are other projects going on in terms of robotics, especially robotics. For us, we see it as a future value add. So this is for our manufacturing. We are always looking for value add at the end. So robots, autonomous guided vehicles, digitalization, all of these things are bringing value add at the end to the production stream. Yeah, that's all from my side. I think, Dino, if you want to say something else, some more words.
Just a short remark, because we were discussing about innovation, and we started from introducing ourselves, being part of the manufacturing innovation department, which is a central department in Continental. But it's again something that I want to underline. There is no innovation which brings value add if this is not properly industrialized.
Yeah.
We need the end product out of it. And this is where you see this slide here, which is also the final slide of our presentation, where actually the colleagues in the location, working for the location in the industrial engineering department, together with us from the manufacturing innovation department, started this initiative of the Innovation Hub. And this is a joint ideal recipe when you bring industrial engineering, innovation, IT, cybersecurity, having a complete secure playground for your experts, for your people with ideas to bring their own problems on the table and to let them play and find the best solution for them. The best innovation comes from the end user. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Groyan. Thank you very much, Mr. Birish. Very, very nice and interesting work. A little bit I knew from Mr. Groyan. We spent few meetings together, and it was just the beginning, I think. Maybe in future with dedicated students we can do more. As you said, it is important to have a technological transfer in order to capitalize the idea, not only to be a pure research, because it doesn't help anybody. I saw also few ideas that could be also extended to other domains, or regarding the last part, at least with the warehouse inventory. I saw an idea to a startup in Israel regarding collecting tomatoes from the SER, where the collaborative robots are moving and decided which tomatoes are enough to be extracted by a robotic arm. But a similar idea that is computer vision combined to see the warehouse inventory. Also, design thinking it is here, maybe still it's here, Wilfried, and the idea is also used in OmiLab in our work, but also Hasso-Plattner Institute Hasso-Plattner was in Stanford in 2004 and then extended in Germany at Potsdam, implement the concept. And also I wanted to ask a little bit, because it's a part of empathy in this design thinking process. Who participate regarding this aspect? The people from Continental, or you also present a little bit to take some feedback from other people and then to continue to prototyping, or only the member of your team? Because you ideate, you making.
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, until now we kept everything closed in our, let's say, environment, where we invite the people from industrial engineering, the people from the production floor. So we kept it kind of closed. But the idea was, and this feedback we got this year from our management as well, to expand to outside sources as well. As we are a multinational corporation, we always have this kind of fear of sharing too much. So for us, it was this year we kept it in this way, but we had a clear message from our management that we should expand to external ideas as well.
Okay, thank you. And one last question, because actually it was a pleasure to discuss with all, but also it was a long day, and tomorrow we'll have another 2 panels. Did you see some impact in your company running this innovation lab? Or there are, at least from my students, let's say, are keen to work on it, because you need a little bit of creativity, not only, how to say, I'm not a creative guy, but I need some patterns and then I learn, I do some problems. But sometimes for innovation, you need the click in an idea. And what do you think from your side?
Maybe my view on this. Actually, we started also to have this physical space to let the people come to something which is different than the laboratory, than the shop floor, than their office, and so on, such that there is a little bit of inspiration. This is why we have some drones, we have a little bit of that, we have some nice pictures on the walls, and so on. The colleagues are doing this voluntarily. Why? One, because they decouple from the day-to-day issues, problems, work. And yes, a lot of people that are here with ideas are the creative people. But also, once the idea is already having a shape, the other guys, which are very good at executing, a software coder that wants to put his know-how into a product that should get out of his hands, this will be practically the next colleague to take the lead there. So it's a chain. It's never
You're right,
one.
because I wanted to complete that in design thinking, actually the team should be heterogeneous, not only from engineer, or even if there are engineers, but from different view of a problem to see, and then it's important for design. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much for Matteo. Thank you very much for Ramona, for Mr. Costescu and Wilfried, because I saw here, and for everybody who participate and bring added value to Sibiu Innovation Days. And thank you very much, Mr. Costescu, for your nice words regarding inspiring, and my happiness, let's say, is distributed to you and others. But definitely was like a wedding. You know, Mr. Păun said that the knowledge transfer officer should be a marior, the people who officially make a bridge between company or industry and academic. But like in a wedding, I wanted everybody to enlighten everybody else, but also to learn from others and to be happy that we participate these days, even online, but I hope in the future to be physical. Thank you for all your efforts and for staying with us until now. And we are waiting for Sibiu. And also tomorrow morning, if you don't have other plans, we are still online on smart cities and smart agriculture, sustainability, green society. And as my last year impression was, when we discuss about smart city, a lot of people forget their CEO, CTO, or manager of the company. They live in Sibiu and want their city to be smarter or to have a well-being and others. Thank you very much for all your participation and have a good night.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 No, Remus, hai că e 8 și 5.